ready for the show. We will go over many topics that matter in our everyday lives. Join us to discuss faith, entertainment, upliftment, opinions, confidence building, and encouragement. We will be honest and real as we explore different perspectives on situations in life. Grab your popcorn and let's get into it.
Afternoon Deep Dive. Hey, Freezy.
Hey, how are you, sis?
I am good. How are you?
I'm doing good. God blessed us for another day, and I'm just always thankful.
I am too. Praise God. God is awesome and magnificent, and
God is great. Yeah.
I know. I had a good prayer this morning, and it was just a prayer about gratitude and just being thankful. Because I think sometimes we pray about what we're going through and everything like that, and we just kind of forget to say, well, just thank you for everything,
Oh, yeah.
Thank you for breath, for life, for everything. So I had to, take a moment and do that today. And it was really felt refreshing or peaceful afterwards.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
All right. Well, welcome in. Welcome in. This is Afternoon Deep Dive, and this is my co-host Freezy. And
How's everybody in the chat? Shout out to everybody in the chat. Thank you for being here. Make sure y'all hit the like button. This is gonna be awesome.
This is gonna be so good. And I think thankful for everybody that is tuning in. This is going to be a good show. I'm so appreciative that Freezy could make it with me today. I always enjoy his perspectives on everything. And we are going to get into it. I see Riaz in the building. Hey, Riaz. I know
What's
I'm
up,
a little
Riaz?
bit late to push the start button. Hey, Dea. Thank you guys for coming in early. I really appreciate it. Maybe I need to put in the chat. Don't forget to like and subscribe. So today we are going to be talking about discipline, lust, and the choices we make regarding finding someone and relationships. So I kind of have some scriptures that we're going to go into, of course, because this is a faith-based channel. And before we even start that, I just want to lead in this one scripture that says it's Jeremiah 29:11. And it just goes on to say, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." And I just think that is so good for staying encouraged and, being on our journeys to lift up the kingdom.
Oh, yeah.
I definitely do. So let's go ahead and get into it. So I think the first thing, when I thought about doing this, I was just thinking about, a lot of the topics that we see lately and how people have different perspectives on, especially the single people, you know what I mean? On finding someone and how is the process of that, and why it seems like there's not too much availability, or too many people that are, I guess, worth dating. A lot of people feel that way these days, and I feel like that is I have it on my other picture. Okay. Too many people that are even worth dating, and I think that's a problem. I really do. I think that's a problem for a lot of people, and I don't know, it's kind of alarming or concerning in some ways.
I think that this world has become extremely hypersexual and materialistic. And it's become much more difficult to trust people.
That's a good point.
Relationships. I know we're supposed to trust God,
Right.
You know, we're not supposed to trust people. But I think, but you know, when I wrap my head around that, what does that truly mean? When we trust God, God is going to guide us on like who to associate ourselves with. God tells us what kind of qualities people are supposed to have because we're doing the work too. So we're becoming experienced on what kind of person God wants us to be and what kind of person God wants other people to be and what should we expect out of other people. So
Right.
I think that's what actually adds to our trust. We don't trust people, we trust God. So when we meet a person, we trust the God in that person, right?
Okay.
So we know when God is present and when God is not, because we're in the spirit too.
Now that
Yeah.
makes a lot of sense. That definitely
Yeah.
makes a lot of sense. And do you
Yeah.
think that a lot of people are just leaving God out of the situation, period?
Oh,
And that,
yeah. Yeah.
okay.
Everybody, it's a man. I'm gonna say at this point, probably over 90 some people is like leaving. Like a lot of people talk a good game,
Right.
you know. A lot of people go to church. A lot of people claim that they Christian. Um, a lot of people claim that they Hebrew Israelite. You know what I'm saying? But um, it's a difference. But it's a difference from claiming something
Mm-hmm. I
and
agree.
actually doing the work. You know, actually dedicating yourself to God and devoting yourself to God and following God and doing, displaying the actions that God wants us to actually display and trying to stay disciplined, man, being intentional about being um, disciplined, right? So
I
I don't
agree.
think a lot of people are actually I don't think a lot of people actually have made the decision to go that hard for God. I don't think so. I might be wrong, but I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't either. I definitely think that that is part of the problem. Like, even in our walks with, like you said, there's whether you're Christian, Muslim, Hebrew, Israelite, or whatever, a lot of people, they might have faith and everything, but they still want to do what they want to do.
Yeah.
And that definitely applies to finding somebody or even, just having encounters with somebody. Hey, let's learn something. Thank you for coming.
What's going
So
on? Let's learn something. Thank you.
I think that it's a problem. So that's what, led me to go here. So when we think about lust, in the sense, I think that is a motivating factor instead of people just really trying to consider someone that's going to be in it with them for a long haul, somebody that they can settle down with and marry. They're just looking for temporary satisfaction.
Yeah.
And so when it talks about lust in the Bible, it goes on to, I was reading from Matthew 5:28, and it says, but I tell you that anyone who looks at a woman lustfully has already committed adultery with her in his heart. And I thought about that, and I definitely think it applies to women too. Because I thought about it, and I was like, okay, so how is it's no different from, let's say, a woman, when it was the whole gray sweatpants craze going on, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like women looking at men, lusting, trying to see the print or whatever, I guess. And it's just, and then you're like, well, hey, I'm trying to get with him or whatever because of that. And that's moving in lust. You know what I mean? So I think it definitely applies both ways.
Yeah. I know men get horny all the time.
Right.
You think women get horny very frequently?
As much? Yeah. I think they can. I think maybe just men are just more prone to move on it because maybe women are thinking about the consequences more,
Oh,
or
okay.
thinking about their emotions more. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I think that might be the thing where people are just like, yeah, maybe if I wasn't gonna get labeled a certain way, maybe I would go out there and be getting it in like that. You know,
So
I
women are
think
more
after a certain age, huh?
women are more thoughtful about their decisions and stuff, and how they might look, and you know, they have more discretion when it comes to um you know, moving forward on certain things, especially sexually.
Yeah, I
Women are
definitely
more
think so.
conscientious about, you know, how they're perceived. That's what you're saying?
Yes, yes. Well, some we know, not all, because you know, especially in this day and age, people are out there. You know, some
Yeah.
people just don't care.
I
There's
think
no
I think a
shame.
woman I think a woman would be more comfortable pursuing what she wants if she gets, like, if it's reciprocal, if she feels like, okay, it's reciprocal on the other end from the guy or whatever.
Right. So, do you think in that aspect, some women would be, I guess, more afraid to approach people and just saying, "Hey, I want to sleep with you," versus
Yes.
men would?
Yeah, because women are more afraid of how a man will actually label her.
Mm-hmm.
It's already expected of men. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? It's already
Right.
expected. But for a woman, I think a woman would be more afraid of how a man would think of her if she did that.
Right.
You
I
know?
definitely do too. I think that
Yeah.
that's what it's all about. So I think maybe women aren't as much led at, by sexual satisfaction as men, but I do think it's a thing. You know, I definitely think it's a thing, and I definitely think it's a thing. So,
Yeah. Yeah, I
okay.
think so too. Um and I think that women I had said this before on a live stream before. I kind of feel sorry for women because,
Really?
yeah, especially a single woman, because women are more vulnerable. Women are
Mm.
more subject to being taken advantage of. And then not only that, what's going on, Scam? What's up with you, bro?
Hey,
Um,
Scam.
yeah.
Thank you
Women
for
are,
coming in, Scam.
yeah, and we're talking about lust. We're taking a deep dive in unlocking the power of lust and choices. Let's start there.
Yep.
Um,
And
there's a lot of
discipline.
yeah, well, I was just stopping with lust and choices about
Okay.
what I'm about to
Yeah.
say right now.
Okay. Go ahead.
A lot of men, I don't know how many men, but there are more men than not in these present days and times that are living a down low life. So you don't know,
That's so good.
like women don't know who they're getting approached by. So if you're a single woman, if you do decide to, whenever you
Right.
decide to be intimate with this man, you don't know who. You know, a lot of women, I would imagine, they don't know if a guy, they don't really truly know if a guy has, you know, explored his sexual lust
Mm.
to a broad degree, right? And I don't even think a
Yeah.
lot of women even are willing to have that conversation. I don't think a lot of women initially ask men that question. Have you ever slept with a man, for the fear of offending the man? Right. So,
Right.
so I,
Right.
so, you know, I really kind of feel for women that's single. I think I might start doing some relationship coaching because that's a real thing.
Right. I think that would be good for you.
Well, you know, kind of like helping women to avoid these type of situations
Mm-hmm.
and seeing signs and all that kind of stuff. And so yeah, and listen, I'm not saying that there aren't women that indulge in having sex with the same sex or whatever,
Right.
or with other women and stuff. All I'm saying is, and I might be biased when I say this,
Mm-hmm.
to me it's safer, and it's not nearly as bad as two women bumping coochies
I agree.
versus men going off in each other booty hole.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah.
We've heard stories before that women have dealt with that or found out, all of a sudden and didn't know. I think that for me, it would probably be more devastating than even find out that he got somebody else pregnant, or it's to the same level of devastation, like, whoa, you know what I mean? Like,
I can imagine, yeah.
I think that's definitely, I don't know. I have seen stories where, that could really mess with the woman mentally.
Yeah, because now the woman is questioning, she's questioning if she was ever that attractive to her man. She's questioning herself, her value. She's questioning her own judgment. And then think about it, that would actually, like, if a man cheat on you, that's bad too. That will hurt a woman, especially if he gets another woman pregnant. That will hurt a woman.
Exactly.
But if you catch your man with another man, or you find out he's sleeping with men,
that's a different kind of pain, I think.
Not only is he cheating on you, but now you're questioning if any other man that you meet, you're questioning your own judgment in men when it comes to, like, you don't know, you thought that you knew what a real man was, a heterosexual man, but you don't.
Right.
That will kind of twist your mind a little bit, like, wow, what's going on? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, just like if you met me, let's say hypothetically, if I wasn't married, you met me and I approach you from your first situation, now you're not going to leave that off the table. Even though I look like a heterosexual man, you're going to be like, have he slept with a man before?
Right.
You're going to be questioning every man that approaches you.
Everything. You're going to be questioning everything.
Yeah.
I think it would just really mess with your psyche. You're just, oh man, that's really good. That's really good. And I think a lot of times people go through lengths to cover it up.
Oh, most definitely.
Hey, Get Right. Thank you for coming.
Hey, Get Right.
Hey, LA Project. Thank you for coming in.
Hey, Lauren. How you doing?
She said there's a song about that called Losing Control. Really? And she says she's falling, but she don't think that he'll catch her because her last relationship was a disaster. She loves him, but she doesn't trust herself anymore. Oh, that's deep.
Wow.
That's deep. Yeah, I can definitely see that. Now, I had a theory about this whole thing, Freezy. And, I've had this conversation with other people. Sometimes, of course, we know that just because a man has a woman or whatever, that means nothing. These
Nowadays,
days,
it don't.
Absolutely nothing,
Nah.
So
it don't mean nothing nowadays.
Right.
Yeah.
In the aspect of thinking about that, we can't use that as a sure thing. Right. So I have seen or heard stories of men that get caught up where two different instances I'm about to tell you about, right?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm listening.
Real briefly. Okay. So it could be a guy that he's always made excuses about how maybe no woman's good enough for him. So you never see him with a woman ever. You never see him out with a woman. He's always with the bros or with the gang or whatever the case may be. And he's just, he always has that same excuse of, well, no woman's good enough. She doesn't fit my standards. She doesn't, have this and that. And then come to find out all this time, he was gay or he was on the down low. But it was always an excuse instead of just coming out and saying, hey, I prefer men. It's, well, no woman's good enough. And that's what they use to cover it up.
Yeah, we've been seeing that a lot lately on these panels, ain't we? But that's a whole nother topic, I guess.
That's a different conversations, but we definitely seen that. We definitely seen that. Yeah. Also, there's another situation where a man turned out to be gay, or quite a few, where, like we just said, it doesn't matter if they have a woman, 10 different baby mamas, you know what I mean, married, whatever, it doesn't matter. But that a man that has those kind of sexual desires for other men, they'll, they call it a beard, or they used to call it a beard, you know what I mean? But he'll keep on being with different women, keep getting different women pregnant as a way of covering it up. Oh, like, no, that, he can't be gay. He's out with the baddest ones. He has a different chick every week, every month, whatever. And he'll just keep recycling bras, keep on recycling, because that ain't what he really wants. It's all a cover up. So he'll be even more, I guess, sexually active with women, so he can cover up the fact that behind closed doors, he's active with men. You see what I mean?
Yeah. So he overcompensates.
Yes, that's the word I was looking for. The phrase. Yes.
Yeah. So he won't be detected.
Correct. Yeah. Correct. It's true, LA. So, I think, I agree with you when you say women really have to be careful. Now, I learned a long time ago, because I think I told you a story before, and I'm just going to say briefly, I won't get into it, about this guy that lived down here. He was called the DL detective. And he was, and he was exposing all these men, and, some of them were supposed to be hardcore gangsters, whatever, but he was exposing them. They got caught up with him, or either some partners he knows that was gay, or some trans or something, you know what I mean? And so, to the point that they tried to shoot him up and kill him. They shot up his mama's house. He got shot and everything for exposing these men. Yes, they did. But he was making so much money. This was a whole Facebook thing. He was making so much money, Freezy, on Facebook, that he got enough money together that he was able to get his whole operation and turn into a trans. Like, these people were paying him so much money to get the information about these dudes that were on the DL in the city and surrounding areas.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. They paid him so much money because he would have the pictures and videos and the proof behind a private wall. You know what I mean?
He was sleeping with these dudes. So you would
have to pay to get that information.
He was sleeping with these dudes?
Yeah, who said one of his partners was sleeping with them? Or people would send him in proof. They started sending him in proof. Like, it could be a trans, and that person would have proof about this man or that man or whatever. Yeah, this pastor got caught up. This big pastor down here got caught up like that.
I'm saying, so you're saying the DL detective was actually sleeping with men? He was sleeping with them?
Yeah, he was a gay guy. Mm-hmm.
The DL detective. Wow.
Yeah, he called himself the DL detective. And he was actually out sleeping with dudes. Yeah, it was crazy.
Wait, hold on.
You need me to break it down a little bit more.
So a girlfriend would pay the DL detective to try her boyfriend or her husband? Like,
no.
They would pay him to try their husbands or something to see if he would react to him, see if he would.
Not exactly. Okay, so here's how it started. Here's how he said it started. I think he got tired of, men. Maybe he had a friend girl, right? That maybe she got hurt by a down low guy or something, right?
Yeah.
And so he decided that he was going to make it a mission, I guess, to expose these down low men.
Okay.
So what he started doing was he ended up recording this stuff. Like he would go to a hotel room.
Yeah.
With the guys that he would be messing with, they would call them trade. You know what I mean? That's what they called the guys, trade. So he would record himself, like he'll have a secret camera. Seriously, he'd have a secret camera in the corner of the wall or something, and he'll record the whole thing. The dude coming in, the dude getting comfortable, everything. So he got so good at he done exposed so many by himself. You know what I'm saying? So then other gay guys and trans people would contact him if they wanted to expose somebody. So they would start sending him the tapes. He got so good at it, he started making everything private and made it a business. So you would have to pay like $5, $10 to get behind the private wall to see the proof.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. So he made a business out of it. That's why they called him the DL detective.
So
yes.
Other homosexual men would expose other men too, but send him the footage.
Yeah, so he could put out the proof. Right.
Yeah, so
the regular gay guys and trans.
Yeah, okay.
So you get it now? People would send in the proof to him, send in the tapes, and he would expose them behind the paywall. So he made so much money because
he made a name for himself in the beginning by exposing dudes too. In the beginning, he made a name for himself.
Yep, he was exposing the guys that he knew.
Yeah, and so other people that motivated other people to send in their proof to him, and he became the DL guy with the paywall.
Yep, exactly. That's exactly what happened.
He made so much money, he bought him some breasts and booty.
Yep, he made so much money. Like he made millions. I forgot how much he was charging because it was years back. He made so much money. Yes, Freezy. He made so much money. He ended up moving away, and it was enough for him to get his whole transformation. Like top-notch job too. You wouldn't even know it was the same guy. Top-notch job. Yes. Wow. So this can't be made up. I'm telling you. But I think he was on a good road exposing people for at least maybe a year and a half, maybe 2. But I said it had gotten so bad. They shot up his mama's house. They shot him. This one guy he exposed finally caught him and finally shot him. He didn't die though. Like I said, he went on to transition and stuff. But yeah. Mm-hmm.
And he done got shot and everything. Yep.
He got shot and everything. LA said my homegirl was a ball player's beard for a little while. Mm-hmm. It happens. Yep. She said a gay guy taught me what trade was. Mm-hmm. Yep. That's where I learned some of the lingo listening to them. Just listen to the way they talk.
I never heard.
You can't tell offhand the animate. Yeah, sometimes.
I never heard.
I agree.
The term tray. Never.
Yeah, you never heard that, Freezy?
I'm so out of the loop. No.
Yeah, so I mean, like I said, there's 2 incidents, and it doesn't matter. They might have plenty of women, but still be, on the down low, or maybe it's an instance where they're saying no woman is ever good enough for them. So I think, women, we just have to really be mindful. We have to, and I think, we could even go in, like you said, some women don't want to ask the question. I think even when we do ask a question, they still might lie. But I wouldn't feel bad about asking the question, and I haven't in the past. You know what I'm saying? I've been out. I haven't been dating for a long time, but I have in the past. I just made up in my mind after seeing the Download Detective and all those shenanigans.
Yeah.
That for now on, I'm asking the question. You know, I'm just gonna get straight to it. And if they get so mad, then so be it. I guess, hey, that's not the one, but I feel like it's necessary to ask.
I don't think it's nowadays in today's climate, I don't think it's out of pocket to ask any man that, just for safekeepings, just for, safe purposes, man.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, I hope I don't offend you, but you just never can't be too careful. Not saying you look like this. I just want to know, have you ever slept with a guy before? Or do you like men?
Right.
Right.
There's no harm in it. There's no harm.
So we know if he's truly on the DL, check this out now, sis. If he's truly on the DL, he's going to lie. A lot of guys are going to lie too. They're going to say, no, of course not, But I think it's still good to ask sometimes, because even if they lie, you can see how they react.
And that's what it's about.
Yeah, women are very intuitive. Like, women can see different facial. Y'all are good. Women are real good. Y'all can see different facial reactions, facial expressions, and y'all can, I see, like, women say this all the time. Oh, he lying. He lying. He lying.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all say that all the time.
You are right. What Let's Learn Something says, I don't want no LBGQT man. Yeah, me neither. I don't blame you.
But guess what? Them new men, a lot of those men end up getting women. A lot of women.
They do.
Yeah.
I mean, look at even like the celebrity situation, Freezy. A lot of those men, there definitely is. I mean, we can look at Diddy or whatever. Like, I think that's part of the problem too. Like, for that, even though it's such a low percent of men that have that kind of money, but they glamorize it, and you might think, or that guy is. You've heard the rumors that guy swings both ways. You know what I mean? But they make it seem like it's perfectly cool and it's acceptable in Hollywood or whatever. So everybody should be getting down. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so in that aspect, it's just like, oh my goodness, you have to really be mindful of those men that have a lot of money, when some women are trying to go for those types of men, because you never know, you might be doing something strange for that change, something real strange, not the average strange, but something real strange.
Some real strange, yeah.
So you just don't know. LA said, this guy was literally walking down the street past our house with trade on his hat. But he was buff and did not act feminine. Oh man, there's plenty of those.
Oh look, it's trade, not Trey.
Yeah, trade.
Trade. I thought you were saying trade, like.
No, it's trade. Yeah, trade. With the D. Yeah, like I trade my watch for your watch. Trade. No, I trade some buns. I guess I don't know why they call it trade, but trade.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay,
trade.
we'll talk about it. Go ahead and read the next comment. We'll talk.
Okay. So LA said that's kind of scary at fear. If I thought something I might have to just exit in silence. Yeah. Like if you thought, somebody that you were dealing with, I agree. Because it not only that, but it's embarrassing. I think it would be embarrassing to a woman as well. Hey, the world class, thank you for coming in.
What's going on, class?
And she also said, other people from that community can help you out too if there are doubts. Now that's true. There's this guy that I used to go to school with. I've known him since we was like 10, like back where I'm originally from. And I mean, we all knew he was gay. You know what I mean? He was on the women's cheerleading team and whatever. We used to call him Sweet D. You know what I mean? We all
Yeah.
knew that. And so, it got to the point where we got a little older teenagers and we'd hear different things and we asked him, well, what about that guy? What about that guy? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right. So, World Class said, but yeah. But
So
what
when
was you going to say?
I was going to ask you, so I did hear something about trade before. If a man is trading his, like if a man is indulging in trade with his wife, what does that mean?
Well, it wouldn't. Would it be now? Now, don't get me. I'm not an expert now, Freezy. I just know a little bit of the terms, but could you engage in trade? I guess if it was like
Cause that's when I seen the word trade, when a husband and a wife was engaging in trade. And I just heard of this. I just heard of this term probably about a month ago.
Okay,
but it was a husband and a wife. This dude this dude was exposed because he was supposed to have been this godly dude, but he got exposed from participating in trading with his wife. And I think his wife was his wife was going on like sites like Plenty of Fish or something and finding other men.
She said it's an acronym, but she doesn't know what it stands for, LA Project. Yeah, I don't know exactly what it stands for either. And I think I might have actually heard it before, but don't remember. But if that was the case, Freezy, then I would think that they was picking up a guy to engage in sexual activities with them as a couple. Like a guy that was gay so the husband can swing both ways. That's what I would think.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, because when a gay guy gets some trade, he's picking up somebody to get him some meat from, or if he's the one dishing, I guess. So,
Wow.
Yeah, so I think it's that type of thing. World Class.
I know, right? Yeah.
The topic is lust, World Class. But yeah, do you think that lust could help people or to sway their decision and cause them to choose wrong?
Oh, most definitely. Lust gonna always cause you to choose wrong, because you're not even thinking about you're not being led by God. If you're being led by your flesh, and the Bible talks about what is it called? It talks about the lust of the flesh. The lust of the flesh, I think. So it's saying the lust of the flesh, and it's talking about what that always leads to. So you're always going to choose wrong if you're letting your flesh guide you, the lust of your flesh, right? But our goal is to receive the fruits of the Spirit. We're supposed to be led by the Spirit. And here's the deal, right? Here's the deal. Our best bet is to choose the opposite sex that is really serious about learning as much as they can of what God wants them to do. They really care about God. They really have a sincere fear of God. So that will eliminate a lot of possibility that this person is either, sexually undisciplined or might be an indulgent in the DL culture because they fear God. They don't want to disappoint God, right? They don't want to see when somebody's mind is attached to God and not themselves and other people. We talked about this yesterday. I mean, it was Saturday, in Bible study, we talked about it. A lot of the problem is a lot of people attach themselves to people, other people, and things. But the Bible says our eye is supposed to be single. Our eye is supposed to be single for God. And if your eye is single for God, your body will be full of light. But if your eye isn't single, if your eye is, if you serving mammon rather than God, right? If you, because you can't serve both, right? That's what it means by your eye has to be single only for God. But if you trying to play both sides and you serving mammon too, and you attached to people, and you're allowing your mind and body to be attached to people and things too, you can go down a strange path that you never thought you would go down. You know, the lust of the flesh is very powerful. So most of us, when we, you know, when people meet people, when they're approached by people, they're meeting people that's led by their flesh, led by their lust. And let's talk about lust. Lust doesn't always mean sexual. Like you could lust for just to, you could lust for drama, or you could lust for, you know, to disrespect. Like you could lust for like to upset people, you know what I'm saying, or to cause a scene, or you know, or you could lust for attention, you could lust for validation.
That is
you
so
know
true.
So all of this is the lust of the flesh, right? So when somebody is truly led by God and they fear God, you're going to see less of that type of fleshly lust on them or in their spirit, and you're going to see more of a godly spirit. When a person only chooses to follow God, and they put mammon down and they say, I don't want nothing to do with mammon, you're going to really see that sincerity in them. You're going to see that in them. You know what I'm saying? And so this would be my advice to any man or woman if they're living single. Living single. My bad. I just had to do that. But
had to hit it one time.
Yeah.
Hey, Big Bad Bull, and hey, CJ. Thanks for coming.
What's going on, Big Bad Bull? And shout out to CJ. But yeah, you could tell somebody that's sincere. That's somebody that really sincerely loves you. They have a godly love for you. I'm gonna tell you, that's the best person to be around. That's the best person to be with. Somebody that has a godly love for you, not a fleshly, lustful love for you. When people say they are in, you gotta be leery about people saying, I want to be in love, instead of them saying they want to love.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
They want perspective.
Yeah, in love is all based on affection and emotions.
Okay.
Right? That's flesh. That's flesh. But just making a conscious decision to say you're gonna love somebody, that, you know, you're gonna love somebody the way God told them to love you. I mean, the way God told you to love them. That is another type of love that's priceless and rare.
That's a good point. Yeah, because see, I guess a lot of people always look at it as, well, you can love anybody. Like I could say, I love you because you're my brother in the word. I love my friends. I love my family. I love, but when you think about it in a way of, I guess, relationships, and then people would think that you want somebody to be in love with you. But you think that it's totally two different things.
You want somebody to be in love with you because you want that person to be, like, okay, just like what World Class just wrote. It says desire. You want that person to desire you. You want that person to have a sexual appetite for you, right? So you
Right.
want yeah, so you want that person to be sensuous for you, sensual. Very, you want that person to have a certain amount of emotions for you, right? But the whole thing is desire sometimes goes away because you might have an attitude with that person. These people make people mad. People disappoint people. What are you gonna do through those hard times? When it is
That's a good point.
when you don't have the desire like you used to have because you're mad. You don't look at that person the same way, right? What are you gonna do? Right?
That's
So
a good point.
God loves us in spite of. Jesus Christ loves us. He loved us in spite of. In
That is a
spite
good
of.
point.
Right? So when you find a person like that, that's that real love.
Right.
You know. So
That gappy love.
exactly. So yeah, we have to be careful about this being in love type of thing. Because yeah, it feels good to be in love and for somebody to validate you, but I dare people to understand that when you have a godly love for somebody, first of all, God is going to he's going to instill or provide that desire. Like if a husband and a wife is married and both have submitted themselves to God is, if and both have submitted themselves to God is going to he's going to instill that desire that for one another. Both people are going to love one another and they're going to desire one another. Right? Because they share a common faith. They share a common faith under God, but it's going to be a clean desire. It's going to be a clean desire and a clean, that desire is going to be safe. It's going to be a safer desire than a worldly desire, right? A lot of people get in relationships and they still have this worldly desire for, they have their imaginations still is running wild, and they want to fulfill these lusts for one another, and they're still in a worldly way, right? A lot of people are getting married in a worldly type of way, and I want to believe that a lot of these marriages that people are entering into, I don't even think God is honoring a lot of these marriages. I mean, that's just my honest opinion.
Good point.
So yeah,
that's a very good point. I definitely believe that. I never really looked at it in that perspective, but that does make a lot of sense because we want to definitely love the way that, God loves us. So it makes more sense now that you broke it down in that way. So let me ask you, okay, go ahead.
Now I was going to say, because think about it. You can't afford to attach yourself to somebody who has a fleshly lust, who has more fleshly lust about them, because now guess what? That same fleshly lust that person directed towards you and had locked in on you in the beginning, see, one thing about fleshly lust, it could be drawn to other places as well. Fleshly lust does not have discipline. So people be surprised when they find out that their spouse cheated on them. No, you shouldn't be surprised, because that's what your whole relationship was based on, fleshly lust. Why was you surprised? That's what fleshly lust do. It lusts after what it want when they want it, when they see it. When they see it, they want it.
Yeah.
It doesn't have discipline. So why would you be surprised when your significant other cheats on you? No, they always have fleshly lusts.
That's a good point, Crazy.
You never made sure that you aligned yourself with a godly person, because you ain't living in that. You ain't living like that. You ain't really care about that. So when people ain't really serious about God, I don't understand why they be so surprised when they spouse or their significant other cheat on them. I just don't. Why would you be surprised? That's just how this life is. That's just how that life is.
Ooh, yeah, that is a good point. I could not deny that if you really think about it. And
Yeah.
yes, get right, I agree. Unconditional love is best, not like lustful desire type of love or just based on physical attraction. Hey, Lord ADS, thank you for coming in.
What's going on, Lord ADS? What's up, bro?
Um, what was I gonna say? Oh, you guys, make sure to like, subscribe if you haven't already, and share. If you wanna support my channel, it's Parlay24 on Cash App. That's Parlay24 on Cash App. But yeah, so what do you think about this? Since we're talking about lust, do you think that someone that has, a problem with lust or always exhibits lustful thoughts, that could cause them to judge other people to try to cover up their own lust?
Oh yeah, because it's called a deflection.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so they try to deflect from their own guilty lust, and they try to take the attention. They try to make sure people don't detect that type of lust in them.
Right.
And so they'll try to draw the attention to other people, you know what I'm saying? And a lot of time when the people do that, they're projecting,
Okay.
Yeah.
Because like earlier when I gave the example of, how it can apply to both men and women, like I was talking about the I guess the print in the gray sweatpants, if a woman's looking at that and lusting after a man, but then let's say if I was lusting after a man because I saw his print in some gray sweatpants and I'm just like, oh, I'm really thinking thoughts that I want to get with him or have sex with him, but then in the same way, I'll turn around and judge him. Well, you shouldn't have that on or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I definitely think it can apply in both ways. And I just think, I don't know, it's odd, but I just thought about, well, if I was doing that and I decided to, because I have lustful thoughts for him, so I decided to judge him instead. Well, you shouldn't have that on or whatever, but I'm really the one that has the problem because I'm lusting after the print. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, see, like you said, it goes both ways,
Right.
Now, I mean, let me say this.
Mm-hmm.
We are people. We are human beings.
That's right.
And we're not robots. So
that's true.
People are going to have desires, right? This is just how God made us. But what we are called to do is to discipline ourselves and to stay mindful, to be mindful of those desires, and to always like check ourselves and to understand when we're going off of the true path.
Right.
We are to tell ourselves the truth. Shout out to Smitty too. What's going on, Smitty? But yeah, we're to
Hi,
tell.
Smitty. Thank you for coming.
Yeah. So we are to always to keep ourselves in check, because we know that we're born into sin and we've been influenced by sin since little kids. A lot of what we experience in life, we've been conditioned from a little child. And the Bible says we have to be weaned from the milk. We're not going to go cold turkey overnight. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So we do have to have a realistic approach when it comes to our faith. A lot of people are too hard on themselves because, they might have let their mind wander here, mind wander there. No, don't be, just stay mindful. Make a conscious decision to keep your mind on God and stay in the scripture.
Right.
The Bible is our sword. This is how we fight our lust. This is how we fight our flesh. So God wants us to be proactive when doing that. But a lot of people aren't proactive. They want to live how they want to live, thinking that they got enough willpower on their own. A lot of people think they have their own willpower, and they don't. You're going to give in every time. You're going to give in every time. Yeah.
That is so true.
So
I agree.
Yeah. I mean, let's just have a real conversation.
Right. Right. Yeah, because we are humans, so we all have those instances where we could be going through lust. And if you may not even put too much thought into it, you might just have a thought here or there, you know what I mean? Because we are human, we're of the flesh. But like you said, which we're going to get into, a little later, discipline, but if it's uncontrolled, you know what I mean? If you're just constantly lust driven all the time, then that's a problem, if you're just always moved by that.
Listen, I'm going to tell you something, man. Most people probably won't admit this, but a lot of people might not display their fleshly or lustful desires in public.
Mm-hmm.
But in private, you would be surprised how many people masturbate.
Right.
How many people watch pornography, and or just have freaky imaginations on what they're lusting about in their mind, and then they fulfill that lust by trying to get an orgasm or something like that. This is a real, so I think a lot of that happens behind closed doors.
Right. I mean, because are we really going to know what someone's thinking? We don't know what people are thinking.
You don't never know what nobody's thinking. Right.
At all. Lord ADS said, 1 Corinthians 7:5, do not deprive one another, except perhaps by agreement for a limited time, that you may devote yourselves to prayer, then come together again. Yeah, when you're talking about a marriage. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Most definitely, that's a good one.
Yeah, it's saying do not deprive one another, you know what I'm saying, unless you agree to fast. Unless you're fasting for a certain amount of time or whatever, right? But
so that Satan may not tempt you because of your lack of self-control. Yep. That's a good scripture there.
Yeah. So I mean, so a lot of people would it get right? Say I had a chick lusting after me in sweatpants. She was damn near stalking.
Really? It happens, I guess. I'm not a man, so I don't have those great sweatpants problems. But that's funny.
Yeah, so think about the sex toy industry. Like, especially with women, women have made the sex toy industry a $1 trillion industry.
Right.
Women buy sex toys like in mass. Like this thing, the rolls and all kind of other gadgets, these sex parties and stuff. I think Candy Burris, that's how she got rich.
Yes. Yeah. Well, she was rich because of her. Well, she was in Escape, but then after that, she was doing behind the scenes writing for people and stuff. But when she came out with that sex toy line, I think that put her on another tax bracket, probably.
So that will let you know women have they got a lot of lustful desire in them, inside of them too.
Right. When that Rose came out, it was a wrap.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. So
I mean, everybody was talking about that rose all over social media. I'm like, really? Like people was going for it.
yeah, exactly. So it's on both sides. And
Mm-hmm.
so we do have to make a conscious decision to say, hey, listen, I can't let this get out of control. What's going on, Blaze? What's up,
Blaze
Blaze?
is
Great to
in the
see you.
building. What's he saying? Hour late. Yeah. That's fine. I'm glad you came in, Blaze. He said slight improvement for me, twin. He said freezy.
What's up, Blaze?
Hope everything going smooth. Good to see this collab again. Yes.
Yeah. So I mean, you just have to you have to find somebody that actually loves God. This people think I be crazy when I say this. You gotta find somebody that loves God more than they love you.
Exactly. And that's the thing right there. That is so hard in some instances, but we're gonna get to that because that's part of it too. But I'm not even gonna expand right now. But that's really hard. That's really hard sometimes. Well, we might as well just get to it now because I feel like and I think we've kind of touched on this on your panel. So many people are not in the faith. They don't care about God. Like we know there's atheists that don't believe in God. There's agnostics that they say they don't know what to believe. And then whatever different kind of faiths, whatever. Some people believe in ancestors, the universe, Mother Nature, whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so many people, Harriet Tubman.
Yeah, exactly. It could be anything. You know what I mean? People make anything. They worship anything. So with that being said, I think it's just when you're single and you're in the dating game, because of that, especially if you are trying to find somebody that really loves the Lord, that is really in tune with God, somebody that you can worship with together and everything, it makes it even harder to find a mate because of that, because there's so many people that aren't on that. I mean, somebody might have a good personality, they might have it together or whatever, but they're just not into God, you know? And so, okay, well, that X's out that person, and then you have to think of everything else that, like we was talking about people on the DL and this. Well, you got to X out all these other possibilities, how many people are in the gay community and whatever. It just, the list just gets smaller and smaller of, you know, potential options. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And so the more we go more and more into the future, it's going to get worse and worse and worse. TV shows are going to get worse. Social media is going to get worse. Movies are going to get worse. We even had Denzel. What's going on, Emperor?
Hey,
Shout
Emperor.
out to Emperor.
Thank you for coming.
Shout out to Riaz too.
Hey, Riaz. Thank you for coming back. I seen you was the first one in the chat before we started. I appreciate you.
Yeah. When I seen that Denzel Washington said he kissed a man full on the lips on that, what was that last movie he was in? It was I think it was
I know.
Gladiator 2.
Yeah, Gladiator.
But they deleted. They didn't show the scene. But he admitted that he kissed the man full. I said it's over with. It's over with. It's going to get worse and worse and worse and worse. I'm telling you.
I mean, it's people you would least suspect, but you seen what Terrence Howard said. He was like, no way. I'm not doing those roles. Don't put me in that position.
But see, I respect Terrence Howard, though. You know why? Because a lot of dudes would not react like that out in the open on camera on a public platform, because they probably done did some stuff that somebody could expose them about. See, when Terrence Howard reacted that way, I forgot what show he was on. Was it Joe Rogan or something? But when Terrence Howard reacted that way and responded the way he did, I say, oh yeah, Terrence Howard for real about his thing. And it's so ironic because I thought Terrence Howard had a little sugar in his tank, the way he The way
The
he
way
act,
he talked and stuff like that.
yeah, yeah. But I
Yeah,
rock with
I mean, you would think it.
Just like World Class said, I rock with Terrence Howard more now especially after he said what he said.
Right. Yeah, it makes
He
you
was
look
on
at things in
PBD,
a
yeah.
different
Okay.
perspective.
What you said, sis?
It makes it you look at things in a different perspective. World
Yeah.
Class said he knew what he was doing too.
And yeah, man, you know.
Emperor said Denzel said that he was disappointed that they cut that scene out. Really?
Denzel was disappointed.
Yep.
And that's what I'm saying. Like the mind, you truly don't know somebody's mind. And a lot of times what that teaches us is we get caught up in outwardly appearance, and it deceives us all the time. It's not good to get caught up in outward appearance.
Right. It's because you just never know.
You never
like
know,
we were
man.
saying, you just never know. You know, you can't just these days, you know, some of these guys, you know, and they try to hide it even more than, you know, to like what you say earlier, overcompensate so much that they seem like the most manliest man that you would least expect, you know?
See, you could tell as a true person of God, as like, okay, like yourself, right? As a woman of God, there might be somebody struggling with their sexuality for real, but they don't want nobody to know. They're on the DL,
right?
But they should be able to reach out to you in private and say, "Hey, listen, I was inspired by the words of wisdom that you give and that I heard. I just wanted to share this with somebody, and I felt like I could trust you." And they told you about what they've done in their private life that nobody knows, but they want to change, but they're having a hard time. I would imagine is a lot of people that's living on the DL, even if they want to change, they have a hard time actually confiding in somebody because for the fear of that person, I guess gossiping about them, or
putting the business out.
Yeah, putting their business out there. But see, this is a beautiful thing about brothers and sisters in Christ. We are not supposed to be busybodies. We are not supposed to be gossipers and stuff. If somebody actually confides in us, you know, we're supposed to create that safe environment to where, you know, we give them scripture, we pray for them, and hopefully the Spirit of God influences them to change. Right. So I had to grow to that understanding myself, because I used to be extremely prejudiced when it came to especially gay men. Like I used to be like, oh, get away from, oh man, get the hell away from me.
Get that away from me,
yeah. Now, of course, I still don't agree with the lifestyle, but if a gay man contacts me or steps to me and pours out his heart and his emotions to me and say, Freezy, I've heard your speeches, I've heard you talk about God, and I just want to change. A lot of people don't know the way I live, but I just want to change. Or even if he's an outwardly gay man, if a man like that steps to me and say they want to change, I have to be prepared to embrace that dude and say, hey, I'll pray for you. You know, and not turn my back on him. The same way I would embrace any other brother and sister, I should be willing to embrace that man. You understand what I'm saying? So This is really the walk that God called us to do.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna tell you something, that's very challenging. That's very challenging, but this is what God meant by there's no wages of sin. All have sinned and fell short. So
that's true.
So we are to not turn our back on anybody that's sincere about changing their life, and provide that environment to where they learn more about God and they develop more of a fear of God, and we help them do that. So God's people are special people. It's like God's people are a portal that most people don't have access to. It's very rare. So when people say they worship God and all that, you really got to understand what you're getting yourself into.
That is so true, Freezy, because even for me, I'm an introvert. And so for me, it's just like, well, I don't care if people don't talk to me. I don't like to be bothered. But in getting closer to God and getting in, my walk with the Lord and everything, I've learned that, I have to talk to people. I have to be open to share my testimony. I have to be open to listen to them and encourage them and be, a voice of reason or a voice of light, in that aspect, because people need that. People definitely need that. And so I just cannot just be shut in my own box when I'm trying to uplift the kingdom. You know what I mean?
World Class said, you better than me, Freezy. No, it ain't. It's just, I get it though. I get what World Class is saying, because I'm telling you, I'm still a work in progress myself. It still would be a challenge for me. It's like, let's just say if I'm talking to this dude and he want to give me a hug, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I don't mind giving him a hug, but man, it gonna be, you gonna be way over here, you know what I'm saying? All of the, it just, you're gonna be real self-conscious about a lot of stuff. You feel what I'm saying? Like, women probably are different. Women are different. Shout out to Kaya.
Hey, Kaya, just Kaya, love you. Thank you for coming in.
Yeah, women are different. You know what I'm saying? Y'all can embrace anybody and anything,
Yeah.
But
and make sure y'all like, subscribe, hit the Cash App, support the show. It's Parlay24 on Cash App, Parlay24 on Cash App. Thank you all for being here. And I am probably going to open the panel in a little bit. But yeah, do you think it's so much harder for men, you know what I mean, to accept that, like as straight men, than
straight men embracing a gay man or a DL man that's trying to confess what he does to, that's way more challenging. That's why I said I feel the World Class. I feel him, but God assigned us to a mission. We are supposed to be fishers of men, right? So we don't know what walk of life somebody is going to come from and going to decide to be a soldier for God. We don't know. That's not for us to determine. We don't know. I'm finna say something controversial, man.
Okay, go for it.
We don't know what Paul in the Bible, we don't know what he did. We don't know what he indulged in. You don't really go into a lot of these guys' private life. I'm just saying.
That's a good one. That is a good one.
I'm not saying that Paul was gay. I'm just saying, like, we don't know. You know what I'm saying? So we ought to be fishers of men. World Class say they fish men to put in their mouth though. Man, come on.
Oh my God.
Come on, man.
I have not put that on the screen.
Oh man.
That is too much.
But no,
But I mean, he's not lying though in the aspect, you know.
I'm just saying, like, that's the challenge of being in the truth and and dedicating your life to God. If somebody is sincere about coming over to God, God is going to be disappointed in me if I turn them away. If they really trying to be on God's team and be serious about it, the way I'm serious, right? The way I'm serious. I am instructed to give them scriptures, right? I'm instructed to pray for them. I'm instructed to try my best to guide them and share the knowledge that I've gained over the years with them. Now one thing we ought to do, one thing everybody must do is move with caution and use wisdom dealing with these people. Because I'm gonna tell you something. One thing I agree with what World Class said. That type of lust is very powerful. Once a man actually go over to the other side, the reason why most men do that is because they've been trying to fulfill this extreme sex. They've been chasing this sexual high, and it's almost like smoking crack. That first hit, all you need is one hit.
Like he was talking about Hugh Hefner.
Yes, if you keep smoking crack, you're gonna need more doses of it to try to get that same high that you got in the beginning. But the problem is you're never gonna get that same high again. That's why drugs are so detrimental, right?
Yeah.
So that's how sex is. Once somebody allows themselves to, if they having too much sex with women and then they're not getting that same climax that they used to get, now they are choosing to explore with drugs, and now they're choosing to explore other sexual escapades, probably with same sex. Some people even go to animals. We don't know, but
we just don't know. Yeah.
I'm just
saying,
LA,
go ahead.
Once somebody actually goes that way, their spirit and their mind is so far gone. When you dealing with that type of spirit, even if somebody is trying to be sincere in coming to God, and they're trying to show you that, you still have to be cautious in dealing with that, because that's a big demon to deal with.
It is.
That's a big demon.
I've always felt like folks that identify that way are being tortured. And I do feel for them in that aspect. I don't know what it's like to feel against my own self. Yeah, that's a good point.
People don't understand. Sexual lust is a dark rabbit hole. It goes deep. No diddy. Right? Pause. It goes real deep. Pause. You know what I'm saying? So sex is a big rabbit hole. So once somebody allows themselves to keep going deeper and deeper in that rabbit hole, it ain't no telling where you gonna end up. This how people get into bondage, and we talk about Shannon Sharp, BDS, the BDS stuff. This how people they go into torture. They like being tortured and stuff like that. It goes deep because it really is a mind thing. It's a mind thing, man. And your mind can get carried away to a place where it's hard to come back from. Yeah, these people is crying out for help. Yeah. But that type of demon a lot of times don't go away except for fasting. You got to do a lot of fasting and praying. Like if a gay dude actually stepped to me and said, "Freezy, man, I just want to share this with you. I participate in this type of lifestyle. A lot of people don't know. but I don't know how to get. I don't know how to do away with it. Like, it's hard to rid this of my life, from my life. I'm gonna tell that person, man, you need to fast a lot and pray, and you need to be serious about it. If they ain't serious about it, if they're not serious about fasting and staying in scripture, that's when you might need to kind of, kind of like step away, back up off that person, pause a little, you know what I'm saying? Because now you're seeing that they ain't really serious about this transformation that God requires of them. They ain't really serious about it. It just sounded good. No, now you might have to distance yourself, because now you see they ain't really serious. But if they really serious about that transformation, and you see they fasting and praying all the time, they in scripture, they dedicating themselves to God, now you owe it to your brother and your sister to accompany them in that walk, that spiritual walk that they're trying to take. I'm sorry, I know I'm long-winded. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Definitely. You got something good to say. But it's just like what I was telling you earlier about my friend that I grew up with and went to school with. I mean, we knew he was gay by middle school. They used to call him Sweet Pea. He was on the girls' cheerleading team. But it took for him, even though we knew that he was gay all this time, we didn't judge him. It took for him, I think it was my 20th birthday party. We had went and got a suite at the hotel, and we're sitting around the jacuzzi, we're turning up, everything like that. And then, because there's me and two or three other my girlfriends and him, and we're sitting there, we're getting lit, whatever. And he's like, I got to tell you all something, and he's like, well, I'm going to whisper it in each one of your ears, right? So he whispered it to me, and then the rest of the girls that were sitting there, and we're looking at him like, duh, like, when you think we didn't know all these years, you know what I mean? We was just waiting for you to feel comfortable enough to say something, you know what I mean? And although he wasn't trying to change, I think he eventually transitioned, actually, to be honest with you. But I guess it's just the point that we didn't judge him. I'm not a person that's big on judging, even though I know sometimes, we all get judged by other people. But I'm not big on judging, because I feel like, first of all, that's God's job. Second of all, we all have things that we need to work in, because nobody's perfect. We have all sinned. Every last person on earth has all sinned. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, I feel like if somebody really wanted to change, like you said, and they really wanted to, get rid of certain lifestyles, or, if it's gay or whatever it is, it definitely is up to us to try to lend them a hand in that aspect. Now, I also think that, because it's been, I've heard debates and people say, well, once you go that way, there's no coming back. You know what I mean? Yeah. I don't know how you feel about that, but I mean, that's something else. Blaze said, I get here a little late, so I'm not sure. I'm not even sure if it was brought up or not, but there's various forms of lust other than sexual. Yes, Freezy did bring that up. Other ways of lust.
We aren't supposed to be we aren't supposed to be hypocrites. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're naturally gonna judge people and things. We do it all the time, subconsciously. We do it. Like, we judge, like when we're out and about, if somebody looking funny, if somebody ain't looking right, somebody ain't talking, we're gonna judge situations to keep ourselves safe. We do that naturally. We do that.
Yeah.
Right. The scripture says, judge. What it says, judge that ye may not be judged, or something like that. It says, Judge.
The one says, "You hypocrite! First take the log out of your own eye, and then you will
Right.
see clearly to take the speck out of your brother's eye." And that's Matthew 7:5. So I always kind of.
So that's what God doesn't want us to be. He doesn't want us to be hypocrites. So if I'm doing that same, let me think of something. Okay, so if I know I lie, if I lie, and I've been guilty of lying on several occasions, and I catch somebody else in a lie, God doesn't want us to condemn that person to the, you know what I'm saying, and judge that person harshly, because we know we lie too. We know we lie too. If we still in the sin of lying, and then I criticize you for lying, that's being a hypocrite.
Yeah, definitely.
But if I don't lie, if I'm not a person that lies, but I know you lie, then God won't hold it against me if I do make a judgment. Like if I judge, like nobody got no heaven or hell to put nobody in. Like we can't condemn nobody to heaven or hell, but we can make a judgment by saying, hey, that's not good to do. And God wants you to stop doing that. But what God is saying, what God, that's a righteous judgment. But what God is saying, if I'm lying too, who am I to tell you that's not good to do? You need to stop doing that. You know what I'm saying? No.
Yeah, that's true.
Before I tell you to stop doing it, God wants me to remove the plank out of my own eye, the speck out of my own eye first.
That's right. That's right. You can't judge if you're not all the way right either, you know?
Yeah.
And I think it's like you said, we just kind of naturally can judge in some aspects, you know? But we definitely have to self-evaluate. And Rhea said, I knew one person who was a school friend. He was forcing that on me, I guess, being gay. I'm assuming on me. I told him no many times, but online and offline, I eventually blocked him. Yeah, that's wild.
I'm gonna tell you something. I don't know why somebody will actually force homosexuality on you, especially a boy. Like, first of all, can't nobody force nothing on me. And even if they tried me like that, I might go to whipping their tail. No did it. I might go to fighting.
There's been stories like that.
Huh?
There's been stories like that where I would say, even especially like in the trans community in some aspects, where they didn't tell the truth about what they were, and they kind of trick somebody, and then the guy goes off.
Riaz was saying that it was a known homosexual was trying to force him to be a homosexual.
Yeah, that's crazy.
How you do that? How you force? He kept trying you like that. The first time, anybody try me, the first time I'm gonna check their. I'm sorry, I'm gonna check their behind.
Yeah, you got to. To let them know.
Man, don't do that. I'm for real.
Yeah, to let them know you're not the one for that. I think you know, in those cases, you got to be clear. You know, you got to be totally clear. You can't be nice about it. The world class said,
he kept. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you're right. I'm just gonna say, world class said, I take demonic presence as an act of war. They know they have no right to speak, see, taste, touch, or feeling or anything human in my presence, nor any of Allah's the Most High's children. That's good. Rhea said, what now? They said he kept trying me.
Well, it ain't funny, but
Rhea, you got to put some bass in your voice and be like, nah, man.
Right.
That ain't it.
Yeah, you know. So we talking about homosexuality, right?
Mm-hmm.
See, I would be able to tell a man, bro, that's not good. You should need to change your life. See, I
Yeah.
would be able to make that judgment because I don't indulge in homosexuality. I don't believe in that. I don't, you know what I'm saying? That's not never was my life. It's not my life. So
Right.
yeah. So that's me. I wouldn't be a hypocrite telling the homosexual that. You feel what I'm saying? So I think that's what it's all about. God wants us to not be hypocrites. You know,
Right.
um what was let's learn say that's offensive. What's offensive? Oh, if a homosexual steps to you or something like that and tries you.
Is that what you mean? Let's learn something for the
Yeah.
homosexual to come onto you.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is. Yeah, especially if they keep trying. But like we just said, you got to be cut and dry with that type of thing.
Yeah, you can't play with it. Hey, listen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If you don't swing that way, you got to let them know up front. Oh no. World Class says, seriously, I see homosexuality as this fake society preying on the ignorance of the masses, not being taught dominant and submissive nature amongst the same gender that is not sexual. That's one way of looking at it.
Yeah, that was interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. That is one way of looking at it. That,
Well, where you going with that though, World Class? Are you tying that in with lack of parenting, or what? Are you tying that in with the agenda of the entertainment world? Because it's a lot of facets to that, you know. Amongst the same gender. Oh, okay, that is not. Yeah.
What did he say? He said in. CJ said, "I wish it would step to me, oh Lord." He said, in nature, you can watch males be submissive to other males, but not to mate. Okay.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, to be subordinate to other males, like to be followers or whatever, you know. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I see. I get what you mean
now.
Yeah, that's a sticky situation there. You know, I just would say that men have to stand on their square, you know. I guess it's okay. I know some men are against having gay friends and some people are cool with it. But so let me ask you this, Freezy. Do you think it would make a straight man look a certain type of way if he had gay friends that he hung out with?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not even gonna play with it.
Okay.
Why are you hanging around all these dudes? Okay. Listen, let's match it up with the Bible, sis.
Okay.
What the Bible say? The Bible say, stay away from all appearance of evil, and it also say. It talks about your environment. You know what I'm saying? Being intentional about your environment, the type of let me see if I could pull up a scripture to say or who you socialize with.
Okay.
Let me see.
Yeah, that's a sticky situation there. I have seen that where I know a guy that was hanging out with, gay people, and people have always said that, but like, he probably swings that way too. He's probably getting down too,
Okay, but here's the thing: why are you hanging around all these dudes like that? Why? Okay, so 1 Corinthians 15 15 and 33 say, do not be deceived. Bad company ruins good morals. 1 Corinthians 15 and 33 say, do not be deceived. Bad company ruins good morals. Right?
Yeah, that's a good one.
What else? It's plenty about who you should hang around. Proverbs 13 and 20 say, he who walks with wise men will be wise, but the companion of fools suffer harm.
That's a good one too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so
that's definitely.
All throughout the Bible, it gives us wisdom on who to associate with. It is true what Emperor put the old school saying down there, birds of a feather flock together. That's true. So if you see a man that's claiming he's straight, but he always hang around these flamboyant gay dudes all the time,
he's probably swinging that way too.
Yeah, I'm telling you, if I was to bet my bottom dollar, you have
no pun intended.
I'm gonna tell you something. The way they do it nowadays, they flirt with terminologies. Like if you tell you say, is you gay too? No, I ain't gay. I ain't gay. Right? Because they feel like being bisexual and gay is two different things. This is how they play on terms. This is how they play on words.
That's good.
So they quick to say, no, I ain't gay. I ain't gay.
Mm-hmm.
Because in their world, he's really not considered gay. He's considered bisexual.
Or even they have different terms like asexual or pansexual.
Yeah. But in my world, in Freezy world, all that stuff is the same thing. You gay.
Right.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
I get it.
So any man, anybody that's hanging around a whole bunch of homosexuals and they claiming to be a heterosexual, that's suspect to me.
Yeah, I would say. Riaz says he has a mixed circle. Better be careful, Riaz, now, I'm telling you.
I'm just saying what y'all talking about. What y'all got in common. That is the thing we must ask each other.
That is true.
What do you have in common with all these gay dudes that you hanging around? Huh?
Yeah.
What y'all like the color pink?
Shut up, Crazy.
Do you like cashmere? Huh?
I could not. Oh my God.
Fabrics? Y'all sitting around talking about fabrics and stuff. What the hell?
Riaz, that might be the reason why he was so comfortable. You got to think about it like that too. That might be why he was so comfortable to keep pushing up on you.
Riaz, listen, man. Listen, you might need to do a little evaluating going. I don't know. I'm just saying. But it's all about, but all jokes aside, it's all about being truthful and telling yourself the truth. The worst person to lie to, you know who the worst person to lie to, right? Fear no more.
Yourself.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's
a good point. That is an excellent point.
Listen. If you like to lie, just please don't lie to yourself, because then you're gonna really lose yourself. You're gonna lose yourself then, because you're gonna start believing the lies you telling yourself. That's a bad thing. I just thought about this yesterday about lies. The reason why it's not good to lie, when you lie to other people, God will allow you to be deceived in your life as well. Like,
now that's
God will put a lot of lies in your life too, and you don't even know. You. This is how people be delusional, right? This is how people become delusional, because they so used to lying to other people, they don't start believing their own lies too.
Yeah.
And they will put lying spirits in your path, and you will be deceived a lot.
Yeah, that's true.
You reap what you sow. That's the point I'm getting at, sis. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
That's like just like even with anything, even if you was a thief, you steal and still you think somebody's not going to steal from you.
that's a
Like,
fact.
come on,
Yeah.
Blake said working with them is one thing. I've done that plenty of times because it's business, but to actually be friends with them would open up a can of worms, no doubt. Yeah, I agree. Emperor said the only cashmere I rocks with is Jasmine Cashmere. Being her. Google filter. Oh my god. I'm not for sure who that is, but I can take a guess.
Jasmine Cashmere, that sound like a
Porn star or something, or
yeah.
porn star. He said, Rhea says it's just I am taught to discipline myself.
Yeah, but part of disciplining yourself is being mindful of who you hang around.
That's true.
You gotta cut people out your life. Spirits is real. Rhea, you might not believe in spirits like you claim you do. I'm just saying.
Right. Get right that keep them from around me. We have no convo.
That's a fact. What we gonna talk about? America's Top Model? I don't watch that stuff.
The Housewives, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. I mean, even as a straight woman looking at guys that have a lot of gay friends and whatever, it does open your eye up to,
Yeah, so
I don't know about this.
Because listen, if you get into a relationship with this dude, are you gonna accept him going on a weekend trip with his homeboys, his gay homeboys? You gonna be okay with that?
About.
What is y'all doing?
Yeah, I would be.
Yeah, we're going to the beach.
That's a whole different thing.
No.
That's just too much. Yeah. That's too much. Do you think that women get away with it more, Freezy? And it's more acceptable?
Women get away with it way more because it's more acceptable with women. It's not looked upon as disgusting as much as with women. A lot of men actually desire women that like women.
Yeah. And you think that's the reason why it's more acceptable? Because a lot of men are into it? Uh-huh.
Yeah, because it actually fulfills a lot of men's sexual fantasies.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So a man would not mind, your average man would not mind being in the bed with 2 or 3 women that's sleeping with each other and you. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But I don't know too many women that
it's just too much.
Listen, just thinking of I don't know. But imagine a woman in the bed with two or 3 men and they doing God knows what to each other, and she in the middle of that having sex with these men too.
And that's what we went back what we was talking about earlier, I guess, the swingers or the trade, the couples having the trade, and they're bringing that on into the equation.
Yeah, don't no woman want to be in a room that smell like doo-doo.
I don't know what it smells like. That's too much. He's hogging all the meat. I don't know.
Listen, that's a nasty woman if she in a room like that. No, come on, man. That's bad, man. She ain't got no self-esteem.
He's dealt with a lot of bi women in his life. Yeah, I think, women get away with it more. It's a fact.
Yeah.
Because a woman can, I guess, play around with her friends or have had those experiences or did threesomes with men, but then in the end just be with a man and get married and whatever,
Yeah. I know a man, I met a man not too long ago that said he's married and every now and then his wife have sex with women. She goes off and have sex with women, and she come back home.
Yeah. That's what it is. That's what it boils down to. So I do think women get away with it a lot better than men do. Yeah, because I don't know. Once a guy would tell me that, well, hey, I've been with this and that, and I've experimented with men before, I'm gonna be looking at him a little different. I'm not gonna want to be, intimate or whatever with them, because you're always gonna be thinking that.
Yeah, and also you might go to your gynecologist, and the gynecologist might find feces in your vagina.
Man, look, I'm gonna have to cut you. That's something different.
Oh,
That's
man.
something different. Can you imagine the horror? And just to think we playing, but women have actually gone through that.
Yep.
Like you have E. coli. You know what I mean?
Yep.
What?
Yep, that's the real thing. Yep. We laughing, but this real though.
Real life. Like there was this movie before, and this woman didn't know her man was gay, and they took a shower, and a condom came sliding out of his buns. Like, what in the world? That's crazy. Like, real talk.
Wait, a woman did what? Now say it again.
She didn't know her man was gay, and they were in the shower. I guess he had an encounter early in the day.
No.
Yes, they was in the shower together, and then the condom came sliding out. Like, I guess when the dude pulled out, the condom got stuck. I don't know, but it was a movie. Like, seriously, the condom came sliding out, and that's how she knew her man was gay.
What? Oh. Man.
Don't give me the line because I don't know the name, but
now that's hilarious. Now it ain't. It's funny, but it ain't funny. God, man.
Yeah, ain't that crazy?
Yeah, that's crazy.
I don't know what. I don't know. I don't know how to handle that. That would be just crazy.
World Class say, I am not watching that movie. Yeah, me neither. Yeah, that's good.
I forgot what it was called, but everybody was talking about it like it was some years back, and they was making memes about it on Facebook and all kinds of stuff.
Dang.
Seriously.
You want to put the link in the chat, or when you go?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna put it in there. What's it say? Well, there goes my lunch. Good looking out, F&M. My bad. Okay, hold on. Let me just.
Now that's funny.
I know I'm new to this. Hold on 1 second.
LA talking about that's how STDs are spread. Peen don't be clean.
I'm telling you what. Okay, let me figure out how to put this link, guys. Okay.
I know you've been wanting to drop the link. I know it's probably my fault because I just be go to yapping.
No, because we was gonna get on the discipline, but we can drop the link because.
Okay.
I'll be asking folks questions.
Oh yeah.
Okay, here's the link in the chat, guys. If you want to come up, anybody wants to come up, make sure you guys like and share and. Leave me comments. Hit my Cash App. I think I do have a Cash App. Let me see.
$ Parley 24. That's the Cash App.
Oh, thank you, Blaze, for the Cash App. I appreciate you. Thank you, Freezy, for the Cash App. I appreciate you.
Of course.
I love you both. I appreciate it so much. But yeah, if anybody wants to come up, you can come up. Hey, Liberated. Thanks for coming in.
Liberated, what's up?
He said, but much love, sis, and look out, bruh, in chat. Hope everybody is good. Oh, what'd you say it first? Hold on. It says, what in the heezy did I walk into? Lord have mercy, Boosie voice. I can't do Boosie's voice. Maybe Freezy can. He said, maybe I need to just go ahead and exit, even though I just made it here. No, see, we are talking about lust, and the topic of lust, it went into how people are fighting their lustful ways in homosexuality too. So that's what got onto the subject because we're just talking about lust and discipline and stuff. And we have our first person to the stage, Riaz.
Hey, what up?
Hey, Riaz, how are you?
What's going on,
I'm doing good.
Riaz?
I'm gonna
Good to see you.
Same here.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing good though.
That is wonderful. I'm glad. Do you have anything you want to add to the conversation, Riaz, before we move on?
I get you on that though, but trust me though, when you actually mentioned about that what I just told though, yeah, I pretty much let my boundaries be known, but that person did not respect my boundaries. So sometimes I just be like, look, at some point I just let God deal with it, man. I just naturally just let it go. So basically, I don't have to say anything or do anything. I just let things happen naturally and it's done.
Okay, I understand that. But I don't know, Riaz. I just think sometimes naturally in those type of situations, you just can't really let it just disappear naturally. Like you actually have to say something.
No. I get you on that. I always make it known, though. I mean, that's not what I meant, though. That's not what I meant. I just meant on different situations. In this one, though, when I told you in that situation, I literally let it be known, not just basically in person multiple times, though. I literally told that person offline as online and offline both times. So listen, I'm not into you. Stop doing that. Wouldn't listen to me. Some point though, like I was glad that I never got to see him again. I was just like, okay, whatever. So find me, and when we were just basically on social and stuff like that, just chilling, like like that though. But then after that, I was just like, look, you know what? I'm fed up with you. I'm blocking you. So I literally blocked that person, though, and I'm glad though.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah.
Okay,
so
we are
different
going to move
though.
on, Riaz, and
Go
we
ahead,
are
sir. Go ahead.
We are going to go into discipline. So, with talking about lust and everything, it's a certain amount of discipline that has to tie in with that in order to not succumb to our lust. And, not just homosexual people, but regular people, we deal with lust all the time. And I think earlier you mentioned, Breezy, the different types of lust. It's not just sexual.
Yeah.
I don't know if you wanted to go into that for people who didn't catch that part of different types of lust, what that could mean.
Yeah, well, the lust of the flesh isn't just sexual. Let me see. Let me bring up that scripture.
Okay.
So what is that? That's Galatians 5th chapter, 16 through 26, where it says, let me share my screen, sis.
Okay.
So everybody can see.
All right.
There we go. You can bring that up.
Okay. Let me see.
It's down.
Yeah. I see it. Hold on. Okay, wait a minute. Okay.
Yeah, so it says, I say then, walk in the spirit, and you shall not fulfill the lust of the flesh. For the flesh lusts against the spirit, and the spirit against the flesh, and these are contrary to one another, so that you do not do the things that you wish. But if you are led by the spirit, you are not under the law. Now the works of the flesh are evident, which are adultery, fornication, uncleanness, lewdness, idolatry. So the idolatry is a lust. It doesn't have to be sexual, right? Sorcery.
Right.
That's Sorcery is witchcraft, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Hatred. You could actually hating somebody is a lust of the flesh. Ambitions, wicked ambitions, right? We talked about integrity yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
People will do anything to come up in this life. Uh dissensions. Uh dissensions is influencing somebody to turn away from God.
Yeah.
Heresies, envy, right? Envy,
Mm-hmm.
murders, drunkenness, revelries, and the like. All of which I tell you beforehand, just as I also told you in time past, that those who practice such things will not inherit the kingdom of God. But the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy. This is the fruit of the Spirit: love, joy, peace, long suffering, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, self-control. So we know people that actually desire these type of things, the fruit of the Spirit, they are going to behave a certain way and going to be and exhibit discipline, a certain type of discipline. And it says, against such there is no law, and those who are Christ have crucified the flesh with its passions and desires. If we live in the Spirit, let us also walk in the Spirit. Let us not become conceited, provoking one another, envying one another. So right there it says, when it says, and those who are Christ have crucified the flesh with its passions and desires. So what? Remember, we talked about people wanting to be in love, quote unquote, in love.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
These are passions and desires that we should not look towards, because it's deceiving, right?
Okay.
Just
Mm-hmm.
merely wanting to be in love, it's fleeting. It doesn't stay. It's not a permanent, it's not a reliable thing, right? But we know the fruits of the Spirit, being led by the Spirit is reliable, right? So, and we also know lust, from what the Bible say, doesn't have to do all the time, doesn't have to always have something to do with sexually, because it mentioned hatred, sorcery, contentions,
Right.
envy, right? Idolatry. A lot of these things doesn't always have to, jealousies. A lot of these things doesn't always have to do with sexual desire. Yeah.
Right.
Mm.
That is
Okay.
so true. So,
That
um,
makes sense, though.
yeah, it does. Riaz, you joined your stream with mine.
Yep.
Hey, everybody, that's from Riaz's channel, April Showers Network, and
Shout out to April.
Damn My Opinion.
Shout out to
Hey,
Damn My
welcome
Opinion.
in. Thank you for coming. But yeah, and Get Right said, no doubt, bro.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I agree.
that is definitely different forms of lust, and it's not just about sexual. And I think, discipline is important because it provides structure, promotes better time management, boosts confidence, and builds positive
Mm-hmm.
habits, leading to improved focus, increased productivity, and stress management. It's crucial for achieving goals, overcoming laziness and procrastination, and ultimately living a more successful and fulfilling life.
Right. I agree,
So,
though. One way
yeah.
to control that, though, is to lower your gaze. I say, for me, though, how to control that, though, like when I say to control my desires, I lower my gaze. So when you go out in the public, though, when I go out in public, though, when I see a girl and say she dressed in a certain way, I basically lower my gaze. Lower my gaze out of respect. It's not just for her sake, though, it's for my sake too, though. So I'm lowering my gaze. So I'm actually, controlling my desires, though. Because look, I've got desires, of course, but it's not just remembering God, but also got to remember though, to control my desires is to lower the gaze though. Because when you actually
Mm-hmm.
see, it's basically
Yep.
what you think. So if you want to act on,
Yeah.
you only act on what you think. So if you lower your gaze and not see what you're thinking though, then it actually helps you control it though. That's how I manage to control mine though.
Yep, that is true, Riaz. So I think that when we're talking about discipline, and Riaz, I'm gonna try to mind this out with Freezy for a minute because I know that you have never been active. So let's talk about discipline, Freezy, when it comes to like controlling yourself sexually. Do
Yeah,
you think that a lot of people get in trouble because they just have no discipline in their life?
yeah, yeah. Most definitely, they get it. Um, they don't have any restraint. They haven't learned any restraint, and that goes back to what we were saying earlier. When these people haven't learned discipline, what is discipline? Discipline is learning how to be a disciple. Disciple disciple is a derivative of discipline. Disciple is actually in the word discipline.
Hmm.
So you're learning how to be a
Correct.
disciple. So people that have not even taken that direction at all, their mind has become a playground for worldly passions and lustful desires.
Hmm.
Your mind has become a playground for Satan.
Correct.
And a lot of people Satan has taken advantage of psychologically and spiritually. So a lot of our sins that we have committed, some people have committed some sins to where they feel like they can't come back from and they feel so guilty about it. So instead of actually confessing their sins, they'll just rather continue, they feel like if they've done it already and there's no turning back, they might as well just continue in those sins and those lustful desires. They might as well just continue to fulfill those lustful desires, right?
Right. Right. The world
Um,
class said, I think intercourse is kept too taboo for the youth and aren't taught the forceful rush it has on our minds. That is a
it's a
very
fact,
good point. That
right?
really is.
Yeah,
And I think a lot of times as parents or guardians, we are hesitant to get into that conversation with the kids, you know what I mean? And maybe even if we do have that conversation, we're too, I guess, maybe gentle, or we leave so much out of the conversation that it could cause the kids to kind of be naive to a lot of things when they're getting out in the world and starting to feel those lustful thoughts or ready to experiment or have sex or whatever like that. So I definitely agree with that sentiment.
yeah, yeah. And so a person without discipline um has probably potentially been perverted to a certain degree to where it's almost out of control,
Yeah.
right?
Hmm.
And like we said before, that's a deep dark rabbit hole. It ain't no telling how far somebody has gone down that rabbit hole. And they just,
Mm.
here's another thing about those sexual lusts. After even if you're heterosexual, but you still indulging in your sexual desires and lusts or whatever, that type of life, that type of behavior, it brings forth a lot of guilt. Like guilt, that feeling of guilt always is around. Like a lot
Yeah.
of people have that feeling of guilt after they do what they do, even probably after orgasm or something, and they be like, dang, I need to stop this, man.
Yeah.
Even if you're by yourself and you know you just fulfilling your own desires to yourself, at one point in time you're just gonna tell yourself, why do I keep doing this?
Right.
You know, so guilt and sexual desire, they are close by, because guilt is a cousin of sexual desire a lot of times.
Yeah.
So a lot of times when people feel that guilt, they, you know, that guilt makes them reluctant to actually open up, pause, you know, and tell people the truth and confess, or just to try to change their lives or whatever, you know. Like sexual lust and desire brings about a lot of guilt. So yeah.
Yeah.
That's why people stay in it. My bad.
First of all, welcome Smitty to the stage. Hey, how are you, Smitty?
What's going on, family? I feel great. If you just give me like a second or two, I'm gonna go ahead and cam up.
Okay, go ahead, do your thing.
Yeah, I'm just still getting adjusted, man. Much respect to the family. Salute.
Most definitely.
No problem. Thank you for coming up. But the world class said, puppy love is a lot. To think about your first love all day, every day is overwhelming for teens and preteens. It is. We've all went through it when we was that age. We see teens now. I have a teenage son, and it's just like, who are you talking to? Like, he'd be on the phone with little girlfriends or girlfriends. I'm not for sure, but it's just like, boy, get your head out of the clouds. So, I had made in my mind that, okay, it's time for us to really talk about these things, like, because they definitely need to know. So I can remember my first love and how I felt, and you feel those butterflies and jittery, and you feel like, your first time being in love or whatever you think is love at that time. So definitely. And hello, Destiny Forever. Welcome to my stream. Young Riaz had shared my stream on his channel. So if you're from Young Riaz channel, thank you for watching the stream. If you'd like to come on my channel, like and subscribe to my channel, Fear No Mortals Parlay. If anybody would like to support the stream, it's Parlay24 on Cash App. That's Parlay24 on Cash App. But yeah, so what do you think about that, Freezy? Do you think parents should take more time to get into those tough conversations?
Oh, most definitely.
Mm-hmm.
That should be mandatory, but the reason why it doesn't happen a lot, because those very same parents are indulging in a lot of sexual lust and desire as well.
That could be definitely true. Yeah.
They don't know how to have the conversation, right? Because in order for the conversation to go in the right direction, you got to be sexual. You got to have a certain amount of discipline yourself. Yeah. Let me tell you what my daddy had a conversation with me. You know what he used to tell me when I was younger? He used to tell me, son, don't never get married and have sex with as many women as you can.
Why do you think he said that?
Because my daddy was living like that. My daddy was heavy into his sexual desire, wanted to sleep with as many women as he can. He was always cheating on his wife, always cheating on our mother.
Right.
So that was the mentality that he had. That was the spirit that he possessed. You feel me?
And because of that, do you think it had a profound effect on you, like seeing that growing up, seeing him always, sexually out there and with different women? I mean, you might not have seen it, but you knew it, obviously, or something. And so do you think it had changed your viewpoint on, let's say, relationships or being with one woman or things like that?
Yeah. It made me a whoremonger. It made me a womanizer.
Okay.
I'm just saying, I'm just being honest. Like,
right. So when you was
that's
younger, you was running them down, freezing when you was younger.
you better
Wow.
believe it.
Okay.
Wow.
Do you think if it would like, I guess if you would know, if you would have seen a different relationship, like if your dad would have gave you different advice, like look, find you somebody, settle down, pick the right one, this and third, you think it would have made a significant difference?
Yeah, because my dad would have been a great example of what a man is supposed to be, or how a man is supposed to carry himself and live his life,
Oh,
right? This is very detrimental as kids. Kids need to see clear examples on, what is a good woman or what is a good man. It's not just about doing as I say and not as I do. That does not work. I'm just being honest. Don't work.
True. That's true.
We need to see clear examples. So, if my dad exemplified, what a husband was supposed to be, or a good man would have, like, I would have respected my dad more if he just never married my mom and told us the truth and said I wasn't ready. You know what I'm saying? Like, that, to me, people like that get more respect from me. But most definitely, just from what my dad told us and from how he was living, I felt like this, there was nothing wrong with me having sex with as many women as I could and fulfilling my sexual desires and being a womanizer. Because if my daddy was doing it and he telling me to do it, how can this be held against me? You know what I'm saying? This is, and then not only was my daddy doing it, my uncles was doing it. A lot of my homeboys was doing it.
wow.
I seen a lot of that behavior on TV, on movies, on rap music. Let's not even talk about rap music. You know what I'm saying? So it was all around me. So how could I be doing something wrong when this is the norm?
Yeah,
Wow.
I understand. Welcome, Scam, to the stage. Hey, Scam,
what
how are
up,
you
Scam?
today? Hold on, Riaz.
Riaz, remember what we talked about last night? Wait till you're called, okay? It's gonna be all right.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I almost forgot that. My bad.
Yeah, it's all good.
Right.
Go ahead, sis.
It's okay. Just put it on mute real quick, and then I'm going to come to you with your opinion. I'm going to let everybody get a chance.
Yeah.
How you doing, Scam?
I'm good. You can go to somebody else first. I just hit the link.
All right.
what's
Yeah, I
up,
was
man?
going to go over to Smitty because he's been waiting. Smitty, you ready?
I think Smith is still getting some stuff together.
Okay. But so, let me ask Riaz this so he can get it in before the other people's. So Riaz, let me ask you, did your parents have the conversation with you? Because we know you haven't been active yet sexually. Did your parents have a talk with you about that?
Probably had the conversation when I was like probably about 16, 17 years old, or probably when I was 18, they probably had the conversation then though. Probably the thing I talked with my mom first about it though. Me and my mom got that type of relationship type thing. I asked my mom about talking to me. Other than that though, before that, I had to learn that in school though, because my parents did not talk to me about it before. It's not that they didn't want to though, it's just probably, I don't know though. It's just probably I didn't learn all that until I got to school, or I didn't really have that type of conversation yet. All my mom said though is basically just remember God's watching, and that's it though. And I was just disciplined enough to basically I just made it through though. So I was just fortunate enough. I probably didn't have the conversation until I'd say when I was like 17, 18 years old though, when I talked to my mom about it. And when I was in college, when they actually showed you when they showed the diagrams and stuff like that, it was a culture shock for me because I was not exposed to that type of stuff before. Because it's not just because I'm not active though, it's because I did not learn it before though.
Okay, so you were sheltered then.
Yeah, I was kind of sheltered in a way, you can say. Sheltered to a certain extent, yeah.
Okay, I got you. Let's go ahead and get Smitty in. Smitty, I know you was listening on and off for a while. what do you have to say about anything we've been talking about, lust or discipline, or anything you want to add to the conversation?
Much respect, much respect. Could you please at least maybe hone in like you want me to what was a question, what was that you just asked Riaz?
I was asking Riaz, did his parents pretty much educate him on sex at a certain age group, or was he more sheltered, or do you think the effects could happen with someone being driven by lust or not, if they haven't had the sexual talk and stuff from their parents or guardians?
Right. Oh man, that is a terrific question, I must say. Bravo. Nah, real talk, because when I look back on it, if anybody has listened to me enough, I do speak about how I was very much so sheltered, in the sense of how most of us describe sheltered to be. Yes, I have, my mother and father and things of that nature, back to school clothes, holidays, blah, blah, blah. Two things that me and, because me and my pops talk heavy. We was like that. We would watch when they used to be the Bullets, Washington, we used to watch them and my scans, and we would have so many talks. Two things me and my dad never talked about was financial literacy and sex. He always talked to me. Yeah, my dad, he always talked to me about, now watching these two categories. It's funny because I was thinking about this not too long ago, not to be long-winded. Let Scam get in here too. I was thinking about it. So when it comes to the money, my father, when it comes down to getting a job, what type of careers you should go for, spot on. Endless discussions. Endless, all the way down to firm handshake, eye contact, don't ask when your break time is. He got me all the way here. Make sure your resume ain't wrinkled up. Never taught me about how to hold the money, only how to get it.
Okay.
When it comes to the sexual aspect, he always taught me how to treat a woman, but I never had, we never had the banana condom thing, all of this, how you put nothing. No.
Right.
Never talked to my parents about sex. Everything that I've learned about women, it was on the fly. I had to get out there and I had to have my little bumps and bruises and
trial and error.
Yeah, just wins and loses, should I say.
Right.
And I learned it on the fly. I learned everything I know about you all. And what I do know thus far on the fly, I didn't learn any of that in the house. None of it. I digress. My mic is me.
Okay. Yeah. What about you, Scam? Go ahead, Freezy. No, go ahead.
I was just going to say that a lot of young boys suffer that deficit, and we need that, man, because I would argue that that's one of the most powerful forces out here going into the world. A lot of sexual desire is, I don't know, it might be the largest driving force. I know we like money and stuff. We want money and we want clout and attention, but I don't know what y'all think. I think sexual desire might be the biggest driving force in society. I don't know.
You know something, Freezy? What makes me think when you said that is what comes first, the chicken or the egg? Because the fact is, money brings about that sex. People will do some strange things for some change.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? It was which came first, the chicken or the egg? So that is a tough one. Nah, that's a tough one right there.
Yeah, man.
And I appreciate everybody that's from Riaz's side. Thank you for coming in.
Oh, sis, real quick. I am
Go
streaming.
ahead, y'all.
No, I was going to say real quick.
Freezy, take over for just 1 minute.
I'm sorry.
No, I just said Freezy, take over for 1 minute.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear you. My bad. Go ahead, Smith. What you was going to say? You streaming this?
Yeah. I just want to let her know. I also got people watching too.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Most definitely. Yeah. We'll tell her when she get back. I know she'll appreciate that. Scam, what do you think, Scam, as far as what was were you guided a lot as a kid as far as how to conduct yourself sexually? Were you given a lot of sexual education as a kid from your parents, Scam?
Fortunately, I didn't need that much because I ain't do nothing until I was 22. So I won't nothing to educate on. Thing that you always talk about, just discipline in general. You're either disciplined or you're not. I had enough just regular discipline to know not to do stupid stuff. Though, of course, you do a couple dumb things. But I knew that raw dogging in the streets was not something I wanted to do. Making babies, chasing booty, it wasn't that interesting. Then when I was 18, I went in the Army. And I saw them marriages. Oh my God. I saw what these dudes were doing for booty. Like, I was like, man, I'll just be dry meat Dan for the rest of my life. I wanted to do with it. I saw the reckless stuff, fighting in the club over booty, getting demoted. Chicks, they go out to the field for 10 days, come back, some trifling chick and wreck their car, and she was picking up another dude. It was so much stupid stuff that I didn't want to participate in, that I wasn't out there. But I was late. Then when I got home, I went to college, and man, them ladies, ooh. Oh man, ooh, that's on this topic. Went to HBCU. But
oh wow.
In 1917, when they had my brother, so I kind of could do the math. I know what happens if you're out here slinging wood in the streets. There's some in the family that had it together, and there were some who didn't. And I just knew I don't want to be like the ones who don't. But we had some talks. I mean, yeah, we had some talks, but I also had an upbringing where I was disciplined to stay away from a lot of stupid stuff. So I'm old now and I don't have any kids.
Okay.
Not that
Can I ask you why you never had any kids, or?
Just the one I got with Sugar Bomb, and then I think I got Robin M pregnant too, but that don't count.
Oh Lord, Scam.
No, I don't have any kids. I'm not married. Not married. You don't have kids. Are supposed to be planned. That's supposed to be a whole decision.
Yeah, that's
world class. There was booty chasing me. First, I was so dumb I didn't know it. Girls trying to hand me vagina on a silver platter.
It's just the way you saying it, bro. It's just the way you saying it.
Like,
keep on me all the way. All.
Here's some vagina on a silver platter. I was so dumb.
Oh my God.
Why did you pick silver?
Lie. I actually prefer that. I actually prefer to hear you say that.
I'm like, why is it silver? Why not red? Man, I was horrible. I ain't know nothing. But
do you think you was naive? Like, do any of you guys think that you were just, did you feel like as young men, like, I don't know, whenever you guys, got into having sex, or your first, how old you was when you first experienced, but did you feel like you were naive, like, or it was like anxiety of like, what am I doing? I don't even know what to do, or, things like that?
I was so old my first time that there wasn't no anxiety. I was 22. But the almost could get it, the first time touching and first time playing and smelling, yeah. It was almost like a cartoon. Oh man, look at this titty. Oh man, the nipple is pink. Oh man, this nipple is brown. Yeah, it was all new. Then called my friends along. This said, man, I took a shirt off and this was going. It was all new.
Okay.
But at 22, ain't nothing. That's not like being 15 telling a story.
Okay.
Right. Liberator said no, raw dog Ronnie scam.
No, I wasn't raw dog Ronnie or slick big Jimmy.
Oh my goodness. Did you, Smitty and Freezy, did you guys feel like anxiety, or was you prepared, thought you could take on the world, or what?
Oh, you mean when I was 19 or so? But I want Freeze to go first. Yeah, let the good brother go first.
Yeah, like when you first decided to have sex.
I was just going to say the biggest anxiety for me was just knowing I wasn't going to have my virginity no more ever again in life, in history of Freezy. That's it. It's over with. Maybe that was my OCD back then. I don't know. Yeah, you can't get that. You can't get that virginity back. You can't get it. So at one point in time, I kind of was like, I had pride in my virginity, believe it or not. I was like, I'm a virgin, You know what I'm saying? Like you be like, that's I'm clean. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm a virgin. Cause we be feeling like if you're a virgin, you know, God like you. You know, you God pleased with you. You know, cause you know I was going to a Baptist church and I was I took pride in my virginity, but I still was watching a lot of porn because my dad had a lot of porn around. And I was masturbating a lot and all that kind of stuff as a kid. So I was still curious about sex. So I wanted to have sex, but I still was like, oh, you know, that was a badge of honor to be a virgin. But I still wanted to have sex. So the first time I had sex, I wanted to do it, but I was nervous about losing my virginity because I know you can't never get it back. So the sex, that's why I know sex is powerful, because guess what? In that moment, the sex took over. I wanted to have sex. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I lost.
Right. Hey, the real TSM rapper, and oh yes, Smitty, thank you for sharing it too. I appreciate you.
I got you, family. We all we got, man. We all we got.
I know that's right.
I shoot, man. All right, so one scam, you got me beat by 2 years, brother. Mine was at 20. I graduated high school 17. I was with the mother of my child for about 12 and a half years. We were high school homies, not sweethearts. Like, we just had mutual friends. So long story short, you talk about the nervousness. Man, I've been waiting for that girl since like 10th grade. You know what I'm saying? Like it was one of them. So yeah, man. Nah, it wasn't nervousness. And then, you know, even down to when we got together, believe it or not, we didn't, you know, let's just say I didn't crack the can open until about 90 days later, almost 3 months. Almost 3 months for us to fight. Yeah, and you know what's crazy? Like, we would lay in the bed and everything, but you know, we just be spooning. But you know,
so y'all were punching, but didn't never do it.
Stuff, absolutely, but just never went there, right? So my point is, when I finally did, the only thing, it wasn't a nervous, more so than a like, you've been waiting like for this day type thing, and it's finally here. You know what I'm saying? And then it finally happens, and it was every magical moment I could have thought of. That's why I stayed with her for 12 and a half years and gave her a baby. Goddamn right.
Wow, that's beautiful.
That is because I mean, a lot of the time, I mean, we hear the stories of people that they both, you know, were a virgin, they got together and they lasted 40, 50 years until they passed on or whatever. But a lot of the times, you know, the person that you lose your virginity to, you know, it's just that. It doesn't last much longer after that, or especially if you're really young, you know.
I want to ask you this though. So look, right?
Yeah.
Because this is how I see it. Free. Matter of fact, I want to ask you, yeah, both of y'all too, right? So,
okay.
I said, all right. So when I say that, I mean going in, all right, and believe. I'm saying it. Yeah, even then, we didn't use a condom. My very first time, very rawed it. But I was told, shut up. But my point is, right, I was told, no, you actually have lost your virginity before her from women only. Only women say that, because I said I have gotten fellatio, oral. I don't know what words I use, but I got head before. And they said, nah, you did lose your virginity. I'm like, nah, I ain't woke up sweaty next to something yet.
Okay.
Like, we ain't had that who gonna make breakfast talk yet. You know what I'm saying? So
right.
I mean, shut up, wrong class.
So what is your question? Do you think that qualifies losing your virginity?
Yes, because I only have heard women like women I would deal with or women I talk to, whatever. They be like, nah, boy, you did lose your virginity. But only like the guys, we like, nah, nigga, you ain't lose nothing till you crack one open. And that's how I feel personally. That's why I say I didn't until 20, but I done been in some bathroom stalls in high school.
Okay.
Never did. Yeah, never went all the way. Like, of course, I done felt groped and grabbed butts and all of that. I done had lap dances and everything. I just never went inside nobody until the mother of my child.
Right. Hey, the
So
cynical one.
so we can lose our virginity with a lot of things, but I think when we talk about sexually, I think it really only counts until you actually are intimate with a female, you know what I'm saying? Like inside of her, you penetrate her, you know what I'm saying? Because technically if what you did was called losing your virginity, shit, I lost my virginity jacking off years ago.
Oh Lord.
Would that be homosexual? Because I was pleasing myself.
No, I guess that's a new category called self-fuel sexual. Okay, that's
Okay, self-fuel sexual. Yeah,
self-fuel
what I was
sexual.
doing.
There we go.
Yeah.
Asexual.
Right.
Okay,
Right.
so I just feel like fellatio and all that kind of stuff. To me, that's just another form of masturbation performed by somebody else on you or something like that. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. So
He's a
but
real classic raw dog, Smitty.
you know what I'm saying? But there's something different when you actually enter inside a woman. You know what I'm saying? Like to me, that's a whole different level of intimacy.
It sure
Right.
is. It sure,
Yeah.
especially your first time,
I have a
Yeah.
question for y'all.
bruh. It surely is. And ladies, I just want to say, you all are magnificent creations of art.
Some of y'all.
Well, I'll take that to some lonely lady here. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a question.
Mm-hmm.
Or to any of y'all. Can y'all get it in with somebody that you don't like? Or could you before? Get it in, you don't like this person.
Yes,
Men,
because
most
I've got
definitely.
people I don't know, and I don't know if I don't like you. So yes,
Mm.
Listen, when my wife had an attitude problem, I did not like her.
Well, that's a good point too.
Listen, before we got married, we was just going together. I didn't like her plenty of days, but guess what? I damn sure wanted to have sex.
Right.
Yeah. I didn't like your ass, but you mine.
That's
Yeah.
something I could never do.
For real.
Can't do it.
You know, what a lot of people being mad at each other turn people on.
I get mad or upset, but even it kind of had to be like a makeup thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't. A chick that's calling me, offer me some buns. If I don't like her, I'm not gonna be on the phone long enough. They're not gonna be at my place. It's just ain't gonna end up not, because whatever it is, it's a reason that I don't like the person, and that same reason I don't want them buns either.
I'm
Right.
gonna be honest with
I
you,
just
like
can't do it. Never could.
me and my girl, we was real deal beefing. We real deal beef with each other before. I'm talking about not talking to one another and all of that. And she had showed up at my house and gave it to me. We didn't even talk, and she left, and we still ain't talking.
Mm.
That's crazy, ain't it?
Yeah, that is. Y'all just get it in and leave.
That's just not me.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm with scam because for me, it's I've always had to like some. I guess I've never been, because you see, of course, we know there's a lot of people that just get with somebody for what they can get out of them, or if you just want to call it what it is, a prostitute or whatever, even men, just to get their rocks off or whatever, you know what I mean? But, I could never do that. I could never be intimate with someone that I didn't like. I just was like, no, I would have to feel some kind of connection or have kind of intimacy or passion or something for me to just get it in. Like I could never just, hey, pick a random after the club or something. You know what I mean?
Y'all, but I'm saying y'all ain't never was in a relationship and told somebody, I love you, but I don't like your ass.
Now I've been in a relationship with plenty of ups and downs, yes, where we really don't like each other. We're mad at each other, but you still love them though.
Yeah. So Scam said don't like. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
Well, I guess
temporary. temporary is different than, but I mean, like, you don't
Okay.
like this person.
Yeah.
You saying
says,
just
"Hey, let's
never
hang
liked
out."
the person, never.
Yeah, you don't find
Never
them
like-
attractive, or you're not into them, whether they're, whether it's attraction or not, you're just not into that person, but you decide to still go ahead to get your rocks off.
Yeah, like if I wouldn't have this person to sit down and watch a movie and just get close, then I won't. Then it's not. Meaning, some dudes, because she looks good, they can smash anyway.
Yeah,
But they don't
I'm
wanna
that
hear
way
what
too.
you got to say. I'm not like that.
Oh no, I
Or-
think most men is.
Not
Okay.
attracted to her at all, and they'll stick it in there anyway.
I
either
think
or.
most men, if she got a coochie, they going in.
But yeah, there's dudes who will do
Oh.
anything.
Yeah.
You know something I find to be interesting to a factor, at least when you speak about from the don't like aspect, right? You know, ladies, you all can, like, while in a relationship, you all can say some things to us that'll just turn us off from you from that point on. Man. Like, we'll never forget that like, we just won't, man. And like, we like I can't front. Like, sometimes that like that tongue that y'all got, it can be just as deadly as actually cheating on a man and him trying to get over that. There are things that you can say to us where and then, because I had a relationship like that not too long ago where, she was like, you don't never want to, she actually started busting out screaming, crying in the car. So we on our way back to the crib. She's like, you'll never give it to me no more.
Oh,
And I just like real quiet. I just turned the radio down and I said, you don't understand that you said things to me that's just turned me off from you from that point on. And yeah, we did. We wound up breaking up. It wasn't too long after that.
Oh, wow.
The things that she like it's just some stuff, ladies, y'all can say to us, like, we'll never look, especially when we knew you to be so big up in us. You was so in our corner. Everything that you said that was just so like, man, you really boost me. You do. You really boost me. And then one day you start talking to me the way, like, I get away from the world I get away from the world not to hear that and come to you, and you're giving that to me.
That's a good point.
That can make it real tough. Yeah, you could turn that oak tree into a gummy worm real quick. Promise you that. I digress. My mic is muted.
That is a really good point. I think we hear a lot of men speak on that. How, the things that a woman says, the way she acts in a relationship, her level of support, and everything like that. Or should I say the lack thereof can completely turn a man off from that woman. And I definitely understand that.
Real quick. This was the example I got that really nails it real quick. Because I'm gonna run to the restroom, so y'all got it. It's like if you got that friend from a other race or culture, and one day out of 15 years, y'all get into an argument and like, you black ass, you know what I'm saying? And you like, shit, wow. So then it's just, for me, it's one of them things. How long has that been sitting there before you said it? How long was that? You see what it? See, I'm one of them. Like, I'm one of them type people. So that's the example I think is the best.
Makes you think that they've been feeling like that.
Been feeling like that, yo. You just finally had this day, this moment, or time, whatever, is what brought it out. I digress. My mic is muted.
Well, you kind of like me though, Smitty.
Yeah.
If somebody says something that sticks, like it'll leave a check mark in my mind. Like even if we kind of like work it out, get past it.
Yeah, roll past it. I will never forget you said it.
I ain't gonna never forget it.
Never forget it.
And I hate that you said that because it ain't the same no more. Like, you know what I'm saying? I love you, but it ain't the same.
Right.
I feel what you're
I
saying.
understand that.
When I was talking the other day about relationships being tested, you'll know who the person is during the rough times or during the arguments. It's important to know how this person argues. How does this person cope with pain? Or is it as soon as your shoelaces untied, they flip all the way the hell out and everything your fault, and they call you everything they can think of? But other thing which y'all might disagree with me, because I heard y'all talking earlier. I was at Costco earlier today. women asking questions about, have you ever been fondled by a man? And if I'm kissing on a chick and we getting close and they bring up anything about a man, it's a wrap. Maybe
I
for
don't think that
72
would be
hours. She's not
appropriate
getting any.
timing.
She's not getting any of this for 72. That's just like somebody, you ordered you a pizza, your favorite chicken pot pie, whatever your favorite is. Then they start talking about shit. The textures and the brown and the green. You don't want to eat that food.
Right.
But I can't rock with. But simply put, one, all that gay shit, don't ask no man all that stuff. They came to talk to you for a reason. They probably want you. If not, I don't know what this other creepy try. I don't know. That's for them to figure out. But yes, you can kill everything by being extra disrespectful or telling a dude something in the moment. Yes, you can. That's all I got. What's up, Riaz?
Riaz is back to the stage. I agree with you, Scam. I think when we was talking about that earlier, we was touch on asking the hard questions, like before you get involved with somebody. I don't think it would be the appropriate time to start getting intimate and say, oh wait, have you ever been with a man? I think that's kind of not a good time.
Girls I met through dating apps are asking, and I'm like, look, don't ever ask me no shit like that again.
Right.
Oh, well,
right.
I mean,
well, that's a good question, though. So let me ask you guys.
Nah, I'll pass. Don't ask that. Not me. Ask them other sensitive ass dudes, but don't ask me about no gay shit.
Did you feel offended?
Yeah. I mean, imagine a dude, hey, so when was the last time you had a train ran on you? Well, I'm just asking because I know how y'all women are. When the last time you had a dude rub his meat across your forehead? Like, aren't you gonna be like, dude, what kind of people you dealing with?
Right. I get it. Freezy, would you be offended if a woman asked you?
Like, I came to talk to this woman. I went through a club, 200 people, or a date, whatever it is, and went to talk to this woman. If I wanted a man, which I don't understand how people are doing that. I digress. I'm mute.
If a woman asks me if I've ever been with a man before, or if I like men,
yeah,
I'm gonna be offended because I'm gonna be like, what about me made you ask me that question? I'm saying what? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But if she explains to me and say, oh no, I just ask every man that I meet because you just never know nowadays. You know, she would have to explain to me that that's just her routine, and then I probably would be like, oh, okay. You know?
Right. But as women, I feel like we need to ask those questions these days. You know what I mean? But I can understand how it would offend a straight man because, like you said, you'll be thinking, well, what about me made her question my, straightness? Or,
I just think it's disrespectful. Me personally.
Okay.
Well, I'm looking at it from a woman's point of view. I see why they would do that because women are putting themselves in very vulnerable positions when they actually become intimate with men. Right? Women are. It's easier for a woman to actually, what is it called, to get like a STD? It's easier for a woman to get STDs than men.
Get them from straight men.
Yeah.
No. This is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that whether it's a straight man or whether it's a homosexual man, it's still easier. Women are more vulnerable and they're more subjected to get STDs. So any kind of like I would understand now with the maturity I have, I would understand a woman asking men all kinds of questions before she actually indulges herself in that type of activity with a man, because she's protecting herself. But I do understand your position, Scam, being being offended as a man or it bothering you. I understand that, but me understanding both sides. That's me understanding both sides. But I think the most important side is a woman protecting herself because she is more vulnerable. You know what I'm saying?
I ordered a vagina when I approached this woman. That's what I asked for and looked for. And they asked me, hey,
men
you
are,
also
men,
like
men are bisexual though. What about bisexual men?
I don't know. That's something they can explain. But I went and seeked out a vagina. That's what I asked for.
Right, but I guess on the contrary,
and then them say, "Hey, were you also checking for penis?" No.
I see the way you're putting it, Scam, but we have to be realistic too. Like Freezy said, looking at it on both sides, because there are a lot of men that are downloads. Some of these men are married. They have families. They have kids. They have, and I understand what you're saying from your perspective, but from a woman's perspective, just because a man wants a vagina does not necessarily mean that he's not messing with a peen.
It's also very pessimistic. Hey, do you have you got OnlyFans?
Is that even the same thing? I mean, I get what you're saying, but is that even the same thing?
No, I'm saying
What do you think, Smitty?
If a woman asks me,
yeah.
I've actually gone through. I'm that guy who, well, one, no, I would not be offended.
Okay.
I'm actually a guy. Reason why is because I've gone through that enough as the dude who has discipline, and I always got to be asked, "Are you gay?" Because I'm not just throwing it around like everybody else. Yeah, you can be cute as ever, and you can say some really wild stuff out your mouth, and I'm like, nope, you thought that turned me on. No, it don't.
Right.
I got qualifications, so do guys like myself. We don't just go for anything. And I've never been shy of having an option when it comes to nice looking women. So I don't have to jump on every single thing that comes my way. So I've gotten that a lot already. So when it comes to that part, now I wouldn't be offended. But just like how Free said, I would say that literally is my question. My follow-up right behind that would be, what about me is it? Is it my hand gestures, how I talk, walk, whatever? What about me made prompt that question? Something had to have prompted. And once she says that to me, yeah, that's when I have to really start thinking. I ain't even going front, because the first thing come to my mind is how many dudes have you slept with and you found out they on the down low after the fact? And now I'm supposed to be sliding up in you and you talking about some eat this kitty and everything else. Shh, girl, you better get your life together. I digress. My mic is muted.
Yeah, it can be a domino effect. That's a great point. Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Yeah. That's definitely true. I guess it could be a touchy subject. It really could be a touchy subject. But I think everybody. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry,
How about this question? This is a very uncomfortable question. I can say though, is it okay to ask for the original birth certificate nowadays though? Because nowadays, because of this rainbow thing, ain't no disrespect to them people though. But nowadays, you know what it's like though, right? That's why I have to literally, one of them questions I gotta start asking, can I see your original birth certificate, man?
Riaz, yeah, I know. You see Scam's face, right? Riaz, over here, you got people who can forge all kind of stuff from high school diplomas, licenses as a fake dentist and everything else. I don't think it'll be a problem for a chick to kind of get forged birth certificate, but that's only if you're a man worth doing that. Most women won't even.
Right. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they probably could do anything. People can make fake licenses, fake anything these days. Yeah, so I agree with that.
So it's really hard to even go by that.
When I said original, though, I meant
right. I totally understand that.
Type of thing. Look, that's how I gotta keep it real as well. I know it's kind of uncomfortable to say it, but that's kind of true. I gotta look out for that nowadays. And trust me, because look, I don't play when it comes to that type of lifestyle. I don't do that though. And it's just like a faith-based reason. I ain't allowed to do that. So that's why I have to double check. It's not all sorts of checks as well, though. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
so like I've literally, I think they're not like physical action, but I've literally had them type of feelings and stuff like that. Though, but I've always had the discipline as well. Like literally, I think I had like the girls in my school when I was like 14
Mm-hmm.
years old. The girls literally approached me wanting to date. It was like, you know, the looks I got and the personality I have, that's just what
Uh-huh.
attracted them to come to me. And I was like,
Okay.
look, I can't do that. I
I
can't do
understand, Riaz. I totally understand.
I
Okay.
will say this, and this is a bad chick I was on a date with. I met out in Houston when I lived out there. Nice, slim, trim little thing. And we
Okay.
talking or whatever. And she told me how she lived in Vegas before. She was from Phoenix. She lived in Vegas for like a year or two. She had a roommate, and the roommate was Asian. And she'd had dudes coming over and everything, whatever. And one day she was in her room and saw a picture of a little boy. It's like, hey, you never told me you had a son. There's something I got to tell you. That ain't my son. That's me. You've been living with this person for like maybe because the lease was about to end. So you've been living close to a year, 9-10 months, and didn't know. Dudes coming around there, staying the night and everything, not knowing.
Wow.
And she was like, when the lease was over, she didn't renew the lease with her because like, look, somebody gonna come in here and empty out the clip. Because yeah, that's something that will get you killed.
Yeah.
You're not telling people that you'll get killed.
So it was a friend of yours that told you the story?
It was a girl I was on a date with.
And she told you about a roommate.
She had an Asian roommate, and she lived for 10 months and didn't even know.
Wow.
Looked at that picture.
Wow.
I'm like, man, that's some stuff there. But that's something that you just don't do to people.
Yeah, I agree.
That's how you get your body put on fire while you're still walking.
So that brings a good question. Do you guys think, let's say, because we've heard about that type of thing happening where people hook up and they don't know because people get all the work done and everything else. So you wouldn't even, some get it so good you wouldn't even be able to tell the difference, unless you really was, getting involved or tell the difference. So we've heard of instances where a straight man reacts out of anger and does something to, the person that they assumed was a woman. You know what I mean? Do you think that how can I say this? Do you think that those people would be justified?
If I'm the governor or the Supreme Court person, I won't answer that question on live stream.
Okay.
I kind of like the word justified. I'll leave it at that. There's certain things that you just don't do. Okay. That's one of those things. But when people say you can't tell and all that, I lived in DC area. I lived in Atlanta. A man cannot make themselves look like a woman. It ain't gonna happen. But people have told me that went in certain parts of Asia that there's some that people don't know. Like I'm from a military area, so a lot of Navy people get stationed in Thailand over there. But they say that there are lady boys and people actually can't tell. But it's like obligated that they have to tell because some of them may getting killed for doing that.
Right. Because I seen a show like that scam where it was one, like the ones that are over in Asia and different countries, they have maybe it a little bit easier when they're trying to transition than like, let's say a man that's in this country that may try to do it, because a lot of them really look similar in a lot of ways, and they're like maybe smaller frame people.
Yeah, that's how they're built versus how we're built. And
whereas
other races don't.
The shoulders may not be as broad, and this and that.
Something that's wild. I don't know if anybody. Yeah, real quick. I apologize, sis. I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead.
Much respect. I remember 2 shows. All right. So to what we're talking about. One, I remember there was a Maury episode, and it had, is it a he or she? And he had all of these More Than Meets the Eyes come out.
Okay.
And majority of the audience is women. They got 80% wrong.
I remember that.
You remember that, right? It was like
do.
they would come out and they'll stunt. I know some people remember that episode of Maury. Is it a he or a she? And the audience was like, they only got a couple of them, right?
I remember that because I used to watch it, and he had more than one show. He had a couple of different ones.
He had like 2 or 3 episodes of that. Yes, you know, right? So that's that one part. Now to what Scam is talking about.
Hey, yeah, can you pull up Liberated's last comment? Oh, continue. My bad.
No, you good, bro. And so to what Scam was saying, to land it right here.
You good.
I don't know if anybody remembers why Jenny Jones got taken off the air, but it was for that reason. She had a hookup show.
I
remember that. That was in the 90s.
And the method, and the dude got mad and off. So yeah, it's happened. I just wanted to bring that up. I digress. My mic is muted.
It definitely happens, and I remember that Jenny Jones. It got nationwide attention because of the guy that actually went and deleted the guy that had a crush on him that was on the show. You know, because he got so much flack from that, and it was wrong. The show didn't tell him that it was going to be a male. Didn't tell him at all. So I can imagine the embarrassment and
your friends, your families, co-workers, old classmates. You got people, man. You got people that like off themselves from that type of embarrassment.
Not me, wouldn't be embarrassment.
Hurt, but I'm just saying what we know.
Piss me off that much.
Go ahead.
It would piss me off that much. I flew out to Vegas or Arizona to meet a woman, and a man shows up. My brain is going to shut off, and I don't know what's going to happen. I'm going to wake up behind bars. That's just something we don't do.
Yeah, man.
I agree. I don't think people should
the
play
host.
with that.
I'm telling you, I'm going to swing on the host. I'm going to swing on.
Stop. You can't. No. That's when Steve and the crew come out. That's when Steve and them come out, and they ain't even on Jenny's show.
You better have some big dudes. I'm swinging on everybody. Anybody who I thought knew about it didn't say nothing. I'm swinging on.
Yeah, that I can imagine the level of embarrassment. That would be awful, and especially if you're just dumbfounded. You have no clue. You're thinking it's some girl from high school or something, and then boom, it's Brad from whenever, the old neighbor down the block. And it's just like, are you kidding me? So yeah, go ahead.
I can tell you about the shortest date I've ever had in my life. It was a chick. I had met her online. After that, I canceled my online dating thing. I don't know if I was on that BLK thing or something. So, this when I first came home from prison, finally got myself established. So, I'm trying, the boy trying to get back out there, right?
Right.
So I had some dates, and so I didn't come across this one sister, and we're sitting at the table. I paid the tab and everything. I took care of everything. But she, I don't know why she thought it would be a good idea in the middle of a first date to bust out and tell me, yeah, so I'm leaving my husband. Oh, okay. So already red flag, because you didn't say you left. You didn't say you left. You're leaving, as in that's who you're going to go home to. So now I'm looking around like, where's this nigga at?
Right.
So now as we move forward, right, landing it, I don't know. I never forget. She was twirling. She ordered some Fredo. She ordered shrimp Fredo. She was twirling her pasta. And as she put the fork up, she busts out and said, yeah, because I found out he had the sauce, HI, for the last 10 years. All you heard was cling. Drop my fork. Went on ahead. I batted my lap. Made sure. Checked my pockets. I got my phone. And what I got smooth up and left. Smooth up and left.
You just didn't
I'm about
even
to
ask any questions. You just bounced.
nothing to ask.
I have still to this day, I've heard everything.
I'm not desperate. I don't have to sit here and ask questions next.
Right.
Dead ass.
Right.
No, I left. Politely. I ain't cuss her out. I mean, we in a restaurant, you know. I've been a chef. I know about table manners and you know what I'm saying, you know, being raised right. So I was just like, hey, you have a wonderful day. Much respect to you. And I went on ahead and got up and left. Paid the tab. I went over, I flagged down our server and said, hey, here you go. That's for you. That dub, that 20, that's for you. Go ahead, take care of whatever else she needs from this. You have a wonderful one.
Oh, wow.
I'm about to even begin to.
I can't say I blame you.
Like, seriously.
I've never met a person knowing to have HIV. Though I know by the numbers, I've met plenty of people.
But she didn't say she did. She said she's leaving her husband. Right. So what you think? I think you, like, are you serious?
And she said for the last 10 years?
Last 10 years. They've been together about 15. Yeah. She said she found out that he had it 10 years out of the 15.
Hell no.
Man, what? Nah, I'm gone. I'm gone.
Hell no.
Got right up. Yeah, that's a no-brainer.
Yeah. That is that's scary. That's very scary.
Have y'all known anybody to have HIV?
In person?
No. I've never been burnt or had an STD. I've never had to go to the clinic, never had to get the Q-tip. I've by the grace of God, thank you, God. Now we've been very much so clean bill of health over here. I don't even mess around like that, Brody, to even go through that. I don't go through that waking up. I gotta dick my joint and Listerine and all this now. We don't do that.
I've heard of people, but nobody I knew personally. But there was this guy that I knew after the fact. He was a gay guy, and somebody had told me a couple years, like after the last time I had seen him, that he had caught the package, or you know what I mean. But no one that I knew personally at the time. No.
Yeah, I've never have. It'd be people spitting rumors, but I'd be like, "How do you know?" And they can't back it up. Because with the HIPAA laws, you're not gonna know. But
you know what's crazy?
I've dated a lot of nurses. Nurses will tell you. They see it all the time, and it'll be white, black. Sometimes 22-year-olds that are in college, you just won't know who they are. And they'll say, "Yeah, they go out, see them in the grocery store with somebody." One chick told me. There's a club that was right up the street from where I was living at the time. I was like 26, but this club be like 40-year-olds. And she was saying 2 clients of hers had HIV, and she would see them both in the club spitting game at the chicks, 2 dudes. And she can't say nothing because of the HIPAA laws. Like,
yes, because they can't. Yeah, they can't. There was a friend of mine that I know, her mom, she didn't have it, but her mom ended up dying from getting deleted, you know, or taken out because of that. And I think the mom passed when she was fairly young, like 5 or something like that. And I've heard of situations, but I haven't known anyone personally. And, you know, it's sad, you know, it's real sad. But we know, you know, if you're of a certain age, you know that back in the early 90s and late 80s, it was rampant, where there were so many people getting it, and we've heard of so many people passing away before they really had it under control.
You know what's so wild, sis? Watch this. Man. All right, y'all ready? Oh, snap. See, this is what I love, discussions like this. Let's go ahead and tap in.
Okay.
Back in the day, we growing up, all right, so I'm pretty sure all of us right around the same. I'm 82 as far as born in 82, all right? Home of Teddy Ruxpin and Light Bright. Boom. So
right.
You already know. So when we were growing up, not only did we see the "this is your brain on drugs, eggs in a frying pan," we also seen a whole lot of commercials that showed about the awareness of HIV. Do you know the commercials we see now? We don't see the awareness of HIV commercials. We see random medication commercials that got GAY couples all in it.
Yep.
Yep.
That's crazy.
And they be
Yeah,
selling
you're
and skating. They be
So
ice
before
skating,
they were trying to
selling
make
it.
us aware of it, now they're just trying to get us adjusted to it. What is going on, bro?
Yeah, yeah, that is so true. Because now they just, I guess they figured, like in those same commercials you're talking about, we see people like, well, I have HIV or whatever, but it doesn't ruin my life,
No. I've seen regular keep your cholesterol down commercials. And it's always that couple on the couch watching a movie. We done seen that scene. We done seen the scene. They got their feet up on the couch and everything. Like, we done seen the scene. And it's gross. It's gross.
Yeah. The commercials are really, it's either that or, I don't know. It's just a lot of it these days. Those commercials, it's a lot of it these days. And back in the day, we didn't used to see that at all.
Did not see that. We saw more awareness of it. Now they like bump it. Forget trying to keep you from doing it. We just gonna give you some commercials to help you fight it once you get it, man. So I guess that lets know the motion we're in. I got a question though for you, sis, if you don't mind, when you get a chance.
Go ahead.
I would like to know, do you believe personally, and Scam, I definitely want to hear what you guys say, because your answer's going to be interesting. Yeah, I want to hear what you guys say too, brother. Do you believe that young black men, because, I hear that we are supposed to be the leaders, and I do talk to men a lot. Do sisters believe that young black men overall are given the proper tools on how to maintain a relationship on their years coming out of high school? Do you think most men know how to really handle a woman and gear towards marriage? Because to land it, to get my little spill, I noticed that how Scam was saying when he went to the military from earlier, because I always remember stuff, right? Don't mind the weed smoking, I remember.
You're right.
So he was saying, like, when he went there, he saw all the stuff his buddies went through. And I'm saying to myself, we always are given such a horrible view on what marriage is. And that's basically my question. Do you believe that most men steer away from marriage and chase the bag because they're really told that marriage is such a horrible thing? Rock out.
Okay, I think it's a difference in the demographic and age group. Now, in a lot of aspects, I don't think people are really preparing their children for that at all. I don't think they're really saying, like when I asked you guys, did you have that kind of sex talk with your parents growing up? I don't think a lot of people are getting that marriage or relationship talk in depth with their parents either. Especially maybe not if the parents aren't even together, where they're not sitting down having a family discussion, or even if the father's not involved to sit down and talk to the son about how a man should conduct himself and how he should go about finding a good wife or a good partner that you want to really settle down and build with. So, no, I don't think that a lot of people, I think even now with the younger age group, I definitely don't think it's as important, because we hear more and more now that a lot of people don't want to get married, and they're not looking for that. I think a lot of times you get with younger boys, when they get out there and they start getting girls, and people are like, oh, player, look at him, he's getting some, he got plenty of different little chicks on his arm, or he's talking to this one and that one. where it's more championed to be a player than it is to be a man that is really, just trying to settle down with one woman and trying to actually build with one woman. So when they're young, I think a lot of people, really don't get that talk of how important it is to find somebody, settle down, build, and be disciplined.
Well, we're taught not to value each other. I don't think we value each other in a society like we should. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like even my mom and dad, they didn't have a good relationship. They didn't value each other either. My dad definitely didn't value my mom. And because of that, it caused a lot of resentment in my mom, and it was just a lot of vitriol. So what I seen growing up, I didn't see men and women valuing each other. I seen a lot of men and women being objectified, for most part of my young adult life. So I kind of reciprocated that. I thought that's the way it was. You know what I'm saying? I don't see a lot of men and women actually around here showing reverence to one another and men tilting their hats like they used to, you know what I'm saying? Y'all don't see that. I see a lot of objectification going on, so yeah.
I agree.
That's just me.
So let me ask you this briefly then, Freezy, because I like to ask brothers like you this, the ones who actually, how you said your growing up dynamic. Mm-hmm. How did a brother like you find that for yourself? What did it take for Freezy to not continue the curse? Let's say.
Me taking care of me becoming my mom's caregiver for years. Mm-hmm. And seeing the results of her marriage, how her husband left her, and how that made me feel too. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was like, dang, my hurt was her hurt at one point. It became our hurt at one point in time, and I didn't want to make another woman feel like that. So I said to myself, if I ever get married, I don't want to exemplify that bullshit my dad did. You know what I'm saying? And it kind of changed my perspective on life and women. And I just seen the hurt and pain that my mama she experienced and endured with my dad leaving her. But he had, she was okay as long as he was cheating on her and they was still together in the same house. But like my dad took it to he took it to the extreme, you know what I'm saying? And my mom, multiple sclerosis, progressed to the point where she couldn't even walk no more. And if I wasn't there with her, she'd have been asked out. So that me taking care of my mom, me bathing my mom, me cleaning her, all of that, I think that was the biggest contributor to me kind of, making a conscious decision to, change my outlook on women. Yeah.
Okay. What about you, Scam?
Smitty, that's a good question. Because it's probably my number one talking point when I come in relationship conversations. 99%, and it's not just black, because the white, Asian, all of them, they ain't too much different. No one was taught how to be in relationships. And the people who keep saying this traditional, they're lying. The relationships sucked back then too. That's how we got here. Before that, it sucked. Before that, you're talking about slaves. What kind of relationship you think? What tradition are we even talking about? But not only are most people not taught, though every household is different. I've heard many different answers. Asked my parents, how come y'all didn't tell me nothing? Why you ain't tell me? It's like, one, we thought it was different. They were 17 and 19. How they gonna tell me how to date at 24? They went from high school to married with children. They skipped a whole gap. They missed it. And all they knew was how to date when they were in high school. Good family values, good person, whatever, married. So my dad would even tell me dating is a waste of time because he never seen what it's like for me or my brother. Other thing was they had to figure it out. So they figured we would figure it out. Wrong. But I'm more like, hey, y'all been married. Tell us something that's going on. Tell us ups and downs. Some of it we'll see ups and downs and learn from. There was stuff they did tell us, but it wasn't enough, such as, number one is communication. You got the woman in your dreams and she's there sitting across from you. What do? They teach us that? No. How do you resolve conflict? How do you align? How do you guide and influence? Those stuff, not really taught. But other people taught something that was a lie. I'll give you an example. My brother's the oldest. My brother, when you graduate from college and have that degree in your right hand, the doors of opportunity gonna open for you. All the women's gonna come down your chimney. That is a lie. You're gonna have dry, crackling meat like the Sahara Desert in Phoenix. And they still gonna want to do with the charisma, the confidence, and the smile almost as good looking as me.
Crackling meat. Yes.
Or the woman, or ain't no woman good enough for you. You perfect. No, you're not. Or all these women out here loot, or women, what they be taught. Keep your legs closed. All the men are bad. They fearmonger them to the point where they get in relationships at 28. They having sex and they feeling guilty because they've been told 20 years that sex is bad. They can't even please the husband. Like, it's so much junk that infiltrates because people aren't taught anything. So bad that you can feed these people freaking talking points. And they eat them. And every talking point contradicts itself. Man, if you got the money, 2 words, Shannon Sharp.
Yep.
Gotta be 6 feet tall, 6 foot.
Right.
I remember listening to that on the headset when I was in the gym. I was single and everybody else was in it with their women, and I was the tallest one in there. They all 5'10", 5'7", and ain't with their women. I'm single. I'm 6 feet.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. But
how'd you feel about that?
I didn't care. I have confidence.
Right.
So I don't feel a lot of stuff that people are feeling, though they're trying to hide it on panels and stuff. I mean, I've had good relationships, like dating for a long time and not arguing, like being able to just sit down and talk.
True.
I've been in love before. I walked in the club or wherever before, and I've taken some L's. I ain't gonna sit here and lie to you. But I've walked in places and said, I want that woman all the way across there, and went over and got her before. So I understand there's wins and losses in this game.
But you know something though, brother, you know, when people say that, like when I hear that, all I hear is, oh, okay, so you really been out there, huh? When you say I done took in some L's. You know, the fact is,
being realistic.
Yeah, I mean, of course, no. And you know, I'm just speaking to like the audience that think everything in life is supposed to be fluffy and perfect. The fact is, you know, we got an old school saying, right? And that old saying goes, if you come back from the game and you ain't got no grass stains on your jersey, that means you ain't played.
Pretty much.
Right? That's a good one.
Period.
Yeah, that's a good one. Now.
You know what I'm saying?
Matter of fact, I'll tell y'all about an L. Because I tell my nephew who's 20 about this very one. Because I'm trying to get him to start shooting more shots.
Right.
I was 20. I was 20. Went to visit my sister and her now husband for spring break in Alabama. 3 days there. Then I went to Birmingham, like an hour west. Stayed a night there, and then I went to the mall. And I'm like, you know what? I'm feeling like Superman. I go to the mall. I'm like, man, where these ladies at? See this cute chick. Size her up. I just do like this. Like, come here. I'm feeling like I'm the man.
What?
It's like, who, me?
Shit.
It was all funny. Here's the thing. It was all funny until she got right in my face and them eyeballs hit me.
Oh, shit.
She got in my face and them eyeballs hit me. I was like in a food court or something, in the food court line. All I remember was them saying, sir.
Did you freeze
you got
up?
an order? I blacked out. I don't remember her talking to. I don't remember anything.
Oh my God.
I thought I was the man.
Did she give you the roofie?
No, she came up to talk to me. And you talk about choking, freezing. I blacked out.
Oh, I see what you saying. Oh, okay.
Did you
Eyeball-
faint?
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Like, did you
probably.
like fall out the stool and stuff?
Shit, probably. All I remember was them saying, "Sir, are you ready to order?"
Oh my.
How old were you, Scam?
20.
That's old enough to get laughed at, nigga. You's wild for that one.
Here's the thing.
Right.
I didn't.
That's old enough, bro. That's old
I
enough.
didn't have a shot. I wouldn't have a story.
Yeah, you
Amen.
got to shoot it. Like Blaze just said, you're going to have wins and losses no matter what you do in this life. Fall, get back up.
Well,
That's the only thing
I'll
you can
leave you.
do.
Yeah, I'll leave you with this though. All jokes aside, see, right now, what you are doing is you're giving us your testimony, and the only way to give a testimony is to go through the first 4 letters of that word. Rock out, sir.
Hey, Kim.
She's talking about she'd have been scared. Shoot, I was scared. Them eyeballs was too much for me.
What you saying? She had the dad from House Party eyes, and she stop playing, bro.
Man.
That is so funny. But I mean, how will you know anything or get through it or see if you even got an opportunity or a chance if you don't go for it?
That's a good point. Now, speaking of that, going for it, I do want to ask y'all a very important question. This is something I'm actually slightly coming upon. This is something I'm slightly coming upon myself, right? And I'm a little nervous about this because, so let me just put it like this in a nutshell. I was raised, and I do believe that my parents did an excellent job of taking care of me and my siblings, but I do believe that we were sheltered just a little too long.
Right.
Now, you'll see where I'm going, because this is a question. You'll see where I'm going. I'm going to give my part and shut up. My daughter's 16, 11th grade. She's going to be graduating soon. I'm curious, what's you all's view on the whole out by 18? Because I said, nah, baby girl, you're going to stay with, look, you're under your father's covenant till bare minimum like 25, 26. I don't believe that you're ready at 18, but I'm hearing that what I'm doing is I'm going to coddle her and she's going to be actually develop a form. Basically, what I'm told is you will give her a form of arrested development if you allow her to stay with you and be under your like financial covenant and everything. Like, I'm serious, like all that, whatever you need. You know what I'm saying? You get something up until 25, 26, dad got you. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't give a damn. You grown, you still my baby. Like, you still Mooma to me. So like, but I'm told that's not what I should do. So I just want to know, because I ain't going to front to land it. Like, we've heard that so much, this whole put them out by 18 thing. But like, I just saw time and time again. I mean, it has worked sometimes, but I don't know the percentages. What you all take? I digress. My mic is muted.
Somebody else can go first if they want.
You can go, Scam.
The answer to out at 18 is 90-something% no. As a parent or as any kind of leader, you do an assessment of your people. You'll know when that person is ready, as well as you're responsible for by not any means necessary, but you're responsible for guiding them to succeed. Sometimes people need more. Sometimes people need less. Sometimes people need more time or this, but whatever it is, have a plan for them to win based on who they are. Some suggestions, though I don't know the person, but just random suggestions at 18. Okay, rent's $300 a month. Rent's $500 a month. Or get a job, school, military, business. Got to do something. Like, we're not sitting around and taking a break. Nah, we ain't doing that. But half the rent that you pay, says $500 a month. $250 a month. You stay there 2 years. When you leave, half of it goes straight in your pocket.
Right.
Or hey, $700 a month. $350 a month. When they leave after 2 years, that's a chunk of money to buy a used car in cash. Or if they graduate, top of their class, whatever, or do something big, help them with the down payment on the house that they want to buy. But use it. It could be used as, that's if they're staying at home. If they're away, do something to help them. But just because 18 is just a number. And even if they're behind, they failed to your high school, or there's something just ain't there, the maturity ain't there, you're better off them graduating and getting together at 31 and then being successful at 35 than push them out at 18 and then being in the gutter bleeding at 19.
Ooh, that's a good point. Hey, Artifact. To answer that question, no, I don't believe in that either. I believe that if you just think back to where you were at 18, we're just still figuring it out, just because the government declares you grown at 18 or somehow grown because you still can't even buy alcohol or anything to 21, you know what I mean? So just because you're 18 now, that doesn't mean you have it together. That doesn't mean you are equipped. Now, of course, along the way, if we're doing good parenting or healthy parenting, we're going to go and take those steps and those measures to try to equip our kids to know some certain things. But at 18, they're still trying to decide, okay, I'm going to go to college, or I'm going to go into working. I'm going to do this and that. And like Kim just said, no 18-year-old has 3 times the rent, majority of the time, unless their parents are paying for it, or unless they really started working young and saving for it, or they just, happen to be blessed enough to have an outstanding career going by 18 or something. Other than that, no. I feel like people should give their kids an opportunity. Now, if years down the line, the kid is still there in the basement playing video games or something, and they still haven't figured it out, then that's different. But at 18, kicking the kids to the curb, I don't believe in that.
Yeah, I believe, like, if I'm not mistaken, I think the adulthood, kids being considered an adult at 18, I think that's a new thing that just came about in the 1970s, if I'm not mistaken.
Nah, hold on, Freeze, real quick, because don't forget, when we was coming up, bro, we was able to drive to high school at 15 and 9 months, bro. We had our at 16. They had to raise it because they realized we couldn't handle that.
Yeah, exactly.
The 18 and go ahead, Freeze, my bad.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say the 18 and out was more 60s, 70s, 80s. People started to be more lenient towards 90s, 2000s, except for there are parents who don't want to be parents. Let's just be real.
Right.
Or they passed their own trauma down from how they were raised. And I'm trying to make this short. When people aren't taught how to critically think and guide, they don't know how to do that for the next generation or their kids either. So they pass on what they may know or don't know. And it just, they got kicked out at 17 and say that they made it out here in the street at a factory. So they tell their kids they got to go do it too, without doing a full evaluation of how this world really works or creating an actual real plan. A lot of parents don't want to be parents. Like, all right, I'm tired.
Well, no, scam, because I talk to people about it. What they say nowadays is because kids are more advanced, like they're teaching much more advanced classes in school at earlier stages than we were, right? So all of these factors, because they're so well at technology and stuff, and that is the moving driving force, IT, tech field, that is what that we should be shooting for. So a lot of people feel like, well, shoot, they've been able to jailbreak the tablet after I done changed the code since the age of 5. You should be ready by 17. Unfortunately, that's the mentality, bro.
Well, that goes 2 ways. My high school, I graduated in 98. 98.
Class of Y2K.
I put it, okay. The way school was, I was an education major. I taught 4th grade for a year also. When I was coming up, 94 was an A, 86 was a B, 78 a C, 70 a D, and we got E's instead of F's. It was an E. But they made it to where now a 90 is an A, 80 a B. They dumb down education for the most. So the majority is dumber, and the dumber are extra dumb. But the smart of the new generation, well, is 50 times smarter than the smart of our generation. So if you take the better class, then yeah, they can do stuff at 12 that we couldn't do at 25. But the majority, 18-year-old now on an average versus 18-year-old in my time, our 18-year-olds will dust them off. But yeah, the best of the new, they're damn near gods. Especially in technology and stuff. Hell, we played video games with one joystick. To Genesis, big deal with 3 buttons. Wow, 3 buttons on a controller. Now they got ocular stuff doing backflips, 68 buttons on the controllers that they're doing at 5 years old. Yeah, they'll kill us. But yeah.
Yeah. I don't think it's a wise idea. Because I feel like also that leaves doors open for the kids to go out there and fail, and then they're going to have to come back. So I definitely think that you should give them a grace period and make sure that they are totally equipped to be able to efficiently be self-sufficient on their own before you tell them they have to go.
Yeah. And I think that it is dangerous to let the government tell you when it's time for your child to leave the house. The government is not in your house. Parents are the main ones that has eyes on their kids. So to me, it just makes sense that parents are the ones to say, okay, now you're ready. You're ready now.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, because this is why it's so pertinent for parents to actually pay attention to their kids and follow their kids and evaluate. Parents should always be evaluating their kids. So when it is time for them to leave, a parent should that's when the child should get the parent's blessing. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of times, think about it. Sometimes kids will throw the government in the parents' face and say, I'm 18, I should be able to do this. And just because the government says so. You know what I'm saying?
True too.
And also, when we talk about the story of the prodigal child or the prodigal son, the critical part of that story, it wasn't him staying in his father's house. It was when he left. That was the bad part of the story. When he left the house, not when he was staying there.
And he had to come back.
Yeah, he had to come back because he wasn't ready. Right? So that was the whole purpose of that story.
That is a great analogy. Beautiful analogy. Awesome.
It is.
Yeah, he wasn't ready. That was the whole problem with that story, but the child wasn't ready. So he actually ended up begging his way back into his father's house, and his father didn't even give him a hard time. He was like, his father gave him a hug and a kiss and said, you know, you're welcome. You always been welcome back. You know what I'm saying? And so I just think that children should they shouldn't get blessed. They shouldn't get approval from the government or laws, man-made laws. They should get approval from their parents. And that might be 30 years old. That might be 26. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. It might be 26. That child might be troubled all through their damn adolescent or teen years. They might be a troubled child. And now they just starting to get it right at age 19 years old. But you know this because you've been evaluating your child.
That's a fact.
Here's another thing we need to stop doing. Every child ain't the same.
That's a fact.
18 years old for one child might not be 18 years old for another child. I'm just saying.
That is true.
Nah,
some are more mature and some are not.
That is an absolute fact because my parents, you know, me and my siblings, out of all of us, my two sisters, my brother, I was the main one that needed the most attention because just I guess hyper, if you would say. I was very curious, always inquisitive, just about everything. You know what I mean? So I get you on that. Like even down to parents having multiple children. You don't most I don't know no parent that handles every single child the exact same way. If you got two, three, four, five, or whatever, not
Right.
one child is dealt with the same way. Some you can ease up on a little more, you can trust a little more. Some you gotta look into like, hold on now, where you going? You know what I
Yep.
mean?
Yep.
Some you
That's
just
a fact.
like that with your own kids, let alone the spread of what it is throughout our community. You smack on point. I digress. My mic is muted.
Yeah, man.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Okay.
Hmm. Maria, do you have something you want to say?
Yeah, that's the thing. Everyone develops differently. Just like me, though. I'm basically a spectrum child, so the way I develop is different. It's not, I'm not capable of going out there myself. It is better I just stay with the parent already, though. I'm like 23 and I remain with them, but I'm still education type of thing, though. So it's not that I don't want to move out. Though. I could move out if I wanted to anytime. My dad said I could leave anytime I want. I just said, look, I just to just stay with them because it's better for me, though. And yeah, I kind of agree with you. Not everyone at 18 develops the same. Everyone develops different. That's why I was saying for me personally, I developed different. Yes, basically, I'm capable of almost everything. Some things I just struggle with a little bit. So I gotta work on that. So I kind of agree with that, though, when he's saying the day I consider leaving is the day I get married. That's when I feel like I should leave.
And are your parents cool with you staying there until you get married?
Yes,
Okay.
I told my mom and my dad when I'm married, though, I don't mind staying early part of marriage. I would stay with them, but then at some point I would consider moving into my own type of place. Though, and I said, look, I can come back anytime I want. Though, if the marriage don't work out, then I'll come back. However, though, when I get married, though, like at some point though throughout the marriage, then I'll consider moving out. Though, that's just how
Yeah,
I feel. Though. And
I
even if I
understand.
wanted to move out, though, I can go stay with supported type living, though. What I have, though, I can get supported living, though. So,
And I understand, Riaz,
Hey,
totally.
Riaz, are you using some? I just have to ask. Are you using the ability to be able to stay as a crutch?
hmm? Not as a crutch, though, no.
And I'm not trying to take a shot, but um,
Not
sometimes
as a
you got
crutch,
it too comfortable and there's no pressure. Not saying
no.
you, but it can be enabling to not be on top of your game.
Yeah, but it's
But
not
if you're
really
handling your
about.
biz, you're handling your biz. I'm just asking.
I'm handling business, though. I wouldn't say it's a crutch, though. I'm just basically doing the education thing. I'm currently in the college, though. I just choose to stay with parents. When I
Oh,
feel like the
you're in
time.
college.
Yep, I'm in
Oh,
college.
okay,
I've been in
cool.
college since 2019. It's just last year. I only got 2 years left in college. I just chose to extend my stay in college a little longer, though, and my college just allows me to plan my future, though. I'm just basically getting to the stage to plan my future. I only got 2 years left. The course that I'm doing, and it's like a web-based course, so. The supported internship means I just go outside and work and I get some support and they'll support me there. And then at some point, if I improve really well, then they'll dial it back until I become independent. After the course, I get a job. And from there, I'm done that. I think by the time I leave college, I'll be 24 to 25 years old. So that's when I probably would leave.
No, as
Well, as
long as you
long
got
as
a
you have a
plan.
plan.
Yeah, and you're in
I have
college. It's
long-term.
tangible.
Yeah, I have long-term and short-term plan, but I'm also realistic enough to understand, look, it's not just a dream. I gotta start somewhere. I'm realistic enough to know, look, I have these dreams though, but how do I actually achieve it? Start realistic somewhere though. Like I
Yeah.
told my sister I wanted to do retail. Though she said you could do better than retail. I said yes, but let me start somewhere first. If I do really well in retail, then I'll consider getting better jobs. Though, gotta start somewhere.
Yeah, that's true. Hey, positive thoughts. Thank you for watching. Yeah, that's definitely true. So let me ask you guys this. Do you guys think that um somebody, because the topic was lust and discipline and choices. So I guess I'm going to ask a two-part question. Do you guys think that if people are better disciplined from a young age, they would have, as far as, disciplined in how to find the right person, how to control um, different lusts and desires in the world, do you think that they would be better equipped for a successful relationship or to even choose the right person?
Yeah.
Well,
Oh,
the
go ahead.
right person is dependent upon the qualities that they have, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, in my humble opinion, I think that whatever the right person is to you is what qualities that you value. You know what I'm saying? Like, so everybody has different qualifications. And I know this to be true from listening to a lot of people talk on these panels and everything. A lot of people are different. Everybody's not the same. I know me from the life I've decided to live, what kind of qualities I want in a woman.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And but this is why you have to ask questions and vet properly, because everybody's qualification is not the same. So and I think that that should be tweaked from a young age. But sadly, a lot of kids end up being led by outside influences. And outside influences actually creates their, the qualities that they desire in people, or the qualities that they're looking for in people. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But
right.
but you have to actually be trained and conditioned on what you should be looking for, or what you should want in your life, especially towards marriage. I think that has to be trained. To answer your question, I do think that has to be trained and conditioned. And to be honest, I'm gonna land my plane. Whether the parents train the kids or not, they're gonna be trained and conditioned one way or another, whether you do it or not.
That's true.
So that I land my plane right there.
Okay. What do you guys think?
People are always going to do better when they're prepared, and it's parents' job to prepare people. I mean, always stand on like core values. Core values: faith, finances, fitness. And finances ain't as important as people think they are. But when you got your game tight, trust me, finances will come find you. Faith, finances, fitness, discipline, focus, diet, exercise, critical thinking, emotional intelligence. Just keep building all those things. Relationship skills, that's a big one. If the people are preparing you in those lanes, and then also providing a healthy space. Every time I ask this question, I get a no. Ask people why they're growing up, that they always have a comfortable space to come to and ask and be able to say anything they wanted to, or ask every question they wanted to, or bring any problem. Most people say no. I think my parents scored a C in that department. There were times where I'm not coming to you to ask you something I got going on. I got to go find it out somewhere else. There's a lot of people who really can't come to their people, or don't believe in their people, or the shame and the neglect or whatever. They don't have people to come to get the answers to the questions that they really do need. And it
Right.
should be the opposite. Hey,
Yep.
I'm gonna show you how to live this world. I've been in it longer than you. You're gonna do some goofy stuff, but hey, come to me when you do it. I'm gonna get you through this. No matter what it is, come to me. You might need to prep me. You might need to calm me down. Some things you might have to send me in a text and let me marinate in it. But come to me, and I'm gonna get you through this. And I'm gonna try not to be judgmental. That's what parents should be doing.
I agree. I agree. What about you, Smitty?
He there?
Yeah, no, I'm here. I'm just trying to get off mute. I apologize. No, after listening, it's one of those. Could you just kind of like in a nutshell reiterate the question, please, just so I can?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't want to be all over the place.
Okay. I said, do you think that a child or a young person being like trained or taught how to be disciplined in life, and like having sexual discipline, and them being taught and learning that along the way, would have a big impact or a better impact on their life decisions, on dealing with lust in any kind of way, or how they choose a partner or a spouse to be in a relationship with down the line?
Oh, wow. Good question. All right. So I will give my own personal testimony in a nutshell.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So uh, I was raised very well taken care of. All right. Boom. I get out on my own, right? Hop off the porch. I wound up being engulfed. I mean, like truly engulfed by the streets. There's a lot of things I experienced I never thought I would ever experience because of how wonderfully I was taken care of. So
Okay.
my point in getting to it is, even during my times at my lowest out there, even during my times while I was incarcerated for like them 7 years, um, even when I got out and I had to reestablish myself in society and find my way, I should not. That like the feeling of like that Sunday home cooked meal, sitting around with family, the unity of what that consists of never left me. The
Right.
reason why I am here right now where I am is because no matter how powerful the influences of the streets were to me once I got out there, what my parents instilled in me for those first like I say like 20 some odd years, like 22, 20 something years,
Mm-hmm.
it was too strong. I yearned for that way more than what the glory and the glamour of the streets ever had to offer. I just it was something that always called me home, not home to mom and dad, but home as far as like the structure and the foundation, the cleanliness, the peacefulness, everything. The house being stocked up, fridge full, all of that, bills paid, hot water, you name it. I grew up to being comfortable. And so even when I got out there, I still yearned for that to the fullest of me. I digress. My mic is muted. Rock out.
That's a good point. That's a very good point. What do you guys think? Riaz, do you want to answer the question?
Sure, just repeat the question, please.
Do you think, and because I know you're still young, you're only 23, do you think the things that your parents are teaching you now as far as discipline will help you to choose a better spouse, and help you to maintain and operate in a more productive manner as far as your lust as you get older and get out into society, like after you leave with them?
The answer is yes, though. I believe they did a good job with me on how to deal with me and the discipline. No, they taught, like my mom explained to me, lower the gates and how the boundaries and everything like that. And basically, to function in society, yes, though. So basically, I am being taught all the necessary independent stuff, though. It's just like basically step by step while they teach it. So yes, they're teaching about safety and everything, though. It's just they're working according to what I have, because the way I have a processing compared to yours, though. So when you're younger and stuff like that, back when you're younger, you have a different process, way compared to me. So that's why, some people are more advanced. I'm not putting myself down. I'm just being understanding of my own type of needs, though. It's not excusing. It's more like understanding myself as well, that how I basically move and operate and stuff. So basically, they just teach me, step by step. So like, first, like, had to be independent in the home. So they just teach small little stuff. So I do almost everything in the home as well, though. If I do choose to leave, yes. But even if I do remain with them for a little bit, I still do everything else independently. I do my own laundry, I vacuum the floors, I iron the clothes. I hang the clothes on the line. So I do other things as well. So basically, the only thing my mom has to do is cook the food, and only some things, though. So yes, so to answer the question, yeah, they're pretty much teaching me. It's just, in a different way of teaching.
Okay, that's good. That's good. I appreciate you guys' answers. So, do you guys think that, in hindsight, overall today as a society, because people are operated in their lust and operating in a manner which is not displaying like self-discipline, do you think, I think I already asked Freedy this, but I didn't ask the rest of you, do you think that it is causing a lot of people to choose the wrong person and to get involved in meaningless connections because they're operating out of lust and they're not displaying discipline?
I think it. Well, go ahead. Riaz, go ahead.
Yeah, I kind of agree with. Yeah, probably that they probably choose the wrong because of what they desire and what they basically put on top of their criteria with the lack of discipline, though. So basically, one form of discipline, though, that I always say, though, that the other guy should actually start practicing is to lower your gaze, because what you see is what you think as well when you go outside, when you have these desires. Yes, you have your desires within you, but if when you go outside and look, it makes your mind even think more, though, to prevent how you basically do that is to lower the gaze. It's not just basically it's not about not being confident. You can be as confident as you want, though, while being humble. It's just about lowering your gaze. It's not just out of respect for the woman. It's teaching yourself, it's teaching you to lower your it's teaching you to it's teaching you discipline. So you're just learning, okay, look, I have to that's it.
Okay. Good answer,
What was the question? What was the initial question again?
The question was, do you think that people that are operating, because we know so many people are operating out of lust and they're not displaying any discipline out here, do we think that it is causing more people to choose the wrong spouse, choose the wrong person to be involved with in a relationship with?
Yeah, because most of these people are being led by emotions, right? What feels good. And let's just be honest, that doesn't just correlate with intimate relationships. That correlates to people following these gurus online, people getting scammed, people being able to get grifted, because most people are led by their emotions. That's the name of the game. If you want to know how to get money on the internet, placate the people's emotions, because we know most people, that's how they operate, right? So discipline has nothing to do with your emotions. Discipline has a lot to do with that word, that one of those words that's in your title, choices. Discipline is a choice. You know what I'm saying? You have to choose to live a certain way. And so, yeah, but most of the time we just like to feel good. You know, we just want to feel good. As long as as long as you're able to accomplish that, you might get some results in this society. So, yeah.
Right.
Most people are making foolish decisions. Yeah, go ahead.
Let me ask you this, Freezy, before I ask everybody else. With that being said, do you think most people are really, even the people that say that they want a healthy relationship and they're looking for the right person to settle down with, do you think they're really serious or intentional, like as a whole with most people? Do you think they really want that? Or do you think it's just something that sounds good?
No, I think most people want that. They just don't know how to obtain it. You know what I'm saying? Because they're led by the emotions. Okay, so the mind is a tricky thing, right? This is what I mean by being conditioned in a certain way. The way you're conditioned, you could think the way you move in life is the right way because it feels good, it feels right. But the Bible tells us not to lean into our own understanding, because you know, the decisions that you make in life could feel right to you. It could feel right. You could sincerely think you're making the right decision, and because you really want the right situation in your life, right? Okay. That's why a lot of people, you can't tell them any different because they're already set in their ways. You know, that's a real statement. People being set in their ways because they've been conditioned and they think it is the right way. They really are convinced that the way they make choices in life and who they pick, what they pick is the right thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, people just want to feel good. People want to feel good, and that's a recipe for disaster, especially when it comes to marriage. Because I'm gonna just let you know right now, marriage don't always feel good. So if that's what you're looking for, please don't get married, because you know, I'm just saying.
Okay, that's good. That was good, Freezy. What do you think, Scam?
What you said, Scam?
The talking point mafia is gonna get you. You're not allowed to tell the truth. You're supposed to just say, "No, I was on my purpose, and my wife was traditional." That's what you're supposed to say instead of reality.
Yeah, man, it's some BS.
Right.
No, sexual discipline is important. Discipline as a whole is. People are emotional. Men's, women's, the dog, everybody. Only on the internet where being emotional is something wrong with it. The thing is, you have to be able to manage your emotions. Managed emotions. Let's be real. Let's say it. This is what I say with logic and emotion. There are people with logic and no emotions, and who have good logic but lack emotional awareness or management. That is illogical to stay that way. There are people who have no logic but are super emotional. That is illogical. So either way, they got to both run together. You got to be able to manage both. Manage your emotions and use your logic. With discipline, you have to be able to see the big picture and not let the small picture override it. Big picture, I want to get down to 160 pounds. And I want to run a mile in 6 minutes. Small picture, Twinkies, butter biscuits, they're going to taste good. Tastes good for 5 minutes, but it's going to cost me 2 days that I got to burn them calories off.
Mm-hmm.
So sexual discipline, yeah, you can go get that extra booty on the side, but it might cost you all the good anointed booty that you could have had in your household. So
That's a good point.
Skim said anointed booty.
Yeah, I was about to say, can we not and really dissect what is anointed booty?
anointed.
I was just about, I swear you beat me to the mute, bro.
Anointed booty.
Now we get the anointed booty.
Hello, Jerome.
That's when you put a ring on that woman's finger, and you go and you do your fast and you do everything, and then you go to the Heavenly Father, God, Jesus, Lord, or Allah, whoever you worship, just to say God for now. You go to God and He says, I'm going to give you my blessings. That Kochi is yours for the rest of your life. Go be fruitful and multiply. Then you get in that thing.
Oh Lord, not the presentation.
$1 million question. $1 million question.
But no, it's different which I've never been married. I haven't got to the anointed level. I've been liked, I've been loved.
Question though.
At the anointed, you can get it, and I don't gotta go to God and ask for forgiveness for it. Oh my God. Ooh. That day's coming.
I just know, was the booty anointed pre or post to scam being in its life?
Unfortunately, I hit some anointed booty before, like girlfriends, some exes, and I didn't go before the Heavenly Father because I was kind of fornicating, and it felt anointed. So the undisciplined side that night, it was anointed, but the next morning, as I go to repent,
stop and freeze, please.
You see what had happened was.
What are we talking about?
Wow. Okay. I mean, it was good.
Y'all get where I'm going for real though.
Right. Hold on, Riaz. One second.
No, go ahead, Riaz. You're good.
Okay.
So I just want to ask something though. That's
I actually rather hear Riaz right now, believe it or not. Like Riaz is man right now compared to what I do.
Tim is cutting up.
I'm innocent. I don't know what you're talking about.
Blaze, jeez. Yeah. What do you think, Smitty? Smitty, you there? Okay, I think we lost Smitty.
Smitty. Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe if there's something.
Okay.
All right.
Well, what do you think, Smitty? Do you think that because so many people are operating in lust and they don't have the discipline, do you think that it is causing them to choose wrong when trying to find a spouse or someone to settle down with?
Oh, wow. I need my thinking cap for this one. Okay. So yes, just like a spiritual awakening, when you are actually in the true form and mode of love has an actual condition on it. You know what that condition is? The condition is it is to be equally reciprocated.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So you got a lot of people that they want the best parts of it to be reciprocated to them. They want what it is that is supposed to be the best touches of relationship. No. Love really is, I can't stand your ass right now, but I ain't going nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
You know, You haven't done the unforgivables, the whole like putting your hands on me, you ain't stole from me. You know what I'm saying? Things of that nature, right? We all know what the unforgivables are. Yeah, a lot of people do not truly know what love and what being in a relationship of me and you now forever really consists of. And people really do have it ingrained into their mind that this is just supposed to be like a walk in the park. Yeah, and that's why I brought up the spiritual awakening part. When you fall in love, that's a whole nother version of spiritual awakening.
Right.
When you go through that, there are going to be points of like you're a little confused. You might question things the whole nine. The fact is this: it's so true. You know what I'm learning? Cliches hit harder now more than ever. Old simple cliches, right? Like it's the thought that counts, or something as simple as communication is key. You know, a lot of people are more quick to not talk about what's going on in their mind as opposed to actually knowing how to express what's going on. So to land it, yeah, not too many people know exactly what love really is. They really
Right.
do believe that love is these fluffy memes, and you know, everything is so grandiose. No,
Yeah.
no. Sometimes, sometimes I just might be like, you know what? I'm going to the camp spot, or sometimes I'm going to go stay at my sister's. I don't give a
Hmm.
damn. But at the end of it all, if it's truly love, and if you all truly believe what you say, then that should conquer all. You should run around here talking or bragging about how you're single or how you gave up, because we all know that's the easy thing to do. Love is to be fought for. Love, you should make sure that you know you're gonna have to put that work in. You want that bomb body, workout. You want a good ass bomb love, you're gonna have to work out. I digress. My mic is muted.
That was good, Smitty. Hey, Bridget. Bridget said hey to everybody.
What's up, Bridget?
Peace out, Riaz. He just put a message in the back saying he's gonna drop.
Okay. Thank you for coming up, Riaz. But yeah, that was good, guys. I really do think that you all gave some good points on that one. For me, I just think that it definitely can cause people to choose wrong because, like Smitty just said, you're not, people don't know what love really is. And when you're operating just on lust, you're not exercising discipline, you're not really, it can have you thinking that something is what you really want or someone is what you really want. But then when you get into it and you realize how much work it actually takes to love another person and to sustain a healthy and fruitful relationship, I think for a lot of people, that's where it gets off course. And that's where things get complicated because we know that relationships are not going to be great all the time. It's going to be ups and downs. That's natural. But then when you get to the point that you weren't even looking for the right things in the first place, it can really be detrimental because now you're stuck with somebody that you didn't maybe vet properly because you were moving out of lust. You weren't exercising disciplines. And now you're stuck in a relationship. You said, yeah, let's be together. But you're not even operating in the right manner to even know what it is that you really needed. I think a lot of people look at what they want versus what they really need. And I think that that could be a problem as well.
That is very true because, well, I would say this as a man, right? So, as a man speaking on it, what's the number one flower, beloved? So, Sister Fear, what is it, the number one flower that men give women? I mean, the number one flower men
Rose.
give to women. Roses, right?
Right.
Bad. And one thing I learned is that rose is the reason why we give it to you is because it's an equivalency of how it is we truly see you. You cannot pick a rose without cutting through thorns.
Right.
As wonderful as you all smell when you bloom, you blossom, you also got these prickly little spikes going all down the stem of it, right? So then I analyze that and I say to myself, this is the number one flower we give them. And out of all of the flowers, it's the only flower that has thorns on it. So then I started to make the correlation. That let me know that it's not going to be easy when it comes to love. Love sometimes can be painful.
That is true. That was a good analogy.
I got a question. Did y'all? I don't know if no, he's married or no, Freezy's married. You were married at a time?
I'm a widow.
Okay. Sorry for your loss.
Not married, involved.
Committed relationship, long term.
12 and a half years.
Okay.
So I know what the life is like. Yeah. I'm talking about living.
A form of marriage. Right. Yeah. A form of marriage.
Exactly. Yes. I'm here.
Do y'all think the original way that you grew, not original, the way you grew up, did they really give y'all a good picture of what marriage really was? Or they give you a 180?
Hell to the no.
I don't think so.
I would say no myself. No.
I don't think so.
I had to create that vision.
How about just the relationship in general?
That's a tough one,
bro. You know why I can. That's a great question. You
Yeah.
know why I could tell the truth on these panels? Because I knew I was a poor example of a man in a relationship, like for a long time. I was a poor example, and I mean I would let her tell her side. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to speak for her, but I'm just speaking for myself. A lot of these dudes would get further if they just tell the truth. You know, just like you know what I'm saying.
Do you
like
think that's a big problem, Freezy?
That's a huge problem, man, because there's so much pride and ego floating around, right? Don't nobody want to look bad. And I used to have that disease too, you know what I'm saying? But I don't got it. I don't really care no more, but because I really want to get better in life. I really care about getting better.
Absolutely.
You know, a lot of these dudes don't care about getting better. They just want to be right. They don't want to be better. You know?
Yeah.
You can't find out what's real if you don't tell the truth. Like, it was a young dude on a panel talking about, he wants some booty and he wants a woman, but he got to lie to her. I got to tell her this. I got to do this. I got to do all this stuff so I can keep hitting. I'm like, dude, you don't believe the person when you wake up and look in the mirror. You don't believe that person can come out here and get a woman. That you got to flip it up and down to the point where you don't even know who you are for the booty. Don't you think that's a problem?
That's a big problem.
And we ain't even talking about relationship. That's just for the almighty booty. We're supposed to
it's word anyway. Bro, you in his word.
Yeah.
First it was the anointed booty, now it's the almighty booty. Like, dog, like, where's it? Like, bruh.
Too much. He's so hilarious. Kim said
somebody else is up. Maybe this can be a distraction.
Kim is hilarious. Kim said you don't always like the person every single day you're married to, but you're not going anywhere. Relationships are a roller coaster. I believe that. And thank you, Jerome. He says, I think fear plays a factor in this conversation as well. That's a good point as well. I definitely think so. Positive
People don't
Thoughts
always
said,
celebrate.
y'all are putting it down in this conversation. Yes, everybody is dropping gems. I just want to take the time to say thanks everybody for tuning in, and make sure you like, subscribe if you haven't already. Hit the notification bell, share if you think this will be useful to somebody else, and if you'd like to support my channel, it's Parlay24 at Cash App. That's Parlay24 at Cash App. And so Big Bad Bull had left a question on. I don't know if someone wants to tackle that, but I want to say before that, hey Blaze, it worked.
Hey, can you hear me? Am I coming through okay?
Yeah, you
Yes.
good? What's going on?
Okay.
Yeah.
What's going on? How y'all feeling?
Good, good. I see now I have to send you the link to your email because I don't know what's going on with your phone.
Yeah, StreamYard be tripping, man. I don't think it likes me too much.
Doesn't seem like. So Big Bad Bull said, first of all, let me ask you, do you want to add to the conversation or do you want to wait?
I'll wait because honestly, I'm a bit. I was so busy trying to figure out StreamYard, I honestly wasn't even paying no attention. So just pass me and I'll wait. I'm sorry.
Okay. So Big
No.
Bad Bull said, who loves strangers they don't even know though?
Well, the first love you gotta love. Well, it's better when you love God, but you gotta love yourself. And you can
Right.
love better when you love your own damn self. If you so much lying and flipping and shucking and jiving that you presenting something that ain't even you, it shows you're not even loving yourself. And you're trying to get them to love something, or at least for 15 minutes. Maybe 20, depending on But you're trying to get them to love something that's fictional, and you're trying to become something that's fictional. All for the almighty, heavenly, anointed, crispity, chocolatey booty.
Lord.
Booty, was that a better description, or is it worse?
No, it was not scam. A crispity, chocolatey. I think that was a little worse.
Butter pecan? I give up.
Yeah, you starting to concern me at this point.
Right, Yeti. Oh my
Same.
goodness. We're going to leave that alone.
So what's the question again?
She
What
said,
is it?
who loves strangers they don't even know, though? I mean, I really don't know where the question came from based on what we were talking about, but
Okay. Yeah, so let's go ahead and break that down. All right, love strangers, okay? Love and strangers. So that right there already separated everything for me. I don't have to get to it, right? You see? So first and foremost, mental stimulation is very big to us ladies, believe it or not. It is not just always the body. When you all actually have a dope ass headspace with you and you know how to hold discussions and like really converse, and you seem to be like very inquisitive about life, that is extremely powerful when it comes to the attraction between me and you as a man to a woman. So love and strangers, yeah, I stop right there with like the first, what was that, 3-4 words? Yeah. No, I stop right there. There is no way to do that, because if I don't get some mind stimulation, then you will never know the full capacity of how wonderful I can love you. I digress. My mic is muted. Rock on.
I agree. That's a totally good point. I totally agree with that. I just don't think it's any way possible to love someone you don't even know. I mean, I think for a lot of people, I mean, you can lust for somebody, which is the topic anyways. Yeah, of course.
People do it
Anybody
with
can do that.
celebrities every day. They do it with celebrities. You don't know them
Yeah.
celebrities who got all kinds of fantasies for celebrities. So right there, about.
Yep, you're totally right on that. So yeah, I just, like you said, if there's no kind of mental connection, or for me emotional connection of any type, I just don't think it's possible. I'm not I've never been the person that believes in the whole love at first sight thing. So like you can think somebody looks good, or like I said, lust, but love, I don't think so.
Uh,
Anybody else? Freezy?
Which says this?
I think Freezy stepped away.
Hello? Can you hear me?
I said,
yeah,
do the question that we can hear you.
Okay.
Because Big Bad Bull had wrote a question, and he
Yeah.
said, "Who loves strangers?" I guess that they first met, anyways, though. And we were just kind of answering his question.
Oh, who loves strangers that they first met?
Mm-hmm.
Dang, that's a good question. I think people who I don't know, it might be different kind of people. People who don't want to be alone, you know what I'm saying? People who just don't like being alone and they're just longing for some type of companionship, right? So they might get into a desperate state of mind of just not wanting to be alone. And finally somebody made them laugh. You know, just making somebody laugh somebody could feel like that's love at first sight or something. You know what I'm saying? But
You think so? But
yeah,
would
because
go ahead.
What'd you say, sir?
No, I was gonna say, but would it really be love, or would it be lust, or desperation, or loneliness?
Well, I would say it doesn't have to be actual sexual lust. Let's just say on a woman's behalf, it could be just longing for validation and affection.
Okay.
And you just feeling lonely out here, you know what I'm saying? And now finally a man that you like, right? A man that you actually like is validating you. And you feel, because women blow everything up. Women like if a woman will think the strangest things are special. That's so special, you know what I'm saying? Like, because
Yeah.
because they're longing for validation or attention. Women love attention. Valentine's Day is not for men. Valentine's Day is for women.
I agree to a certain extent. Yeah, I agree.
You know what I'm saying? So, so I do think it can happen to men too, as far as love at first sight or whatever. But I think a lot of that be more affectionate based than logical based. I don't think love at first sight is logical.
Me neither.
That's just my opinion.
I don't either. What about you, Blaze?
What was the question again?
Big Bad Bull had asked a question of who loves somebody that who loves strangers, or somebody they first met, I guess.
Personally, I don't think that's possible to love someone, well, to love a stranger because you don't know them. Like if you just met this person, to me, that sounds more like lust than it does love. Like if you're just meeting this person for the very first time, you don't know them from a can of paint. So that's not love at all. That's probably just lust.
Yeah. Or yeah, it could be lust, convenience. It could be anything. Yeah, just loneliness. You know, like Freezy said too. I believe all those things, but I'm not the one. I don't believe in love at first sight type of deal. I feel like you can really like somebody at first, but you know, you might get to know them, and it's a totally different thing. Like,
think
You
about it.
know-
Though. Somebody could actually say, like, in your very first conversation with somebody could actually connect with something inside of you. Somebody could connect with you in a way that nobody else has. That's possible. Like,
now, I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that. Yeah, that is a good point, Crazy, because you know, I mean, you can meet somebody and be like, "Well, gee, where you been my whole life?" You know what I mean? or I
Yeah,
wish I would have met you sooner, or something like that. So I definitely agree with you on that.
yeah, you could have a favorite book that you felt like nobody else know about, but then you meet this person and y'all have small talk and they bring up that same book without you mentioning it. Now you feel like this was a line by the stars or
Big,
something. So
big facts. You know something, I would say this. I don't know if it's just me in this 2025 day and age, but I would say I would like, all right, so look, I'm gonna just take it to the homie standpoint, right?
Mhm.
So, like, really, really close friends that I have, when we finally said, "Shh, man, you my right arm, you my ace," it was
Mhm.
only after we went through something almost life threatening and or changing.
Ooh, that's a
And
good one.
you see, and so my point is to piggyback what Freeze and even you, sis, what you guys are saying. I believe that the factor that is being missed when we think we love somebody, we give up before we can make it through the storm to know if you do. You don't know
Mm,
what it's like to finally like to look over and be like, man, you remember that day almost, you know what I'm saying?
right.
We don't even allow it now. What it breaks down to is the patience. That is what it is. Right. So yeah, that is smack on point with that. I digress. My mic is muted. A lot of us don't give it enough time to even go through anything. We believe because we're supposed to feel some kind of way the entire way. You're supposed to be on a pink cloud on year 5. You're supposed to be honeymoon state 10 years later. Now you thinking because you know what, girl, that nigga don't even sneeze right. I don't know. It sounds like a curse when he does it. It ain't even a regular at you. So now you ready to, you know what I'm saying, be up
Ready
and
to
out the
throw in the
door.
towel.
I mean, it just be the smallest of little things, but I digress. Rock out.
That's true. That's true. I can get that. I definitely think that a lot of people don't give it time, but that just goes back to it. A lot of people are rushing into things too, and I think a lot of people go into things thinking that it's going to fail anyways. Like they go into things with a negative mindset, um, thinking, well, the last situation didn't work out, or, why should I believe this one will, but I'll still give it a try. But they don't have, the right mindset to even know that, things aren't going to be perfect. But, if we're both committed to put the work in, then it might just work out for the both of us. But I think a lot of people are lackluster in really wanting to sustain that love and to really g- dig in and pour into each other enough to even have a lasting relationship. And I think that's why a lot of relationships fail these days. Because, like you said, it could be just a littlest thing and somebody's ready to call it quits. Oh, well, forget about this 5 years. You did something I don't like. And it doesn't even have to be something big, but this person just getting on your nerves. And now you're ready to throw in the towel without trying to work through those problems.
Big facts, because society tells us that the very moment that you feel some kind of way, then the universe is telling you that this spiritual love equilibrium is not in alignment. And whole T, you don't even realize, even as the earth was being formed, if we go to it on a scientific level, there was a whole lot of disruptance. You know what comes, watch this to land it. All right, because you learn the most about our life through our beautiful, loving creator. You know what comes after a volcanic eruption? I want you to think about it. Like all the lava. I mean, like, honestly, man, sometimes there's lives lost and everything. But did you not know that that's how we get the most beautiful plants and aquatic life and tropical and everything? All of that is around where volcanoes are. The most beautiful parts of this planet are around
Mhm.
volcanoes. All right. You get some of the most beautiful stones. Obsidian, that comes from volcanic settlement. So we need to recognize that there is a certain amount of beautiful, I guess you can say, disturbance that goes on when it comes to something becoming the paradise in which you always envisioned it to be. I digress. My mic is muted. Rock off.
Hey, Just Jay.
What's going on, Just Jay? What's up, sis?
That was good, guys. I definitely think so. I don't know. I know that it's just a lot of work in general, and I think people just need to be mindful of the decisions they're making. And I think people just have to be realistic as well. Like, I think some people go into things thinking that everything is going to be wonderful all the time, and that's just not realistic. And I think that is definitely part of the problem. But I know Freezy made a really good point earlier about, you know, you got to be able to put God first in the relationship. And once that aligned, I know you mentioned for you, Freezy, once that aligned for you, things were better.
Yeah, I had to get myself like I had to bring myself through a lot of I don't know, what is it? Like I had to bring myself through a whole filtering process. And you know, this might sound corny what I'm about to say.
Hey, Just Jay is in the back.
Okay.
I'm about to drop. I'll holler at y'all later.
Okay, Scam.
All right, Scam.
All right, Scam. All right, bro. Take it easy.
Thank you, Scam.
He said Just Jay in the back. Okay.
Here she is.
What's up, Just Jay?
Hey y'all, how y'all doing? Look like y'all been up here for a while.
Yeah, we are up here
Yeah.
cooking. Thank you for coming up, sis.
Yeah, I had to tap in right quick, show a little support.
I appreciate
Yeah.
I'm wearing my
What y'all
Kevlar
talking about?
just
I'm
in
hearing
case.
relationships.
you. Yeah, we are. The topic was lust, discipline, and choosing.
Ah, what you said, Blaze? I heard you say something.
Oh, I said, nothing.
Ooh. Oh, okay, that's what's up. That's what's up. Relationships. The what is it? I don't even know. Is it a running trend with the topics? I definitely think it's something that people desire. That's why it constantly comes up, regardless of how it shows up in different ways. On social media, I think it does speak to the desire for human connection, affection, attachment, all that, right?
hmm We were basically running it into how we started off talking about how people are young. Were their parents really giving them the right input or insight on, having discipline with their lust, or before they end up having sex? And did our parents teach us how to be disciplined in a way, or to even know how to choose the right type of person for ourselves? Or do we even know what we really need in another partner or spouse? So we kind of, went from there, and we came to here. Do you want to add input?
Well, as y'all know, these conversations, they're not, I think that we can overcomplicate them, but I think the nuances is what like we tend to discuss, you know what I'm saying? And I think sometimes people take that and overcomplicate the whole thing. But to what you were saying about parents and stuff, I can imagine it depends on the generation, because it seems like there are a lot of variations of parenting styles with the generations. But you generally have different parenting styles within each generation, but there seems to be certain parenting styles that would be like the forefront or more common, you know what I'm saying? Depending on the generation. My generation, what I found was a lot of parents didn't speak on relationships and especially sex in a productive way. Um, I find that a lot of people in my generation went out and learned by way of the streets or that,
Mm-hmm.
just different ways. They just learned in different ways, and it wasn't so much the parents sitting down and having like a very productive conversation. It was usually along the lines of, you know, the mom possibly telling the daughter, and I'm not saying this is my specific experience. I'm just speaking to like the
In
generation,
general.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was like the mom, if you come from a dysfunctional background or a background that isn't well versed in healthy communication, right? It could come off as don't be out here running the streets getting pregnant. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of the sum of the conversation. You know what I'm saying? Every now and then, a shot being thrown while they walking out the door or something, or if they got on something specific or whatever. And then for the guys, it could have been something as simple as they dad talking to them and possibly encouraging them to knock some things down, or going out of their way to tell them they better not be gay. You see what I'm saying? Just it wasn't nothing productive,
Right, right. That's a good.
generally speaking. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. That is a good point. So you think that a lot of parents, I think we all kind of agreed with that too, that a lot of the times our parents did not give us more of the stuff that we needed to be able to go out and be equipped to find successful relationships, and everybody just kind of learned through trial and error in a way. Like our parents might have told us some things, but they maybe weren't so specific in some of the key things that we could have had because maybe they didn't even know, or their style of parenting was different.
Right. That's so true. And my parents come from a generation where they didn't do a lot of talking, especially when it came to being vulnerable. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't a lot of conversation in that regard. So, to your point, I think a lot of people did just go out and learn different things too through trial and error. And even for people that grew up in, um, I guess, more stable households, it's the communication still could have been impaired on some level.
Right.
So the talking points about the vetting and all that kind of stuff, it sounds very ideal, and there are parents that have done vetting, whether it was, the guy come to the house and dad him up and ask him a bunch of questions. There are different forms of vetting, but as far as like talking points and this, like, it's almost like this formal facilitation of sorts when it comes to vetting, I think that that hasn't been very realistic, at least in quote unquote our community. You know what I'm saying? But I think
I,
people go out and they do what they can and they fumble. But it still definitely speaks to the desire to connect and to have relationships. Relationships are beautiful, and they can be truly edifying, and they can be absolutely destructive. You know what I'm
right.
saying? And I think many a times people in general, like, we can go through life and compound, you know what I'm saying, the destruction, because it's a lot of unhealed stuff, a lot of unresolved stuff. And I think I said this the other day on Freezy panel. We all have baggage. You feel me? For me, this is how I view relationships, right? Like, I think it's about alignment. And I also think that we all have baggage. It's just really about tapping in with that person who is built for your baggage and you built for theirs, not meaning it's your job to do their work, right? Because we all have a responsibility um to tend to our own growth. You know what I'm saying? But
Mm-hmm.
just tapping in with people that get you and that don't trigger you in a way where it is counterproductive to your growth and vice versa. You know what I'm saying? What
Mm-hmm.
I found is nurturing relationships that are truly edifying for me personally, right? Are relationships that don't what's the word? Exploit, abuse, take for granted, you know, overstep certain boundaries when it comes to a person's triggers, right? So I can imagine y'all cover some scriptures, right? So love
Mhm.
covers a multitude of sin, right? So when I think about that, right, it ain't just, oh, love covers a bunch of BS and that means you're supposed to put up with it, right? One of the ways I interpret that scripture is love is equipped to cover a person's vulnerabilities. You understand what I'm saying? Like
Good.
you have a responsibility to if you're connected with a person, you have a responsibility. And sometimes we mess up and we fail, right? But we have a responsibility to reasonably cover a person's vulnerabilities. You know what I'm saying? If I'm tapped in with a dude and I care for him, it would be productive and edifying to make effort, right? To not expose his vulnerabilities in a way that would leave him in a worse state. But it is still our
Okay.
individual obligations to work on ourselves. Do that make sense?
Yes, that's good. Do you guys want to add to what she said?
What is there to add to that perfection?
Oh, well, look
Yes,
at you. Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
she was definitely cooking. So, just say, let me ask you this, since you just came up. Do you
Sure.
think that a lot of people being led by lust and not having, let's say, sexual discipline, um, leads them to choose wrong most of the time?
Um, I would say off the bat, I want to say yeah, right? But y'all know you know my mind be doing a lot sometimes, right? So um lust, right, in regards to overwhelming desire and like this intense passion, right? We
Hmm.
all experience it on different levels, and it's not just, as y'all know, and I'm sure y'all already covered this, it ain't just in regards to sex, right? Like we
Yep.
can have this overwhelming desire for different things, you know. Um, and the okay, so okay, I'm trying not to do too much. Okay, so on a primal level, right?
Hmm.
I understand lust has its place, right? The problem is when you tap into certain things that you can't rein in a thing or you can't harness that power, it becomes insatiable, right? So if we haven't tapped into different things that we need to work on or continuing to develop ourselves, whatever that lust is, it will multiply, it will be compounded, right? And it's hard to rein in on that type of energy. You can't control or harness that type of energy, right? So I do think that we can have overwhelming desire, right? Initially speaking, right? But if that is something that governs how a person moves, I definitely think that that is counterproductive, right? I
Hmm.
mean, I could see a dude and I could be like, oh, okay, I see you. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
okay, he might catch my eye for a minute, right? But if I'm looking and I'm staring while he walking all the way down the street, he round the corner and I'm trying to stretch my neck to turn all the way around the corner.
Hmm.
Yeah, that type of lustful desire to me, like, I don't know, everybody different and everybody have different vices. Me, stuff like
Right.
that don't bother me because there's just so many beautiful people in the world. Like I stuff like that don't really move me. But you got some people that, in regards to relationships, are very insatiable in that regard, right? Like they
Hmm.
can't get enough. I don't care if it's a man or a woman. They want to taste
Right.
every flavor. They want to taste every
Right.
size and all this. And it has nothing to do with true connectedness. It's just this insatiable, self-serving desire
Absolutely.
to consume. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Hmm. Do
So,
you remember the craze, like when everybody, I think a couple of years ago, they were talking about all the men in the gray sweatpants showing the print and everything like that? Because I brought that
right,
up earlier, and they were all over social media, guys posting in their gray sweatpants and this and that, and the women were
right,
all lusting and going crazy, and well, I wish I had him or whatever. You know what I mean? I think
exactly.
that type of thing, where you're just lusting after somebody. You don't care about the
They just a
connection.
piece of meat. You already know
Right,
how it is, and that's how the thing. That's how I go for a lot of people. It's just a piece of
right.
meat. And don't get me wrong, people can catch my eye. I'm the type, like, I don't have a specific type. Now, what I was gonna say earlier is I think that many times, right? our desires can lead us into um our desires can cause our patterns to come to the forefront, right? So to what you was asking, I don't necessarily always think that it's solely about the lust or lack of desire to connect, et cetera, et cetera. I think a lot of times we allow our patterns to govern us simply because they haven't been tended to, or it could be a lack of awareness or whatever, or it's just a working process. But as far as like the gray sweatpants, all that, you know what I'm saying? It's all the same thing, right? Like,
Mhm.
yeah, I could look at that picture and it's like, oh, okay. I ain't even gonna hold you, sis. Sometimes them pictures was a little cringe because you could see the whole print. Like you
Right.
I might as well give you a what you call it, a checkup. You know what I'm saying? Like I could see everything. Like what is going
Right.
on? Like this is a lot, you know? And so
Like you be looking for a couple of dollars or
you know
something.
what I'm saying? Like, okay, dude, like you really ain't even got on no draws right now. Like what? This is a lot, you know?
Right.
but but if you're not careful, you can get caught up in stuff like that. But for the people that truly seek substance, to
Mhm.
me, that type of stuff doesn't hold a person. Like me myself, I enjoy substance because like honestly, sis, I've dated dudes all different sizes. I've dated
Mhm.
morbidly beast old dudes. I've dated slim dudes. I've dated dudes 5'5", 6'5". Like ultimately, I enjoy substance. So
Right.
I ain't never been one of them that based on how somebody look that's gonna hold me. You know what I'm saying? That
Yeah,
don't
me neither.
like it's lovely to look at. You feel me? It's I you know
Yeah.
I got my little things that I like. You know what I'm saying when it comes to dudes, and I can look at those things and I can admire those things. I can even look at them with a lustful eye, right? But if the connection is not of substance, that doesn't hold me. You know what I'm saying? But to your question, right? Because I'm rambling. I do think that a lot of people jump the gun based on
Mhm.
lust simply because it leans into their patterns. It's the pattern
Right.
that it leans into, you know, and that pattern could
Mhm.
be rooted in something stable or it could be rooted in something dysfunctional. I'm not going to assume everybody has dysfunctional backgrounds or the most toxic backgrounds. So when I speak to that, I am acknowledging, right? Even the most well-rounded of parents, right? There are still things that can go lacking, and I
Right.
think that we definitely, if we tapping into all that childhood stuff or whatever, we lean to those patterns. So whatever that pattern was, we'll lean to that on some level, if that makes sense.
Mhm. I agree. I agree. And Jerome said, I think it's a lack of maturity and development. As old folks would say, you're not seasoned enough.
You know what? That's a good point, right?
That
Because
is a good.
when you young, right? Like, don't get me wrong. Like, you would hope because, like, when I talk to my son, I tell him, like, listen, you gonna F up. Okay, let's be clear. You're gonna
Mhm.
F up in life. I just don't want you messing up in a way that is gonna delay your life by decades or cause you to lose your life, right?
Right.
So in that regard, I think us being more knowledgeable, right? In this day and time, we definitely have grasped more knowledge. There's more awareness. There is a lot of conditioning, right, is being torn down. So I think that definitely opens the door to have meaningful conversations with our children and with the people in our circle about what healthy relationships look like, what healthy connections look like. Because
Yeah.
the time that I came from, they weren't, or at least my experience, right? They weren't sitting down having a conversation saying, okay, Jay, this is what a healthy relationship looks like. You know what I'm saying? These are
Mhm.
what boundaries look like. You know what I'm saying? Hey,
Right.
let's evaluate what are your core values? You know what I'm saying? Where do you stand with things? What are deal breakers? A lot of times people truly don't ask themselves that. But to the young people, I think that is something that they learn in time, and you just hope that they don't delay their life by decades by certain decisions. And to
Right.
Jerome's point, we you could have somebody in their 40s just like me, in their 50s, in their 60s, still not
Right.
mature and still
Now that
not
is a
have
fact.
they didn't tap into, I wouldn't even say tap into, they didn't gather the proper tools, you know what I'm saying, to be
Mhm.
able to handle conflict. Like some people don't know how to handle conflict in healthy ways. Some people don't know how to communicate and just sit down and have a conversation or what like It's just a lot of things that go into that, but I think a lot of it does boil down to communication if we're talking about relationships.
Okay, I definitely agree. Let me ask you fellas something. What do you think about that comment? Do you think that that rings true? Blaze, you there?
They
Freezy?
cut me up when they get quiet. They don't fell asleep while I was talking. So while they doing that right quick,
Right.
they probably gonna come back. But
Hey, I'm
okay,
ready.
you there?
I was getting ready to go. Do you want me to answer that before I go real quick?
Yeah, go ahead and answer it, Smitty.
My bad, my bad. Because I just don't want you to be left out. I mean, I heard awkward silence. I don't like that.
We was giving them an opportunity before we kept it going.
So you already know I would have kept it rolling, but I was trying to sit down
Here we
somewhere.
go. Okay, now. All right. I love us too much. I always gotta make sure I'm right here. But let me just go ahead and get my piece, I guess. Could you repeat that? Because I did kind of slide off. Before
It was to Jerome's comment. He said,
okay.
I think it's a lack of maturity and development. As old folks would say, you're not seasoned enough. Do you think that plays a part?
Absolutely, positively, yes. In every aspect, communication, lack of maturity, because you so feel in some kind of way, you don't realize we really should hash this out before we go to bed. Because I'm the type, I don't like waking up the next day feeling the same way from yesterday. We supposed to move forward. Yeah, I'm not with all of that. All the way down to you actually believe in that. You're supposed to like me 24/7. All of these things are fallacies. So I would say definitely it's the lack of maturity of recognizing what real life consists of. Now, I would say this to land it before I go real quick. And I'll be right back like 5-10 minutes.
Okay.
In real life, you are not guaranteed to be liked or loved everywhere you go, every waking moment when you wake up out of your bed and step out of your door. For what reason on God's green earth, or should I say this aqua marble we rotate on, what makes you actually think that you will get into a relationship that does consist of this world that is already promised you? Life will not always like or love you. Life is not fair. But then we get into a relationship with a person, a human from life, and we expect this to be now something that's exclusive and excluded from the ramifications of what nature has shown us for millenniums. I digress. My mic is muted. Rock out, family.
That was good. I totally
definitely
agree.
was. So can I chime in on that right quick?
Go ahead.
I know he's gonna step out for a second. So to what he was talking about, that kind of prompted my thoughts on and I've spoken on this times before, right? Like it's important to in relationships, right? It's important to have a shared purpose and a shared goal, right? Because I think when you don't have a shared purpose or goal, you know what I'm saying, something that you both can come together on, I think it's easier to what's the word? I don't know what word I want to use, but it's definitely easier to not relate, right? And that's why once that overwhelming desire, that passion, or that initial chemistry, right? Once that wanes, this is why, in my opinion, people fall off because they don't have a shared purpose or goal. And to me, in order to even get there, we have to evaluate our value system and what it is that we want for our lives before we even tap in with people. Because there was times where I realized I didn't even know what I truly wanted, right? Now, it's something I've said before. I don't have to solely know what I want. I only have to know what I don't want. I still believe that, and there's context to it, right? As we grow, as we develop as individuals, right? We have experiences in life, and those experiences help us, in my opinion, what I use those experiences for is to evaluate my values and where I stand.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying, with stuff like,
Mm-hmm.
and it can be the most unfortunate experience, it could be the most pleasant experience, but I use it to evaluate where I stand with stuff, because I think that we don't always truly tap into the stuff that we truly value. You know what I'm saying? So anyway,
Right.
having that shared purpose and that shared goal to me gives people something in common. Because even though people, because I think lately I've been hearing people getting riled up about the word partnership or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So whether you have partnership, whether you have um whatever the other words is, I don't know what words it is, but I think some of these words be triggering folks. They got that be power tripping. But you have people that come together, right? To
Mm-hmm.
me, you know how some people say, oh, once you get with a person, or when you get married you become one, right? I totally
Right.
agree. I agree to a degree. And we probably already saying the same thing. It's just a matter of semantics and wording, right? I
Mm-hmm.
think
Go
that you
ahead.
have two individuals and then you have the relationship, the marriage. To me, the relationship has a life of its own and individuals have lives of their own. That is in no way saying that people should do what they want, come and go as they please. I'm not saying that, right? What I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying is, as individuals, as autonomous beings, we still have things that we still have things that make us separate, right? Because if we were solely whole when we come together, we would think the same thoughts all the time, we would do the same stuff, like, you know what I'm saying, like, I don't know,
Correct.
I think it's important for people to still have their individuality, right? And of course, when you get into a relationship, you have to take the other person into consideration. It's not a free for all to do as you please. But say
Mm-hmm.
for instance, the person that you're with has interests outside of you. Maybe they like horseback riding and you scared of horses. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Should this person have to stop horseback riding because you scared of horses? No,
No.
they should be free to have that experience. So that's what I mean about individuals and then having shared purposes and goals with one another. Because to me, that gives you something to look forward to, that gives you something to strive towards, and that feeds the relationship, that feeds the connection,
I definitely
it
agree with you.
edifies it. Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, because people, I feel like in order to really have a healthy relationship, people still have to have their own individual identity. You can't just base everything around that person. Yes, you're supposed to come together and compromise and, make that commitment to love and share each other's certain experiences and everything, but you can't lose yourself. And if you give up on everything that you like in your life and you just completely conform to what that other person likes, I think that's a recipe for disaster. Because at
Facts.
that point, you don't have your own identity. Everything you're doing is just based on someone else.
I truly think that that is very unhealthy. Like, and I'm only using the space as an example because we can all relate to different things we've heard in the space, right? A lot of
Right.
conversations in regards to relationships in the space, in my opinion, and this is just based on my personal development, right? And the things that I've learned, on my personal journey. A lot of the stuff I hear be stuff that's rooted in codependency and enmeshment. It don't it don't be sounding like stuff that's rooted in being interdependent of one another. You know what I'm
Mm,
saying? it
yep.
be it be straight codependency, enmeshment, and it be very one-sided. You know what I'm saying? Like,
That's it.
yeah, just based on the different things I've learned, I don't find that to be very healthy. Now, with that being said, feel no more. Listen, I'm gonna be the first to tell you, I'm the kind of woman, I can be, what's the word? I don't mind being up under my dude. And then sometimes I need my space. You know what I'm saying? Because I can
Mhm.
be very affectionate. You know what I'm saying? I'd like to get up under you, pinch you and
You
bother
could
you. I'm
defend.
playful like that. Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And so I have the moments, and then I also have the moments where I want to not be bothered. You know what I'm saying? I want to go sketch, I want to go color, and I want to just be in my creative energy and not be bothered. You know what I'm saying? And it's not even in a rude way. Cause like, say for instance, when I was married, My
Okay.
ex-husband, he used to stay in the house like he didn't really go nowhere, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And at the time, he was well, I should say for the most part, this is how he was. You know what I'm saying? He was in the house. He was the one that did homework with the kids, and he was excellent at it. Fear no mortals, like he was
Hmm.
excellent at it. I do not have the patience for it, and he thought it was a very small thing, but I absolutely adored him for the way he would sit there and do homework with kids. He get them ready
Right.
for school in the morning. That was his thing, and the way he used to show up. But us and the kids, it used to just have me looking at him like, why don't you go hang out with so and so? I bring up one of his friends. When last time you talked to so and so? Oh, it's been a
Right.
minute. I talked to him last week or what. Why don't you go hang out? And you know what I'm saying? Like it was a few times where it was a time where I'd be trying to push him out the house to go do something for himself. You
Okay.
know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Because yeah,
Hmm.
go have some time to yourself. Even with my boys, right? Especially
Hmm.
my oldest, right? When he would hang out with his mentor, because he was in the Big Brothers Big Sisters program, when he would hang
Right.
out with his mentor, um, after they had been hanging out for a couple years and I was used to him and stuff, sometimes he'll still ask me, "Hey, we're going over to such and such. Do you want to go?" No, I don't want to go. This is the time for you and y'all to be over there and y'all keep all that testosterone over there and be to yourself. He around me enough. So my whole point is to the point, right? Especially
Hmm.
if you're married and you share a house with somebody, a home with somebody, you're around these people all the time. It doesn't mean that you should rip and run the streets, but it does mean
Right.
tend to yourself sometimes. Because what I found is when you was talking about people who just become absorbed and they
Hmm.
just don't have a life or identity of their own, to me,
Right.
those people low key get resentful at some point. I don't care if it's the end of the relationship, whether it's down the road, and then they think about all the opportunities that they passed up, et cetera, et
Being
cetera.
with
It's
you.
easy for people to get resentful. That's why you
I
have to
agree
have a
with that.
shared purpose and goal.
I could see that because
Hmm.
once it's over, like you said, it's getting to the end, and then they're like, "Well, I spent all this time putting my life and all the things that I like to do into your
Hmm.
world, and I put you the center of my world, and I stopped doing all the things that I wanted to do in life." And so then I guess I could see why somebody at that point would be kind of resentful, like,
Right.
why didn't I do this? I should have been doing that. I should have been having my own identity as well in this relationship. Because when
Right.
somebody does that at the end of it all, they
Mm.
have to really, those type of people really have to figure out how to function without
Because they
just,
don't know themselves.
right. They don't know how they're going to function after that because they put all their energy and they let go of their own self identity. That's good,
And you
just
know what that says to me? That also says, right? Because if at the end of a situation, like you say, the whole narrative of I've done this, I've poured all myself into this, that, and whatever. To
hmm
me, if I'm sitting in that energy, and I'm not saying that it's I don't get it, because to me it's easy to get in that space when you feel like you haven't had a reciprocal connection or whatever the case is, right? If a person gets like that, to me, that says that they violated their own boundaries, right? Now, on some level, they may have perceived it as sacrifice, right?
right.
Because, and I'm not making this like no male or female type thing, but as you know, fear no mortals, many a times you have people in marriages that will put things on hold, right? Because if we're gonna be realistic, if a man and woman come together and they say they want to have kids and they want to build a family, a lot of times that woman will have to sit at the house so she can have them kids. You know what I'm saying? You
Mm,
got some people nowadays that they want to have kids, they want to be the what you call it, the CEO and all that and whatever. And to each his own. Some people can handle that. The way my mind work, you can't have it all at one time, especially when it comes to trying to build a family with children and whatever. But you have people that will put things on hold. Or you may have a guy that he said he was going to build and he was going to do this family thing, and he decided to put something off that he wanted to pursue. You know what I'm saying? I
mm,
think that you have that give and take, but when it is perpetual and it is constantly one-sided, I think it's easy for people to get resentful. But I wanted to ask you a question right quick.
Okay.
What are your thoughts on like attachment styles, since we was talking about relationships? Do you believe in attachment styles? Do you think they have any validity? If so, like how do you think that fits into in regards to relating?
Oh, attachment style. I do. Um, because I would say this because everybody's attachment style is different, or could be, two people could have totally different ways of being attached. You know what I mean? So I think that hmm, it might cause a conflict. It could
Mm-hmm.
cause a conflict if you're not on the same accord with that. If I'm thinking one way and the man is thinking one way on the ways that we are attached to one another, and it's not really clear, I think that
Mm-hmm.
could cause problems.
Because I think sometimes people don't have and see that's what make it interesting to me in regards to just how the mind works and patterns and stuff, because we definitely attract patterns, right? Now, if they're
Mhm.
destructive patterns and somebody is working on themselves and just growing as a person, they eventually can reroute them patterns, right? But in regards to attachment styles, it's funny because a lot of times the quote unquote opposites attract, right? And to
Yeah,
me, it ain't so much that it's an opposite thing, it's just a pattern, if that makes sense. I don't say a pattern
that's what
about
I was
500
going to ask you.
times.
Do you think that is do you believe in that opposites attract overall?
I don't even think so. I think it's just the pattern is what I think the pattern is the attraction part. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Because I don't necessarily think it's about and don't get me wrong, right? It's refreshing and it's on some level it's familiar when we tap in with people that have some of the same interests as us, right? Like it's enjoyable. And I do think that we receive what's the word, we have a reward, it's like a reward system, so it's familiar when we can connect with people that relate and we share some of the same interests. But I've
Mm,
also been tapped in with people where our interest isn't the same, but to me
okay.
it ain't so much about the interest. To me it's about whether or not the value system aligns.
Mm, that's good. Cause
Because to me those differences wouldn't be a big deal if the value system aligned. You see what I'm saying?
yeah, that's a good point.
So that's
And,
that's the way I look at it, and I think it's
mhm,
important for people to have you have to be able to express a level of grace for the way people for attachment styles and for the people that believe in it. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody don't need that same kind of, you know what I'm saying? Some people need more time spent with a person. Some people don't need as much time spent. You know what I'm saying?
right, right,
And you have to have the grace to meet the person that you with. Go ahead.
right. No, I was just gonna say, like you said, it's different styles. So some people are clingy, some people want more space. Some people even affection styles. Some people want, more affection. Sometimes their love languages are different. Some people are through touch. Some people are through
Hmm.
smell. Some people need those words of affirmations. It could be so many different things.
Hmm. I definitely agree. And to me, and so let me put this out there. When it comes to love languages, I definitely think it's a helpful tool. I don't think it's something that is written in stone. I think when we talk about certain stuff like attachment styles and love languages and stuff, for me personally, it's just tools to help me explore uh where I am. You know what I'm saying? Like because my love language, I ain't gonna hold you like sometimes one could be in the forefront of the other, and sometimes you know what I'm saying, I ain't gonna hold you, it depends for me. Now I don't know if it's because me being a woman and them hormonal changes and stuff, I don't know, you know what I'm saying, but I do think that it's a great tool to use to explore what you need, right? Because it's about understanding what you need to function on a healthy level. Like what one person needs to function on a healthy level might not be the same. I'm the type of person, there's certain things that I need to have in a connection to be able to function on a healthy level. If
That's
those
right.
things, if those needs are not met, it is gonna compromise my connection. Period. You know what I'm
That's
saying? And I think
true.
it's important for us to know that.
Yeah, that's a good point. Do you guys want to chime in on her question about attachment styles?
Yes. I would like to say something to that. Much respect. That was beautiful, beloved. I appreciate that. That was
Well,
very
thank you.
refreshing. Nah, real talk. That was very refreshing. Because sometimes it can be very discouraging out here when we start to really think that everybody's with this new wave stuff. So I would say this. I'm a firm
Hey,
believer
Mo
that
Love. I'm sorry, Smitty. I just wanted to say hey.
girl, the show. You can interrupt anytime you feel like it.
That's a fact.
You
I
already
try
know.
to have etiquette because some people don't, so I try to.
Much respect, man. Nah, I would say I'm a big component of social media and entertainment and music nowadays has gotten the world to actually get this false sense of reality that love is a one size fits all. We look at the little fluffy memes and posts and little shorts. We look at all these little moments and we say to ourselves, that should be me right now.
Mm,
So now we're looking at what really does take possibly a decade close to or two that people are actually saying to themselves, yeah, I should have this short right then and there.
mm,
Right. So then we move forward to the part of in which you were speaking about. Love is not a one size fit all. Love is to be customized and tailored. The one thing that I know as a man from my studies of my counterpart species, right? Oh, so beautiful, is that you all do not like to be compared to any other woman, not even your mama, not your sister, your cousin. Don't you dare let me tell you I remind you of anybody unless it's your favorite
Well,
singer.
well,
that is true. And
See,
matter of fact, I'm glad you said that. We'll expand,
real
but go
talk.
ahead.
So watch this, right? So now us as men, we confused as hell because we are told that I am never to compare you with another woman, but yet you want me to love you like the rest of them because you don't have the patience
Mm,
for me to learn to customize and tailor fit my love for you just the way it's supposed to be, perfectly formed and fit just for you. And I believe even down to, if you all want to go back to the whole fairy tale Disney thing, what was that? I believe it was Snow White. Wasn't it a
okay.
slipper that only fit her?
Uh
No
huh.
one, no
No,
one
that
else.
was Cinderella.
I mean Cinderella.
Cinderella.
I'm sorry, Cinderella. See,
Hmm.
I'm a guy. Don't mind me. I'm better with like Thundercats and stuff. Okay, bet Cinderella.
but
There
we follow, we got
You
you.
know what I'm
Right.
saying? So it's like that slipper fit one only.
Hmm.
I believe that was possibly, if you was to take anything from the fairy tales that you all to landed, that possibly should be the most important message, is that what it is that you want in this life is supposed to be a customized fit just for you. And the only way that is to happen is for you to have patience for that man to learn how to
Mm.
get your customized, tailored fit right. I digress. My mic is muted. Rock out.
Mm, that is a
I
good
like
point.
that.
Sleazy, Blaze,
Mm.
y'all have something to add? That was good, Smitty. And that,
That was
ooh,
amazing.
yeah,
And
it
I
was.
so while
Patient.
these fellas getting it together, because I don't know what they doing. Freezy probably drooling on herself, and Blaze probably pushing buttons like my connection keep dropping. But
Freezy out there saving black women. That's what he's doing.
yes,
He's in
yes,
the world.
yes.
I got my brother Freezy out there saving the black woman from a fire hydrant that just went out.
I know that's right. Listen, Freezy don't play. But to what he was saying though, I think that's pretty awesome. You know what I'm saying? Because like the key word learn, right? And learning takes time. And I think in general, we definitely, don't get me wrong, right? People have, I think it's important for people to know what their deal breakers are, right? But in general, I definitely think that we have embraced this microwave mentality where things need to cook up and be at perfection within a short amount of time. And the truth is, because a lot of people are moving in this fear-based way of thinking, people could get into wanting to rush a process. Because I ain't gonna hold you, sis. Like sometimes I worry about people wasting my time, et cetera, et cetera.
We
And
all
I can
do.
imagine that men and women can relate to that, right? And so
Mhm.
what can happen is if people are not clear about things, right, that could put people in a position where they start to question stuff. But really and truly, connections that are rooted in those long lasting, beautiful, not always pretty things take time. They have to get roots. It takes time for roots to get in the ground. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I think in general, we be wanting these relationships to show up immediately when the relationships, the way we want them to show up is relationships that have taken time. You know, like you have to take time to learn people. That type of stuff takes time, and it really isn't a
Mhm.
process that can't be rushed. I think how things are accelerated varies from person to person, connection to connection. If you believe in, you know, spiritual things, and whether it's energy or however people word it, right? Some things can be accelerated, but just truly knowing, quote unquote, knowing a person and just their ins and outs and the different layers of them, the different inflections in their behavior, you know what I'm saying? Knowing what things agitate them, what things give them life, what things edify them or inspire them, what things trigger them. Those things take time, and in order to gain that knowledge, you have to spend time with people.
Yeah, yeah.
You
And
get to me, because that's when you get to learn how they operate. I don't care if y'all go out somewhere together. You get to see how they interact with people in public and how they interact with folks outside of you. You got it.
hmm And we kind of touched on that earlier too about
Mm,
people rushing right into things. Like we even talked about how people just rush in, whether they're moving out of lust, desperation, or just loneliness, or just want an attachment, just moving very quick and rushing, and then realizing that this ain't really what they wanted in the first place, because they want that companionship. And so then they're stuck with somebody that they really didn't take the time to get to know at all. And
that's a
that's why,
fact.
like you said, people can always say, well, you got to vet. I mean, we all know even if you do vet, a person might not even be telling the truth, but you have to take the time to really get to know somebody in order to know their ins and outs, and get to know, what they are going to tolerate, their boundaries, what you
Hmm.
guys have in common, what you don't like, versus, just jumping right in head first and not even knowing anything, and then being stuck with something that you don't even want. And I think that
Listen.
that can be a lot of the reasons why so many relationships fail, because we didn't even take the time to properly, for one, I think it starts with knowing yourself. When you
Hmm.
don't even know yourself and don't even know exactly what you want, or know your good attributes, or your boundaries, what you expect, then you jump in
Right.
with somebody else and you haven't even figured it out for yourself yet.
That's an absolute fact. And I think that in general, you know what I'm saying? I believe that most people can definitely relate to that, right?
Hmm
And vetting is important. And I never used the word vet until I got on the internet. But we know, just taking time, a people person. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
But even in today's time, with how a lot of people move, it's difficult to vet when men and women are basing, like it's hard to vet lies. What
Mm,
and what I mean by lies, it's hard to vet lies when people show up as one thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
When in actuality, it's something totally different. And in general, we show people what we want them to see, right? Now, given to your point and given to y'all point, in time, if and see, and I don't want to totally say this because I think that there are some people that pay attention and you can still miss things. Now, I do think that the universe, God, when I say universe, I mean God is interchangeable for me, y'all. So I don't mean no disrespect. When
You're
God,
right.
to me, God always gives signs. God always gives signals. Now we may bypass them signals. We may not even be aware because hindsight is always 2020, right? So in time we'll be able to connect the dots on some things that we missed or some things that we simply ignored. We will humble ourselves and say, okay, well, I did see that XYZ. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But it is difficult, and we're in a day and time where you have people that are, what's the word? They just, it's like a lot of people are just, they it's so much morphing going on. You know what I'm saying? It's like Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. It's just you don't know what
One
you be
way of
dealing
putting
with.
it.
You know what I'm saying? It just be a lot. You know what I'm saying? And I think
Girl.
a lot of people, men and women, are very fearful. And it does show up in how we connect because a lot of people out here afraid of somebody getting over on them or whatever, whatever. So
Yeah.
guards be up off rip, you know. And when it comes to the whole love thing, like to be honest with you, sis, like for me, love is easy.
Mm.
It,
See this is and so this is the thing. I'm
it
sorry,
should,
somebody said something.
no, no, I'm sorry. No, no, no. Because no, you spoke my language right there. It should be easy. Keep going.
Okay. So for me, love is easy, right? It doesn't take a lot for me to love a person. It really doesn't because I'm a loving person. Now, when we speaking
Right.
on attachments, that's something totally different. Because something I realized, right? Because sometimes people if you a person that feel like you ain't loved or something, I used to go through some of that sometimes. But I had to realize like when I have thoughts in my head that are not accurate, I make effort to combat them with facts, right? The fact
Right.
is, I am well loved, fear no mortals. I am not lacking in regards to love. I am well loved, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, attachment is a different thing.
That's true.
A lot of times people be like, I want love, I want love. Okay, well, is that accurate? Because you are loved. You could be
Mm-hmm.
loved by a parent, you could be loved by a sibling, you could be loved by
That's a
a
good
child,
point.
whatever,
That's
whatever.
good.
The love is abundant. I don't lack love. Now, when it comes to attachment and companionship, that is a different thing. You know what I'm saying?
That is
So even
definitely
when we
true.
grieve breakups and stuff, to me, the love didn't necessarily wane and disappear. You can still love a person. The attachment was damaged, or the connection. To me, that's what it be about. It be about the connections and the attachment, not
Mm-hmm.
necessarily the love, if that makes
Right.
sense.
Right. I understand. Hey Mo,
Okay.
how are you doing today?
Hey there.
Hey, I'm good. Y'all are just Jay is helping me too. When she said, I'm good. It's just so much, girl. I don't even know where to start. She was like, I try to combat whatever thoughts with facts. Man, that's
Right.
good. Because
It
I'm
be like that.
weaker. Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yes. Just Jay always comes with some good points. We've been
I
up here.
try, y'all. Listen, I'll be the first partaker. You know what I'm saying? Let me be clear. I'll be the first partaker because your girl be over here trying to get this work, honey. But
Right. We
I
are
before,
all a work in progress.
can I can I give some work to the ladies, please?
Yeah, go
absolutely.
right ahead. And you guys, I'll
Oh
be right
man,
back.
I love it.
Thank you.
I've been waiting for a moment like this. So I'm gonna make this nice, short, clean, and cut. Right. I want y'all to tell me, where did the thought process change? All right, watch. Where did the thought process change? Ah, on my father's side, my dad is number 8 out of 9. On my mother's side, she is number 2 out of 7. Back in the day, it was like a brag. Like if you was that friend in the neighborhood, you got a bunch of brothers and sisters and uncles and aunts, and your family was big. Why do we now on women for having more than 2 or 3 kids? Why is it now families are now looked at like, what? It's like 9 of y'all? But yet foreigners would come over here and yeah, they driveways be like 4 or 5 cars because it's like 5 families in one house. I digress. My mic is muted. Where did it change?
Hmm.
Interesting. Hmm. So I'll go ahead and chime in right quick. I don't know exactly where it changed, but what I have realized, and I was having this conversation with somebody last week, I was saying, nowadays, right? And I will just, okay, I don't want to necessarily narrow it down to our quote unquote our community, but I'm gonna put it there. In general, I think that a lot of times we view children, right? Specifically children as burdens. So when somebody say they got 8, 9 siblings, automatically somebody thinking, well, god dang, like y'all got all that, they automatically thinking about possibly quote unquote stress, resources, et cetera, et cetera. When to his point, you can have other people that may look at that and they have this sincere prideful energy about it where they take pride in it in a loving way. You know what I'm saying? Because I stay here on near the res, you know what I'm saying? And when they speak on they got 5, 6 siblings or they got 5, 6 kids, they don't say it in a way, generally speaking, that they hold their head down. You know what I'm saying? So I think in general it changed when um see, that's a hard question. I don't know when it changed, but I do think that because many people look at children as burdens is is the reason why it's interpreted in that way.
Well, the thing is, we're talking about lust. The reason why I asked that question specifically is, was our grandparents and aunts and uncles more lustful, considering they did have more kids? But for some reason, we never batted an eye at that. Why do we do it today?
Oh, I see what you're saying because a lot of grandparents, I ain't trying to be funny, but some of them had several baby daddies. You feel me?
Hmm.
So, oh, okay. Let me think about that
So,
while y'all tap in.
so was it really lust? I guess it was. That's a good point. Several baby daddies. I don't know. My grandmother had 13
Okay.
kids.
Oh, go ahead.
My grandmother had 13 kids, and they stuck it out. So I think that that does speak to a level of love, possibly. You know, 13 kids, same mom, same dad. In regards to my grandmother, I think it takes love because lust eventually fades.
I didn't hear the question.
And they had way less than what we do now with
Right.
way
That's a
more
fact.
kids. Like, I don't understand it. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
That's a fact. That's why I be confused when people be going on. And don't get me wrong, y'all, money matters. I'm not gonna sit here and act like money don't matter. But
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why a lot of these people act like they be operating on all these you know what I'm saying, 300,000, 400,000, like everybody bring it in this kind of money. And
Right.
that's not accurate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a lot of families operate on much less, and I'm not trying to question the quality, right? But what I am saying is people make stuff happen. You know what I'm saying? The quality
Mm-hmm.
may be a little different than the next person, but yeah, I'm wondering. See, because whenever I think about what they was just speaking on and what Mo just spoke on, like I do think that there was a time where the act of duty hit different. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
Like love and duty is one and the same, right? We also experience love and that varies from person to person how we experience love, but love itself is a verb, it's an action word. So I think back in the previous generations, many of them had duty at the forefront. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't always the quote unquote romantic love, but it was love in a sense of duty and also being committed to a thing. I also think that just in general, speaking to the generation, it was just less wiggle room to up and leave. You know what I'm saying? Cause like
Mhm.
seriously, where's
Yeah,
somebody
a lot
going
of
with
people
five,
say,
six, 7 kids? Where they going?
yeah,
Okay,
man,
That's
a
hold
lot
on
of
one
people
second,
say,
guys. Hey, Joy
uh-huh.
Israel, thank you for coming in. Hey,
Hey, good day, Joy.
Liberated, thank you
Hey,
for
Miss
coming
Shu.
back. I
Hey,
didn't even hear
liberated.
the initial question, guys. What was the initial
Uh-oh.
question?
I got you. No problem. Oh yeah, I got it. In a nutshell, back in the day, so my father, he is number 8 out of 9. My mother is number 2 out of 7. Back
Mhm.
then, we never batted an eye at having a bunch of aunts and uncles and a whole lot of cousins. Nowadays, we look at our sisters as what, you got more than 2 or 3 kids? Something's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Where did it change? We used to really value those things. Rock out.
Okay, that is a good question. I don't know if I think a society changed. Now that I think about it, I think a lot of things that maybe held more value back then, um, versus the things that people find to hold value now may have changed. Now, I do think some people have the same kind of value system, but I think in society, things have got more mm, loosely based. And
Mm-hmm.
so, where people valued more of, you know, marriage and family staying together. Like, we even talk about how there used to be a big mama that was, you know, the matriarch of the family, and the holidays or the gatherings or whatever was always held there. Everybody had Sunday dinner or whatever, you know, birthdays or whatever it was that the families would get together, and they really valued being together. They valued having big families and having a whole bunch of children running around. And, you know, they valued passing down things to the children and keeping things in the family. And, you know, even the community, not just in the family aspect, but people valued community. Um, I think because society has changed,
Mm-hmm.
and a lot of that thing has changed, and you don't see people really caring about having the big family as much. They don't really care about, because I think a lot of people are looking at how much is it going to cost us now versus the love and the family and the values.
Yes, and
Mm-hmm.
you know, it's crazy you say that. Back in the days, we were told, watch this, tap in. Back in the days, we were told that our grandparents only really stayed together because of survival and necessity.
Mm,
But is that not what it is that you just spoke about right now in 2025? Ain't that so interesting?
it
Mm-hmm.
is. I definitely think that it is interesting. And, you know, people debate and go back and forth about, well, because you hear a lot of people say, well, the women back then were different, or the men back then were different. And I think, yeah, there are some differences, but in hindsight, I think the difference is that, ooh, I won't say, I can't just pinpoint it down to one difference. I think a lot of the time back then, the women were solely dependent on the men. And if they did work, because, you know, we know that a lot of the times, especially as black women, we still had to work even back then, but it was maybe more to a minimum. And the men were maybe operating more in the leadership role, and those people did value, you know, being in those relationships and being married and having that family, no matter what it took to try to
Mm-hmm.
keep that together. You know, yeah, it was based on, it wasn't so, I'll say it really wasn't based on our finances. If we have a kid, we're going to pop it out and that's just it. A lot of people weren't trying to resort to different kinds of birth controls and things
Mm-hmm.
like that either back then. And I think that's the difference.
That is
Yeah.
absolutely awesome. That is awesome, sis. And I'm gonna say this and shut up because I want somebody else getting here. I'm trying to hear somebody. Listen, right? Back then, regardless of the circumstances of if it was survival or not, whether we call it the beautiful struggle or whatever, our grandparents and so on, they still had something called love. So I'm gonna just speak the women's language. Men worry about respect me. Respect me, and I know I get love from you. Okay, cool. You want to feel fluffy. Love. So
Mm-hmm.
even though it is said Well, ain't like that no more. People have changed. Okay, people have changed. But what love consists of from the very beginning till right now, has that ever changed? So if the answer is no, then why have we decided to change the course of how we go about receiving what it is that we've always had in our lives? I'm just trying to figure that out. Love ain't changed. Yeah, people have, but
Mm-hmm.
what are we doing now?
I
I
definitely
think
think the value system changed. Go
I
ahead,
was just
Mom.
going to say, no,
Big
you're right.
facts. Big
You're
fact.
right. The value system has changed. I think people sometimes get stuck in lust over love. Some people prioritize what they want short term versus long term, and I also think that we live in a society that focuses more on what's trending a lot of times. And I know that everybody won't believe in love and marriage. Some people are just free and they say, bump that. I just want to do what I want to do. But people were more so for marriage back then. Now is um I'm more so living in the moment a lot of times from what I see. So and we have a lot of people who are stuck in a following mentality only. So whatever the thing is, the new normal is, that's what people tend to take heed to. And I also think that social media has played a role in a lot of the dysfunction when it comes to love and relationships.
Mm-hmm. That's a good point.
Hmm.
That's a real good point. Do you guys think that over just Jay, do you want to add to that?
Which part?
Just what they were saying about um the values in society.
Not too much, because I think, like you said, it's hard to pinpoint exactly what changed, but overall, I do think that value systems changed. I do think that there are loving families that existed. I also think that some perspectives can be romanticized. You know what I'm saying? I
Hmm.
think overall people had less options
Mm,
of moving around. So
mm,
when I think of that, I be wondering, right? Cause like say for instance for the women on the panel, you feel me? And I'm sure the guys can relate, but say for instance the women on the panel, we know if a dude rocking with us, we want to know he with us because he chose us, not because he ain't had nothing else to do. You feel me?
mm.
Exactly.
Good.
Just like when it comes to the dudes, right on the panel, some of the dudes could probably relate to um being having comfort and knowing she chose you because she wanted you, not because of what you had per se.
That is
You know what I'm saying?
100% correct. One
Mm.
percent correct. We feel the exact same way you all do on that. Yes, we.
Yes.
Right.
Mhm.
And so trust me, I'm not one of them people that's so one-sided that I can't understand the perspective of somebody else, because I do think that that speaks to the fact that as human beings, you know what I'm saying, in general, we want to be chose. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying?
Yes.
And so to be in situations where people have less wiggle room, it make me wonder, is this what these people really chose, or is this
That's good.
all they just had to work with? You know what I'm saying? Like in that moment, you know. But
So
overall I still admire, right? Because and I don't want to get too philosophical, but I still admire the level of dedication that people
Mm.
had to families. To me, the dedication, it was the dedication to keep families together was a lot more tenacious. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying?
Mhm.
Versus now, we just like, okay, you woke up this morning and your breath was a tad bit too funky, and I'm tired.
I'm
You know
out.
what I'm saying? And we ready to tap
Right.
out. And I'm one of the people, I'm very realistic. Now, don't get me wrong. To me, once the foundation is set,
Hmm.
I'm good. Once I know you got my back and I got your back and we finna ride this thing, you know what I'm saying? Once I'm secure in that, all that other stuff really don't bother me. And to me, I think that people have unrealistic expectations nowadays as well, right? Like they want people to wake up with a face full of makeup and stuff, and they
Mhm.
want people to not smell. They want people to not pass gas. They want people like, what in the world is going
Listen,
on
Right.
That's
when
so
true.
you have a?
Hey.
Go ahead, you got it. Go ahead, Smitty. What you saying?
I want to speak to what Just Jay said too. Okay.
no.
Go
Oh,
ahead,
you got
Smitty, then Mo, then I'll go last.
no, Momo, you got the floor, beloved. Ladies first. Go rock out. I
Are
know
you
you.
Oh, okay,
sure?
well, hold on. Let me finish right quick. Then I'm sorry. I thought
Okay.
he was
Go
saying
ahead
something,
and land your
but
plane.
I think we have such like our tolerance be so low for the most ridiculous stuff. Like, and I think social media has a lot to do with that as well because they're constantly promoting these ideas, these images of all this. Yeah, it's just a bunch of unrealistic foolishness. You know what I'm saying? I know if I'm tapped in with a dude and we up under the same roof and we married, I know sometimes I'm not gonna want to look at his behind. I already know sometimes he gonna get on my nerves.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm one of them people that is okay, and I would hope that he would understand that and be okay with that as well. I know every day he ain't gonna want to look at me. Some days he gonna get tired of me running my mouth. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
people have those days, and as
Right.
humans, that is okay. We just have like I don't know. To me, it just come with the territory. I think a lot of people just have very unrealistic expectations. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
That is true. Go ahead, Mo.
So I wanted to speak to her point of the option. They didn't have as many options back then. I think that's very true. Um, and we as women and men want to know that when we're with with somebody that they choose us genuinely, and not out of desperation. And I think back to what my dad said about my mom, right? He said, I didn't even believe in love. I was just going through the motions. Like he was a player until he met my mom. He said, your mom spoke to my spirit in ways that nobody else could. So when I look at a situation like that is such a blessing because we don't see that a lot and everybody won't receive that kind of love. So I just be like, dang, like that's huge. That's so
Mm-hmm.
hard to find and you have to cherish stuff like that because a lot of times people are not genuinely choosing like that. They
That,
may not have as many options. So I'm just like, that's so fire. If you can find somebody that makes you see and desire only them. Like I think that's worth holding on to, and everybody
mm-hmm.
won't get that opportunity. And I think when I was tuning in, like Just Jay was saying, we live in such a microwave society, and I was a baby when I got married. That was a rush situation. So how can I expect something to work when you marry somebody that you really didn't take time out to know? That's a set up for failure. And I think that's why I value now, like being patient, getting to know somebody. I'm okay with sending somebody out back into the community to find who's right with them if I know genuinely that they don't fit for me. You know?
Hello, Bolo.
Hey,
That was
Bolo.
good. That was good, Mo. Because you have to. I definitely think people have to take the time to know themselves. And
Mm.
sometimes when we start off so young, we don't even know what we want out of life, but yet we hook up with somebody else and expect everything to go so smoothly. When people change, you have the same different perspective when you're young versus when you get a little bit older and you have more life experience under your belt. So that's definitely good. And I
I
would
just
just,
Can I chime in on that right quick?
uh-huh,
Man,
Mhm.
go ahead.
y'all saying something, man, because man, you know what I've learned as a man, I'm gonna be honest with you. I've learned that the longer we hold out, I'm saying it just like this, the longer we hold out on the D, the more we keep you intrigued long enough. It's something
Mm,
about and I'm only saying that as far as once we get comfortable with one another.
Hmm.
mm-hmm.
Once we done woke up naked next to each other. I didn't, you know what I'm saying? All of that stuff. I know you snore now. All of this stuff. You know, once we get past all of that, how you brush your teeth in the morning, why you do it that way? Yeah, I believe that at that point, that's when all of the how we really think or see things start to come into play. So what I've learned is I'm just gonna go ahead and withhold it uh just long enough to see, are you really about me? Like, I'm just gonna chill. I'm gonna hold, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna fall back. And that's just like the type of time I've been on for a quick second. And but I can tell you this much though, like, you know, when we finally get to that point, I mean, it'll be something that'll be beyond dreams. Why? Because you have actually built me up to the point where I can't wait for this moment now. It's
Right.
not every day like, oh yeah, I already know what everything working with. Nah, I actually do miss the whole like that fantasy, that imagining part. And I
Mm-hmm.
think that ladies have really stripped us of that. That was so powerful. You all
Mhm.
have us use our imagination and just wonder. But I digress. My mic is muted. Rock out.
That's
That's
good.
a good
We,
point, Smitty. It
what was the
definitely
last
is.
thing you said, Mo? Do you
Um,
remember the last thing you had said?
I forgot, but I did before you go, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Um, F&M said like you have to know and love yourself. That's something that I had
Right.
to. And you can think that you love yourself, and I still have questions. I'm like, I should have just said no. I should have just said no, but I wouldn't have my beautiful son who has changed my life. So I do believe that all things work together, even if it doesn't make sense in that moment. But it's so important to have self love. And I was like, how dare I expect a man to love me? And I don't even properly know how to love me yet at
Yeah.
20. You know,
No,
so
that's
I
great
learned
point.
so much from that. Like, and now I know, okay, this is not, first I learned like the love of God, how God tells us that love is supposed to be, even though we will always fall short, right? But I'm
Mhm.
like, this is not what love is supposed to look like. And if I love myself, even if a person chooses not to, I still have love regardless.
That's
So
true.
it just taught me so much, and I just thank God for the experience. And I know now what to accept and what to look for before making such a huge step, you know. But I think
Mhm.
a lot of times a huge issue is lacking the ability to truly love you.
Yeah,
And
Mm.
and
we
get to
look
know yourself. And I also think that, that all goes on with emotional intelligence too, because I think a lot of people in society and us, we don't learn that. Some people never learn it at all. No
right.
Mm-hmm.
one actually takes the time to really say, okay, I have to have the emotional intelligence to be able to not only love me, care for me, be able
Mm-hmm.
to self evaluate and know my core inner being and values, but I also have to be able to give that same love in return, to
Yes.
care about that person and care about their values and their emotions, and the things that
Right.
are important to them and valuable to them. I think a lot of us lack in that department, and that's why some people are incapable of truly being vulnerable enough to really love someone
Mm-hmm.
healthy in a healthy manner.
Mm.
That's
So
so
I
true.
think I got it now. Fear no mortals. So
Mhm.
to piggyback off of what y'all was saying, right? Even
Mhm.
when you have young couples that get together, right? Because we know that there are people that get married young and actually stay together.
Mhm.
I think in general, right? Because I'm not necessarily a person that subscribe to, oh, if you're divorced, you fail, et cetera, et cetera. To me, life is a little
Right.
bit more complex than that because we have experiences that we need to get while we're on our particular journey. That some of that may entail different things, not solely divorce, but just speaking to what Mo was talking about, right? What
Mhm.
we do in any given moment is we do it with the best of our ability. We do it to like we truly like it's a cliche. I do the best I can. everyone, man and woman, truly do the best they can in every any given moment with the set of knowledge that they have, with the experience, with the limitations of whatever they have, that capacity in that moment. We truly do the best we can in that moment. It
Mhm.
doesn't mean that you don't have knowledge, right, about a certain thing, because we all can do things that uh we know is not good for us or goes against our better judgment, right? But to the whole point about
Mhm.
young couples and stuff, I personally, and these are just personal thoughts, y'all, I think that there are people in this world that can do their work alone, right? Some
Mhm.
people have to do their work alone. Some people can do their work while being paired with another person, and they can
Mhm.
go through life and transcend and evolve and develop as individuals while being paired with somebody. Some of these people can also take that journey together. I truly believe it depends on a person's path. Some people's path involves them doing their work together with a person. Some people have to
Mm.
do their work alone. You understand what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So, for the people out there that may have had relationships that did not give you the desired result, uh, to me, please don't look at it solely as I quote unquote failed. Any experience
That's
is an
good.
opportunity to learn something about ourselves. And some people
Mhm.
truly have to they have a set of experiences and knowledge that they need to gain alone. And it may come a time where they can be paired with a person after they get whatever, whatever stage that test is, you feel me?
Right.
And some people can truly do that together. So there are couples that get married early and stay together, right? But on some level, based on my thinking and my opinions, it is a shared purpose and goal that they still have, even if they're not consciously aware of it. It can be as simple as we finna stay together because we got this kid now, and we finna continue to move forward in XYZ, whatever, whatever. Some of it
Mhm.
can be rooted in codependency or whatever, all these things that we find dysfunctional, right? They can
Right.
actually still serve a purpose in them people's connection as they develop, right? And
Mhm.
then because like young people, like what is it to know yourself, right? We already know ain't no certain age on knowing yourself, and I'm in my 40s and I'm still learning myself.
That's
You know what I'm
true.
saying? To me, that is an ongoing journey. That's just my personal opinion. Now,
Mhm.
what I think will cause the end of a relationship with young people, right, is if they already lacking clarity, or if, like Mo was saying, a situation was rushed, or it wasn't time, or it was just something that was just rooted in something fear-based, or
Mhm.
whatever the case is. You know what I'm saying? You already have a lack of clarity anyway. You know what I'm saying? And then when we mix our limitations and everything else into that, um,
Mhm.
whether it be tumultuous or not, you know what I'm saying? That end result could be a little bit different. But I think, to the whole point, right, about choosing, there
Mhm.
is, for me, right, I find it to be a beautiful uh thing when people consciously choose, right? There
Mhm.
is, in my opinion, there's power and there's strength in consciously choosing a person, right? And the reason I
Mhm.
say this is because we live in a world where there are beautiful people everywhere. You know what I'm saying? And if
Yeah.
I
Right.
don't consciously choose, it will always be something better. I could get with a
Right.
dude right now, right? And he could check off most of my boxes. Guess what? Somebody will pass by that can check off more boxes. That
That
doesn't
is
mean it's
so
time for me
true.
to uproot myself and take off and start running behind them boxes. No, I
Mm.
consciously chose to be with this person. So it doesn't matter what comes by. I consciously chose to rock with this person. And to your point about lust, right? There is always something better. There is
Right.
always respectfully a bigger butt, some nicer breasts that sit up, a bigger, sexual member, bigger
Yep.
muscles, a flatter stomach, a six pack. There is always something better. There is power in
Right.
consciously choosing to rock with a person.
Mhm.
That's the
That's
type of
true.
stuff that I admire, because, like I said,
Mhm.
beautiful people come and go. And so, to the point of lust, this is why you have people that will get with somebody, and then as them people get older and gravity set in, they need to upgrade, quote unquote upgrade. That is
Mhm.
rooted in
Mhm.
superficial behavior. You
It
know what I'm
is.
saying?
Exactly.
Nothing can speak
Exactly.
to a person saying, I'm finna rock out with this person. Like I said, beautiful people come and go. There is always something better. There is always, quote unquote, better, I should say. There is always something that looks better, is what I should say. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
But if
That
I
is
say I'm
good,
rocking with you, I'm
Justin.
rocking with you. Listen. I
That
can
is
see
true.
bigger muscles all day. That ain't stopping nothing.
Right. Where
Not
you
with me. Stuff like that does not distract me. I can look
That
and
Mhm.
be
is
like, oh, he
true.
handsome, he nice looking, and I can keep it walking. I can keep it moving. Stuff like that do not distract me. No,
Mhm.
cause I consciously chose to rock with this person, this my person. And I ain't gonna hold you. It may be different for men and women, but for me, right? When I consciously choose somebody, I don't care
Mhm.
what nobody else got going on. Cause in my mind, the thought of even um I don't know how to explain it. It's just a certain level of respect and admiration that comes with consciously choosing a person, I should say. But I'll leave it there. Shout out to
Right.
y'all. I see
For
more people on the panel. Hey, 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 hey.
Right. Hey,
Can I
Blaze.
say
Hey,
oh,
Liberated. I'm glad that you guys could come on. I want to definitely get you guys in conversation, especially Blaze, because you was up here early. I don't know what happened to your connection. So I'm going to go to you first. Do you have anything to say about whatever you've been hearing since earlier on to now?
Hold on.
Blaze, are you there?
Can you hear me?
mhm.
I can.
Right? Can
You choppy.
hold on.
Okay, we'll go to Liberated then. Hey, Liberated.
Can y'all hear me?
I
Mhm.
can.
Absolutely.
Much love, fear no mortals. Much love, sis. Mo
Much
love,
love.
Jess J. Look out to my brothers, Blaze, Freezy, and Smitty. My mic is muted. Anyway, uh, I'm moving. What'd you say? I'm moving
No, we
around a
were
little
just
bit,
laughing.
so I'll be muting on and off. But I seen who I was on the panel, and it's all fam. So I just wanted to jump on real quick.
I appreciate you coming up. Do you have something to say before you go back on mute?
Uh, what am I speaking to? Let me go that route.
We are just the overall conversation. We have been talking about lust, choices, discipline, how people um lust can lead them to choose wrong, how how people are maybe different from their younger version of their self to their older version of their self, how different values change in society that maybe can curve how families used to be versus now, how
Hmm.
discipline and learning, if your parents taught you or anybody along the way taught you discipline in learning how to choose the right person or learning how to control any lust and in your decision making, just all kinds of stuff. We've been all over the world in this last 6 hours. So
Oh,
if you want to add anything to the conversation.
okay. I will say Blaze need to get that janky promoter connection fixed over there, so we'll be able to hear, bro. But
Definitely.
um, I'll first say I want to preface it because my current outlook, just from a personal standpoint on relationships, I'm not there. So I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but a lot of times my stance is gonna come from that. I know y'all were just speaking on relationships, and then you mentioned something about discipline. I can say for me personally, my discipline comes from my spiritual journey, which I take it very seriously. So it's very easy for me to stay disciplined because I've trained myself up to that. And so I can tie that to me being able to be single without feeling the need of being with somebody. And just Jay was just speaking to you have some people that operate from a certain standpoint they could be alone. Then you
Mhm.
have some people that operate they at their best when it's them and somebody else. And so I put
Mm-hmm.
in the chat alone for the win. Me, I am a loner type person. Don't get me wrong, I love people, but I'm at my best when I'm alone. I can operate my best when I'm alone. So a lot of times that's where I come from.
Mm-hmm.
That's good. That's good. Blaze,
Can
do
I
you want to add? Go ahead, Mola.
I was gonna say, Just Jay tells me what she said is what my sister has been saying for years to me. She said, I think that God has called you to something so different, right? And if I'm honest, you get so because when I'm in something, I give it my all, right? And she said, because of what you are called to do, you can't have that type of distraction right now. So I think that it is better for you to be alone, in this time. And she said, I believe that that can also change, but because of what you are called to, you have to get it done by yourself. That's not to say that a person will not ever align with you,
Right.
but as of right now, even when I give stuff a chance, it doesn't always flow. And
Mhm.
I'm learning to make peace with that. And I used to think like, well, what am I too different, or am I, it'll have you second guess if you, because I'm a person that desires companionship again and true love. I will never shut that out, but I have also accepted that um God's plan may be different for me right now,
Mm-hmm.
you
Right.
know, and I do thrive when it's just me. I do,
Right.
so
Right.
I'm learning to also accept that because it's easy, right?
Right.
To have
Mm-hmm.
somebody, that's nothing. But I'm very serious when it comes to my love life. I don't just want to accept anything just in the name of saying I don't want to be alone,
Right.
so
That's so good, Mo. Let me
but
just
they helped
interject
me.
real quick. Hold on. Hold your thought. Smitty, are you still there? Smitty, are you there? And someone asked for the link on his
Yes,
side.
yes, I'm right
Can
here. I'm
you
right.
can you send
Yeah.
Bolo the link to my channel so he can come on and hit the link?
Hold on.
He's in your chat.
I got you. Okay, so hold on. Where's it at for you? Where's your link at so I can
Hold
copy it?
on 1 second.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. Oh yeah, I was hoping Brother Bolo showed up.
Right. Can
No
someone
bull.
in the chat get my link? Hold on.
All right, better. Let me see what I got right here.
Because I'm all new to trying to operate all this. So I don't usually go live.
Uh huh.
Hold on one
You know,
second.
this is how we connect.
Right.
Real talk though.
Okay. I think.
Where you at? Back chat or front part of it? I don't
Hold on.
see it.
Um.
Matter of fact, hold on. Hey Bolo,
Hold on.
do this.
1 second.
Hold on. Watch this. Drop it in the chat right here, Bolo. I got you. I got you right now. I got you, Bolo. Uh,
Okay.
Bolo, go to your phone. Go to your phone, Bolo. All right. Drop the link right here.
Okay.
I
Okay.
got him. Got him.
Okay.
Let me see. Let me go to y'all. Boom. So he can just come on over here. Period.
Yeah. Do
No,
that. Hold on.
I got you.
Hold on 1 second.
Here we go. There we go.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hold on.
my bad. Put that on mute. And shit. Okay. All right. Let me find my buddy. All right.
Hold on. Let me just switch
It's in
screens.
your phone, Bolo. It's in your phone.
Okay. Thank you, Smitty.
No problem. No problem.
So
Can
I'm
I
like, how they want to take the screen off of this. Okay. All right. Sorry, guys. Where were we?
can I ask Mo a question real quick?
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Mo, with what you were just saying, was that like a general statement, or were you directing that to me?
Oh no, I was speaking from I guess my personal thoughts and experiences.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'll piggyback off of what you're saying, and definitely say that I can relate. Without going too deep into it, I was single for 11 years, and it was the best 11 years of my life. And from that journey, that's when I started doing a lot of spiritual search and diving deeper with myself and addressing certain things. And so, from that standpoint, I can say, to put context on it so people can understand how much I love being alone, I got addicted to it because there were no distractions.
Mm-hmm.
So, once because I pretty much hung relationships up. I gave it up. I didn't want no parts of it. From the standpoint at that time, it was just about, I knew it wasn't likely for me to run into anybody that I would be spiritually connected with. So long story short, ended up running into somebody that I did connect with, to my surprise. But fast forwarding to this to this point now, I learned a little bit more about myself within that relationship, and that was that my expectations are so extreme that I'm better off alone because I do not need any distractions whatsoever. And I know that's unrealistic to ask for, because people are gonna come with stuff. You gotta compromise. You gotta do what you gotta do to make your relationship work. But me, as the person that I am, my focus is more so on my purpose. I'm not worried about anything else outside of that. And then when you could possibly come off as a distraction, or I'm getting pulled in every single direction and it's distracting me from what I'm trying to do, I start getting rid of things. I'll drop a person, a thing off in a heartbeat because it's causing a distraction from what I'm trying to do. So I can definitely relate to what you just said, my love.
Mm-hmm. That is
And
definitely good too. Yeah. I think a lot of the times we just gotta get to that point. Like, like just Jay's point, some people work better in when they're alone and in solitude, and a lot of the times distractions come and they may not be the best distractions, or even if they are good distractions, you just never know. It might knock you off your course or your purpose. So I think we just got to be mindful. And Blaze, did you
But
have something you wanted to add?
is his phone working? While he get it together, let me
I
say
don't
this right quick.
know.
I do want to acknowledge, right, when as far as like people doing their work alone versus being paired with somebody while they're doing their work, it varies from person to person.
Hmm.
Now, what I will put out there is, if a person has a desire for companionship, you know what I'm saying, for connection, I would say, right, and this is just personal opinion, right? Because it was times in my
Hmm.
life where I'm like, okay, well, you know what? This just ain't working out for me, so maybe it's not for me. But what I have accepted is, if it's a desire that I have, a sincere desire, I do not put myself in a position where I suppress that. You know what I'm saying? I think
Hmm.
it's definitely important to acknowledge those sincere desires that you have in your heart, because I don't know, just the way I think, if it was something that wasn't meant for me, in a sense, I wouldn't have this strong yearning for it. Or part of that journey could be understanding where that yearning is coming from. Because I don't know,
That's
depending on
the
the
point.
person, it could speak to something different. You know what I'm saying? But I guess I just wanted to put out there, if somebody has a desire for true companionship, to for me personally, I'm not going to ignore that, because I do value and I do desire companionship. You know what I'm saying? But I also
Mhm.
understand the importance of taking the time you need for yourself to do
Right.
whatever it is, right? Because sometimes I say to myself, okay, what if the man of your dream showed up right now, like right now?
right now.
Yeah,
Do you
please
have
don't do.
like, are you able, like metaphorically speaking, are you able to just pack up and go? Or do you need to start, do you have to start scrambling and be like, oh, you know what, let me put this over here. Hold on, I gotta take some stuff out the garage and put it over here. Hold, I had some stuff in the cabinet. Can you give me a minute? I need to go in the bathroom and look at, okay, I gotta go to the pantry and okay, are you actually prepared? You know what I'm saying? And
Right.
sometimes I just do that to remind myself, Jay, you got stuff you need to be tending to anyway. Just continue to tend to yourself and tend to those things you need to, and trust that in time things will fall into place, you know?
That's good, Just
And
Jay. And I want to say thank you, Bolo, for coming over on my channel. Thank you for hitting the link.
Thank you for having me, guys. Thank you. Bless us, everybody.
Hey, Bolo.
Hello. Good day.
Hey, fellas.
Do you want to add something to the conversation? Because we've been cooking for a while. I don't know if you kind
Yeah, I've
of
been.
heard a lot of the topics we were discussing.
Yeah, I hit a lot of things, and yeah, I've been doing some good breakdowns. I think that the one thing that we mess up on is, people can have desire for relationships, but now we have to go into why do they desire that relationship? Because some people can desire a relationship because they're lonely. Some people can
Mm-hmm.
desire a relationship because they're hurt. So, it can be for selfish reasons. And if it's a selfish reason, then I would tell that person you shouldn't be in a relationship, because all you have the capacity to do at this point in your life is take, take, take. You don't have the capacity to give because of where you are mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and physically. So this is why it's so important that we get to know ourselves, right? God, a man that findeth a wife finds a good thing. Now, remember, she was a wife before he found her. How the hell was that? Because she
Mm-hmm.
had the foundations of what a wife is supposed to be. And how, and the Lord speaks sometimes in conundrums, and you have to take your time, because he didn't say nothing about the husband in that point. But you have to understand, for a man to find a wife, he already has to have the foundation of what a husband is to know what he's looking for in a wife. So he's not freestyling. So this, it takes you getting to know yourself, having a trajectory, all of these things. When it says that a woman, a father, a husband shall leave his mother and father and cleave to his wife. What does that mean? That means that he has a direction, he has a plan, he has something to take that wife of that woman away from her family and create
Mm-hmm.
their own. And this is what we have to understand, that when my son or my daughter leaves to get married to a woman or a man, they create their own family. I'm no
That's true.
longer I'm no longer number one. She's number one. So,
Mm-hmm.
this is why you had, men teaching the young men, women teaching the young women. So they understood what it was. They understood that, I forget who said it earlier, that love is an action word, and
Mm-hmm.
it invokes an emotion. So here it is, we're in 2025. And I believe
Mm-hmm.
one of the ladies said that, options, options, options. I mean, when you
Mm-hmm.
really look at it, in Christ, you have no option. What options do you have? See, that's the illusion that, that the devil makes you think. He makes you think you have options. See, when you know yourself, right? Me as a man, when I was looking for a wife, when I
Mm-hmm.
knew myself and I took time to get to know myself, there wasn't that many options, because my eyes was on a certain type of woman. I wasn't looking at 15 to 20 different types. I was looking for one, and they had
Right.
my plan. You understand where I'm going with it?
Mm-hmm.
So when you say you have options, when you make yourself available to everybody, you make yourself available to nobody. And I said this on Freezy's channel the other day. Lamborghini don't make, Lamborghini don't they don't advertise to everybody. They advertise to a certain core of people. They
Right.
don't care, So at the end of the day, you have to advertise to that man that you need. And the same thing for that
Mm.
man. He has to advertise himself for the woman he needs. We need to start wanting what we need opposed to needing what we want.
Ooh, that's so good.
And that's where we start to fail. And I forget which lady said it, but the options of jumping from relationship to relationship. From a
Mm-hmm.
counselor's perspective, that tells me that that man is indecisive or that woman is indecisive. That
Mm-hmm.
man or that woman does not have self-discipline. That man or that woman is their integrity is surrounded by mediocrity. Because what you have to understand is there's nobody out there perfect for you, right?
Right.
You make that person perfect for you. Now, what does that mean? That means that every marriage on this earth that is based under God has a relative foundation. Now, there's nuances to each relationship because everyone is different, but there
Right.
is a foundation that everyone has. So it's going to take time. For one of you ladies say, it takes time to learn, to grow.
Mm-hmm.
See, when we start talking about relationships, marriage is a contract. The difference between a covenant and a contract is the difference between the covenant of Moses and the covenant of Christ. There's a big difference. The difference was Moses, if you did something wrong and we found you, you was punished. There
Right.
was no room for grace. There was no room for mercy. And that's the difference of the covenant of Christ. He
Mm-hmm.
gives room for grace and mercy. And that's what a covenant is. A covenant, I can't foresee or foretell everything that's going to happen. And the man that I was at 22 is not the man that I am at 52. So
Mm-hmm.
the thought process that these young men have, I would never do this. I would never do that. If my woman did this, if my woman did that. And then when it happens, they have a whole different thought process. So, you can't speak egotistically because I don't know what I would do in that situation. I can tell you as a man, I would hope that I would have grace and mercy. I would
Mm-hmm.
hope that I would do this in that situation. So when you're talking about people just jumping from relationship to relationship, we have to be careful of that because vetting is not the end all be all. It just gives you a better foundation on the decision you're going to make. That's all it does. Sometimes you're going to make mistakes, and you have to understand if the mountain was smooth, nobody could climb it.
That's
No one can
true.
climb if the mountain was smooth. You need to have those jagged edges for you to learn from it, right? Every cut on everyone's body on this panel has a story. And I guarantee you that story is prevalent, and you're going to tell your great grandchildren and your great great grandchildren because you learned something from it. And that's the point of it. Everything that we go through, it's not a failure if you learn from it. It's called a life experience. It's only a failure if you continue doing it over and over again. So, how
That's
do
a
I
good point.
how do I learn to love? You learn to love by looking at the perfect example of what love is. That's Christ. And when you see the
Right.
relationship and talking from a man's perspective, when you see the relationship that he has with the men and how he treats the men and how he reverenced the men, how he walked with the men, how he grew the men, how he nourished the men, how he serviced the men. This is the example that we're left to do with our wives. And a lot of the times
Mm.
we fall short. So that's mine.
So,
That
That's all.
fear no
that
mortals.
was
Can I
good.
chime
Uh-huh.
in right quick?
Go
So,
ahead.
yeah, just I just want to be clear. I wasn't promoting the idea of people jumping from relationship to relationship. When I was talking about the options, we was talking about. I think Smitty brought up the whole generational thing, right? And so, when I was speaking on options, I was just speaking to like people, like specifically women, right? Not being able to go out and get jobs as easily as they do now. And I did
Mm-hmm.
want to bring up the whole, I wanted to piggyback off of what he was saying because I was going to bring it up earlier about the illusion of options, right? We definitely live in a time when I was talking about social media, beautiful people are everywhere, but it also promotes that this idea that we have a ton of options. And so to his point, I definitely agree. When we move in a way as if we have all these options, we really don't have a lot of options. And I think social media promotes the idea that we have all of these options and we have all of these choices. It's no different than a restaurant opening, right? um and in the beginning, right? Because restaurants typically fail. You know what I'm saying? Generally speaking, when restaurants open, they typically it's a certain percentage, I forget, that fails, right? If you have a menu and it has like 50 different items to choose, like 50 different entrees, for example, right? That
Mm-hmm.
becomes difficult. And what typically happens with people is we experience like this decision paralysis type thing, where it creates this stagnant nature, like it creates this stagnant energy where it's hard for us to move forward simply
Mhm.
because too many options are being put in front of us. And so in that regard, less is definitely best. And that goes back to the whole consciously choosing. But yeah, so I do think that there's a fallacy and there's a delusion that comes with people thinking that they have so many options.
In counseling, sis, that's called paralysis of analysis.
Yes, absolutely. Agreed.
And here's the thing. When you're able to jump from thing to thing, you never learn yourself.
That's a
You
fact.
never learn to persevere. This is why, I'm dealing with so many young men and so many young women that are thinking about, self-deletion. Because the difference between when we grew up and when they grow up is when a parent says, I'm going to give my child a better life than what I had. Typically, that means they're going to make that child's life easier. When you do that, you rob them of the tenacity. You rob them of growth. Because through struggle, you learn discipline, tenaciousness. You learn fortification. All of these things is what they're learning. I mean, we do it with babies. It mind boggles me that when our kids get a little bit older, our children get a little bit older, we take that from them, right? As a baby, the kid is trying to walk. You're going to let them walk. I don't care how many times they fall. You're going to stand back and watch the frustration on that little baby's ear, because what's happening is in their brain, they're creating new receptors and new connections that's going to get them to figure out how to get to third step, fifth step, 10th step. And we rob these young men and young women of that. This is why they're so quick to run to drugs, so quick to run to self-deletion, because we rob them of them figuring out, because we tend to not prepare them, prepare them for when we're gone. We're be here for the rest of their lives, right?
So we can I ask? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, darling. Go ahead.
Okay, so I was going to ask you right quick, since you was going into this arena, right? As you may well know, because you kind of speak in a language that might, you might be picking up what I'm putting down. So when we have these different reward centers in the brain, right? It's also centers of the brain that deals with discipline and, like you say, perseverance and tenacity and stuff. And I think, to your point, right, when we create these lives for people that are easier and they don't have to problem solve, it takes away their need to have critical thinking, because everything is done for them. It leaves people in a state where they don't know how to make decisions that are good for them, because they haven't been tested in different arenas of life. And so, to your point, y'all, it's a pretty cool TED Talk. It's actually one of my favorites. It's a couple of them. It's about the power of grit and the art of grit. And I think that a lot of us people in general, right, are missing that aspect of life when it comes to grit. It's not about struggle, love. It's about perseverance, and actually how that equips the brain for problem solving and different challenges. So in regards to what you were saying, Bolo, can you kind of expound on that a little bit? How the brain works in regards to discipline and stuff?
The brain, especially with, Black and Latinos, we live in the amygdala. The amygdala part of the brain is the fight or flight. That's the part of your brain that kicks in when danger comes in, right? So a lot of the times, this is where we are. This is why you step on someone's sneakers and they jump from 100 to 80 in 2 seconds, right? When another cat will be like, nah, you good, go ahead, whatever. And you kind of compare it to like a radiator, right? The radiator fan only comes on when it's needed. It doesn't run consistently because it overheats. The fight or flight portion of the brain is only meant for when you're in fight or flight. The hippocampus portion of the brain is what pushes, the emotions, calmness, stillness, things of that nature. We tend not to live there, right? Because of, the way we're brought up, because of the environments that we're in. And this is why, we tend to think that love is an emotion, because that's what the amygdala pushes. It's looking for key things. Like, if you're ever in trouble and you're running, you're not looking, you don't have the time to sit down and think about, should I go down this block? No, you're looking for key facts that will get you what you think will get you to safety. There's a fence, there's a dog chasing you, let me jump over that fence. But in your mind, you don't know if there's a bear on the other side of the fence. You know, you just know that I need to get something between me and this dog. So when it comes to that, this is why we talk about calmness. This is why we talk about, depression and taking the time to unravel this big ball of yarn that this man or this woman has created through their life. Because again, we're not taught to talk about our problems, especially men. We're taught to boggle it down, right? Because we don't want to be broken, or we're looked as weak, or we're looked as a punk or a sucker. So, these things happen because, again, what we have to understand is there are certain feelings that we have that are similar. Let me give you an example of what I'm saying. If you look at Joker and you look at a regular person from far away, they both look happy, right? They both look happy. But when you come up closer on them, Joker is a manic depressive. So certain feelings share certain qualities in feelings, if that makes sense, right? Sadness and depression share certain feelings. They share certain attributes, but depression is totally different. So if we don't learn the difference between the two, we can make a mistake and think one is the other when it's not. So when your woman is depressed and you don't know the difference between depression and sadness because you didn't take the time to get to know her, you didn't get the time, you didn't take the time to understand what makes her function, right? Because we're so caught up in the big butt and the big, the large breasts and all this. We didn't get to know her mental. We didn't get to know her spiritual because we live through our emotions and we use our emotions to filter logic when it should be logic filtering emotion, right? I'm angry. I'm very angry. This is why God says be angry and sin not. When you're angry, I'm very pissed off at Mo Love right now. So you know what I'm going to do? I only see red right now. So let my anger come down a little bit where I can think. Now when I holler at Mo Love, I'm like, yo, listen, why'd you make that move? We're able to converse and have a conversation. And now through my emotion, through my logic, I'm able to say, is this anger that I'm feeling warranted to be at her? If it's not, then okay, cool. But we get so wrapped up in the anger, regardless of whether it's warranted or not, because I'm already there in the amygdala, we gonna rock this out. And this is why relationships don't work, because we're not taking the time to mentally, spiritually grow with each other. And the physical thing was only meant to last a certain amount of time. This is why you see in Walmart the 180-year-old couples walking down holding hands. Why? Because it was more than just a physical connection.
That is so good.
Right? It was a spiritual connection. And this is the thing that lasts the longest. If you can make a woman, and forgive me for saying this, if you can stimulate a woman physically, that blows my mind, because typically women do not climax a lot in their life. Imagine if you can stimulate her emotionally, spiritually, mentally, and physically. That means at any given time, she can climax. Because climax is a mental thing anyway. It's a mental thing anyway, right? So we're so stuck on just the physicality of what we're looking at in life and in relationships. We leave so much on the table. So that's the portions of the brain. Get to know who you are so that when I walk into that candy store with just a nickel, I'm not looking at dollar candies. I got a nickel. So I'm going in there looking for nickel candies. You have men looking for all different types of things, and you know that that's not good for you. So why would you even go down that route? Why? Because they think that the more options they have, the better they are. And you're not.
That was a word right there. You really got down to the bottom of it.
I'm trying not to go for no more because I want to pick his brain while he up here. Can I ask another question, Fear No More?
Go ahead. You don't have to ask me. Just chime in.
Well, you know your girl be trying to behave sometimes.
Panel etiquette. He's doing great.
So Bolo, earlier I said that I think we were talking about, I believe, opposites attract, et cetera, right? And I said in general, I think that people are attracted to their patterns, right? Um, in general, can you expound a little on your, like, because you just definitely laid out the whole being attracted on a spiritual level, you know what I'm saying, energetically speaking, beyond the surface, right? Do
Right.
you think in general that people are more so, and I just mean in general, like, because me personally, right, as I continue to develop myself and become more mindful about things and deprogram in a lot of ways and reprogram some things, and just overhaul my system mentally, you know what I'm saying? I realized in my past, I can look back and see how many times I was attracted to my patterns. It wasn't really about that person, you know what I'm saying? It was about being attracted to a pattern.
Absolutely. Your vibe attracts your tribe.
Mm.
So how about this? Let's do an exercise together. This is what I do with people that I counsel, right? Let's everybody
Mhm.
close up. Let's everyone close their eyes. Okay.
Okay.
Now, when you open your eyes, I want you to look at everything in your room that is blue. Open it up now. Look at everything that's blue, and then close your eyes. Are your eyes closed?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
Tell me everything that was brown in your room.
The nerve.
You
I
can't-
still got my eyes closed. I got a lap desk on my lap and the top is brown. But yeah, that's about all I got right now.
The point is, what you focus on is what your brain is going to acknowledge.
Yeah.
The point of it, right? So that goes to what
That's
you were
good.
saying. So if you focus on something, right, that's what your brain is going to affirm. So if you think that you're less than, your brain will affirm that, right?
Mhm.
So this is why we say that you have to have a healthy relationship with yourself, right? For
Mhm.
example, you look at lizards, right? They're cold-blooded lizards, they're reptiles. They can't regulate their body temperature. So what do? They climb up on a rock, but the sun, as soon as they heat up, oh, you have people like that. There are people that don't love themselves and are not capable of loving themselves where they are. So what do? They latch on to other people's light and they drain them of that light. This is where you find those people that say, I can't live without you. And if I can't have you, nobody can. Because they've wrapped their life around you, opposed to you being an add-on. You're supposed to be an add-on to somebody, right? I make myself happy. My wife don't make me happy. I make myself happy. She adds to it, absolutely, right? So if you can't be happy with yourself, I go to the movies by myself. I go to eat by myself.
That's a fact.
I love myself. There are some people that don't like what they look in the mirror. They just don't. And that's the sadness of it. So your vibe attracts your tribe. However you're feeling, misery loves company, all these cliches are rooted in fact, right? So whatever you're feeling is what you're going to attract. And sometimes we're so lazy when it comes to doing the work to be better men and better women, we just accept, right? I have something that I created called the AAA, not the people that pick you up on the street, but acknowledgement, acceptance, and application. Acknowledgement, acknowledging that you are the reason why you're in the situation that you're in 98% of the time, right? And acceptance of the ramifications of the decisions that you make. Now, here's the thing. A lot of the times, we always speak about the effect of something. We don't talk about the cause. We don't talk about the cause. How did I get here? I understand that I'm here. How did I get here? And that part is where the learning curve is. In between acknowledgement and acceptance is the learning curve, right? And we understand that growth is not comfortable because you're traversing new topography. This is new landscape. You're nervous. You're making new left turns and right turns. You've never been in this town before, and the roads look different. It's something that's not good. But here's the beauty in it. The beauty is the man or woman you walked in is not the man or woman you walk out. And that goes into the last A, application. You take what you learn and you apply it to your life. And you learn from it and you grow from it. Perspective is everything. If you plant a seed, this seed has two perspectives. That seed can say, I'm in a damp place, I'm claustrophobic, and it's dark. Or that seed can say, I'm planted. I'm going to get watered. I'm going to get nourished, and I'm going to grow into something awesome. So really, it's up to you on how you perceive life. So at the end of the day, if you're not able to corral your thought process, that's the most dangerous thing, because that's how you see life. How you feel affects how you see. Don't let anyone tell you anything different. They're lying to you. If I'm pissed off and upset and I have lack and I have low self-esteem, if all of you guys are laughing and I walk into the room, guess what I'm going to think? You're all laughing about me. And it has
That's
nothing
true.
to do with anything, right? So at the end of the day, this is why we have to start. And this is why I say we got to start with the men. This is why I say we have to create an environment. Like, you see this environment that we have right here? It's different than the other environments and the other platforms that we go on. But the other platforms that we go on, there's so much finger pointing. It's not an
That's
environment.
true.
It's not an environment of love. So if I say, sis, you bugging out right now, let me explain why you bugging. You know, I'm not here to tear you down, but you have to understand, before there's peace, there's always war. That's scriptorial. Ain't nothing bold. Before there's peace, there's war. Before paradise comes, there has to be destruction. That's just how it is, right? So we have to go through this portion of being teared down and taking more of us off and putting more of Christ on. That's a struggle in itself, you know.
Yeah,
And like I say, the most important decision a man or a woman is ever going to make outside of accepting Christ their Lord and Savior is picking their husband or wife. So you better choose correctly. So take the time to get to know you, and I'll drop it here, right? No love. Let me ask you a question. If you did the work on a diamond, right? You got it clear, you got the clarity, you got cut, and you got all the paperwork on this diamond. It's worth $100,000. If I came and offered you $20,000, would you give it to me?
I don't know if she's there.
Okay, so let's ask you. If you have a diamond and it's worth $100,000, would you give it to me for 20?
No.
Would you give it to me for 50?
No.
Would you think about giving it to me for 80?
I would think about it.
Okay, so what's the point of that exercise? Patience. Wait for the right person for you. Now, again, you're not going to ever get 100%, but the closer you start to get, the more you start to open up that garrison. And like I tell men all the time, it brings you more pleasure to have that flower open up her buds willingly, opposed to you doing it forcefully.
That's a great point. Do you think, let me ask you a question. Do you think that, for everything you said, and that was so good, I appreciate it, do you think that a lot of the problems that we run into today, and this is something I asked them early on in the day, the people that were up here, do you think a lot of the problem is because people, we know they rush into things, but do you think a lot of the people are leading by lust or leading in no self-control and no discipline? So that is why they rush to find somebody and they do not use patience. Could it be, do you think a lot of people, besides lust, it could be desperation or just
trauma.
A need to have somebody?
Absolutely. It could be trauma. You know, something that happened. It can be, you know, an experience. You know, I cancel so many women that became pregnant because they wanted something to love them, truthfully.
Okay.
They wanted something that would just love them unconditionally, when it should be the other way around. You should be loving the child unconditionally. But they just wanted something to love them. So yeah, because they never felt, true love. You know, they didn't have parents that made them feel like, because remember, you know, as a child, that child's self-esteem and focus is really in the hands of the parents to create the moment, right? To show them how important they are and so forth and so on. So if you don't build that in a child, what do they have? So they look for something that's going to grow. This woman had 13 children.
Oh, wow.
Not because she was fruitful and multiplied, because each child grew up. And I always told her, you know your children are going to grow up, right? And you're going to be left alone. So if we don't do the homework in the work right now to get you to love yourself, there's just so many children more you can spit out. Getting old in age. So yeah, people create relationships, they trauma bond. That's what they call it. Trauma bond. Absolutely.
Okay, that's a good point. That's a good point. Does somebody want to add something to the conversation?
And you find a lot of problems. I'm sorry, you find a lot of problems with that, because let's say if myself and you got together and we were trauma bonding. Let's say if you come out of your trauma, you grew, I'm still left behind. Now remember, I wrapped myself around you.
That's
now
true.
This is where the potential of violence start now. You just left. Now I feel abandoned like everyone else abandoned me. So we have to be able to look for the triggers, because again, they may look the same as other feelings, but they're not. And that's the point. It's the same thing with looking at children when they're thinking about self-deletion.
Okay.
Right? And I learned this lyric, like when you sit here and if your child starts giving their toys away, saying bye, it's not a good sign. If your child has cleaned the closet and left one closet portion of it cleaned, I'm talking about totally clean, that's not a good sign. If your child has turned all pictures and toys like teddy bears away from where they are, that's not good. So these little things that we should have looking at our children, that we should look for in each other, we're not taught this. We got so much other nonsense going on in life, and we're so boggled down with so much nonsense. This is why people say, I had to do me, because you were unable to help, because we're so caught up with so many different things stimulating ourselves, right? And this is why the Father tells you, be careful of what you take in. Don't take everything in.
That is true. Hey, El Cheapo.
So yeah, to that Finna Mortals, I was gonna say, as far as like when he was talking about attraction and stuff like that, for me, and again, y'all, these are just personal opinions and just experiences that I've had, right? So for me, what I've learned, for me, when I have like this intensity about a person, like if I meet a dude and there's this intensity behind it, for me, what I've learned is that is me. That's attraction that's rooted somewhere in my trauma. Like I don't know how to explain it, but when it's like this intense initial attraction and stuff, some people just call it all this chemistry stuff. But to me, when you have that level of intensity, somewhere it's this it's stuff at play that typically is rooted in trauma, is what I'm saying. I'm not talking about the worst, the most extreme thing you could think of, just in general. To what I was speaking about with the patterns, you know what I'm saying? What I found is connections that have built over time and just have really came from a place of just this genuine wanting to get to know a person. I'm not saying there's no attraction involved, but the general sincere wanting to get to know a person and just truly spend time with that person has been the most stable and fulfilling connections, you know what I'm saying? Versus some that I've had that are just rooted in this intense passion and this intense attraction. It's almost like this consumptive thing, you know what I'm saying? And to me personally, when I find that I'm drawn to people like that, I have to slow down and I have to check myself. Okay, Jay, what we doing? Because Yeah,
Right.
let's see what this is about. You know what I'm saying? Before, when I was younger, I used to just think that, oh my God, this is just, ooh, I'm just we just vibing,
It's
and
meant to
ooh, I'm
be.
just really feeling him. Yeah, yeah, you know what I'm saying? I was thinking that that meant something, and that, listen, if
Right.
anything, that mean that listen, child, that mean a mess is afoot, is what it means. And that's just my personal experience, you know what I'm saying? But when I
Right.
was younger, I used to really think that that meant something, like, oh, I really found,
Mhm.
my soulmate and all the time. I just be going and going. But as I've gotten older, I realized that was just rooted in something that did not serve my highest good. And so even with the emotions, with what Bolo is talking about, I'm not a health professional. I just do a lot of reading and stuff on my own, because it's just in regards to my own personal development, right? I put in the back chat this author. I got a couple books by this lady named Lisa Feldman.
Mhm.
I think her name is Barrett or something. Don't quote me. I think it's Barrett. But she has a few videos on YouTube as well. But she's a neuroscientist, and she talk about emotions and stuff. And it started with me, well, I found her books, but also like just on my personal journey, right? When I
Mhm.
have certain triggers or I feel a certain way about something or whatever, I'm one of them people, I try to get to the root of why I feel the way I feel about something, or why did I interpret what a person did this way or that way, whatever, whatever. I'm one of the people, I'm always trying to evaluate my thought process, right? And sometimes I'm just straight triggered and I might jump out the window. You feel me? But
Right.
ultimately, I always go back to self-reflection and trying to understand why I do the things I do and why I move the way I move. Because, like he said, perception is everything, right? The way we take in stimuli from our external environment is based on how we perceive things. And so that's why I be constantly saying, when I feel a way about stuff, I have to challenge, or if when I get into rumination and just overthinking, I have to challenge them thoughts with facts. Because if not, I will
Okay.
spiral. You know what I'm saying? And I will get carried away with my thoughts and everything. The brain is
Right.
efficient. And to the point of what the books that I mentioned, she talk about how the brain is efficient, right? Our
Mhm.
brain constantly have to do stuff. It have to circulate blood. It have to make sure digestive system moving. It
That's
have to make
true.
sure we being mindful of not to touch the stove, and oh, it's too hot over here and whatever. It is so many things that are working at one time. If we had to physically experience all those processes going on at one time, the visceral reaction will be overwhelming, right? So with that being said, the brain got enough stuff to do. So when we have these experiences, right, and we interpret them and we have these perceptions and the perspective that we hold, it's gonna be efficient. And because the brain needs to save energy to do other stuff, it bases those experiences and perceptions, it uses previous exposure, right? And so it's like a bunch of file cabinets. It just take
Mhm.
that experience and throw it in a file cabinet that already existed. Sometimes those file cabinets are not accurate. The brain is just doing it in an efficient way, and it's using past information to categorize it, right? So anyway, the best way that I've learned, and based on my reading and stuff and my personal experience, the best way to reroute them connections, because it goes down to neuroplasticity and just how our brain is routed, right? The
Right.
best way to reroute those perceptions and how we categorize things in the brain is by exposing ourselves to new experiences, right? That's why I say it cracked me up. Like sometimes when people get in this mode where we be like, "Oh, I'm healed," and da 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 da, but we won't mess with nothing, we won't touch nothing, we won't try to experience nothing. Saying that we
That's
healed and
true.
sitting on the bench ain't doing nothing.
That's
When you
true.
really gauge and measure your growth is by going out and trying to have new experiences, or even experiences, interactions that may be familiar, right? You can gauge based on your triggers or how you respond to things. You can truly gauge your growth. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, I was just making a point that the best way to reroute things when we have patterns is by gaining new experiences and exposing ourselves to new things, so that way we can build new connections in the brain. And I'm assuming Bolo is some type of health professional, so I'm gonna let him
Um,
correct anything that
um,
I said in regards to that. Or you
um,
seem well versed or something, or licensed or something.
well, on our channel, we deal with a lot of doctors, a lot of neuro doctors and therapists and things of that nature. And I'm just a counselor. I'm not a doctor. I'm not.
Well, I won't say just a counselor. What I will say is you
Right.
have a knowledge base, right?
That's
Where
right. A lot of wisdom.
you could definitely speak or expound on something I might have said that could have been inaccurate because I don't know. I'm a stickler when it comes to mental health and stuff like that. Because I really hate people giving a lot of misinformation online and folks just be eating it up. So if I said something that is off in regards to that, please do chime in. So I guess that's why I said that. But yeah, you're not just a counselor.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Right. More than that, because like everybody's tuning in. I'm like, okay, we got questions here.
Well, this is my thing. I love this because even when I had my channel, this is the stuff I talk about all the time. Because I really
Right.
do. I'm constantly in thought. And sometimes I think too much and I have to just shut it off. But in general, I definitely am somebody who is evaluating themselves on a regular basis. You know what I'm saying? Because I
Yeah.
think sometimes people have a hard time grasping that concept, right? Because I'm one of them people I could just straight up say, "Hey, I'm triggered right now." I
Right.
could just
Right.
own it. Like I'm triggered right now, and I don't like what you're doing. And but hey, and then in the same note, I could say, but hey, your trigger, my triggers are not your responsibility. You know what I'm saying? I could
Mhm.
sit there and have that little emotional roller coaster, and some people be looking at me like, dang, she crazy. No,
Right.
I could have that little emotional roller coaster, and at the end of the day, I could still sit down and have a whole conversation with myself and be like, okay, Jay, yeah, you felt the way when they did X, Y, Z, but ultimately your triggers is not their business. Your triggers are for you to tend to. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
sometimes we get caught up in that way of thinking.
That's true.
We expect a person to make accommodations for our triggers and all that. When at the end of the day, this is an inside job. Like
That's
this is an
right.
inside job.
Well,
Like,
look.
yeah, I'm self-loathing right now a little bit, and I want you to feel sorry for me, and it's annoying me because you ain't giving me what I need right now. You know what I'm saying? I could be with all of that.
But see, the beauty of that is this is why God tells us to forsake ye not the assembly of one another, right? So that
Facts.
if you do feel that way, hey, come in, sis. Come in, brother. I'm here. Sometimes, when I get phone calls, it's not about a breakdown. Sometimes they just need a shoulder,
That's true.
That's
So,
it.
and here's the wonderful thing, right? Isn't it amazing how you feel and how your perspective affects the human body? Like if a woman thinks that she's pregnant, her body will mimic the symptoms of pregnancy.
Mm-hmm.
Won't have a period.
Yes.
You'll have morning sickness. So this goes to tell you how important you need to have a mental health. Your mental health is. This is how important your mental health is. The way you think is so important. Don't get caught up into the carnal thought process about the physicality of it. That takes no thought, right? A man or woman can climax. You don't have to have thoughts on that.
Facts.
But
That's just a biological
Right.
response.
it's like breathing, right? But
Hmm.
to actually physically think of something and to go through it, this affects your body. Stress affects the molecular structure of cells that grow. It's that deep in it. It's that deep. So this is why mental health. This is why, on my channel we have a show called Testimony Friday where you can just come up and just talk about your weaknesses, your strengths, what you've gone through throughout the week or whatever the situation might be. And we don't want you to cam up. And I know that's dangerous. I know it's dangerous, but people tend to not be themselves authentically when you can see them, if that makes sense, right?
It makes total sense.
That's a good idea.
If they're on stage, right? So, and that's just the opening stage of getting my number and talking to me offline or whatever. But the point of the matter is, a lot of the times they feel unheard. So this is your time to talk. This is your time to speak, and we'll rock out for as long as we need to rock out to get everybody's thoughts out and things of that nature. Because again, some people may not have insurance. Some people may not, do these things, and it's just important that, for me, it's important that I do the best to leave the world better than how I found it.
That is
Well,
so
I think
good.
that's pretty awesome.
Me
Because to
too.
what he said about not camming up, right? Because think about it, like even when you use the word stage, right? If somebody on the stage, they got to play their part. You know what I'm saying? And that part may be,
Mm,
you know what I'm saying? Like it is what
yes.
it is. But to the whole point though, what I realized in just my personal journey and different stuff like that, because fear no more, when I get to popping, you know what I'm saying? I'd be like, listen, nobody can shame me, because I understand the importance of speaking a thing out. You know what I'm saying? Because what happens is when we deal with stuff in general, and I'm not saying that you should be transparent in environments that are not safe. You have to exercise wisdom and know when it's appropriate to share stuff, right? But in general, when we hold shame about stuff, we typically don't speak on things, men and women. A human being typically does not speak on things when there's shame involved. And so to me, the power in speaking on certain things, it's about removing the veil of shame. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because if you don't speak on stuff, you'll continue to hide, you'll continue to isolate yourself or whatever. But it's actually power in speaking on stuff. And with speaking on things, you have to have a supportive environment. So I think that it's good that you open that door for people to be supported, because it is funny to me, because I do think that people receive from people in different ways. But
That's
this ain't Fear No Mortals. This is nothing foreign to the stuff, and you can even ask Freeze whenever he wake up or whatever he doing. This is what I usually talked about on my channel when I did have my channel. At the end of the day, as human beings, girl, listen, I used to be playing, girl, don't get me started. I used to be playing Bruce Lee clips. I'll be having meditations and everything. Like, based on what people usually see from me on panels when I don't have tolerance, is what they would expect my channel to be like. I didn't have a lot of people that would sit in my chat, because the stuff that I was talking about was not stuff that just was very chaotic. It was stuff that caused you to evaluate yourself. You know what I'm saying? And to me, that's what it's about. It's about self-evaluation. But yeah, just taking the veil of shame off of stuff. Is power in that when you're able to speak on stuff. And you have to have a supportive environment, because at the end of the day, so the point I was gonna make, like, everybody want to be heard. Regardless of all this stuff people be going on about, as human beings, it is fundamental. It's a base thing when it comes to us. As human beings, we all want to feel heard. That's why I Fear No Mortals, when you see people get up there sometimes and they be just going wild, you will see me still try to have a conversation with them people. And I truly be trying to understand where they coming from, because ultimately, despite, whatever. And sometimes, don't get me wrong, because sometimes they will trigger me, because I got my triggers. Certain things will be a trigger for me. And then we just gonna get it popping. But overall, I understand people's need to feel heard.
Yes.
Regardless of all this stuff people want to say, people want to feel heard.
You have to go through that. Freezy's channel, on Freezy's channel Sunday, I think he was on for damn near 24 hours or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I was talking, Tyranny just started tripping. She started tripping. So I let her trip out. And I was like, you got to let that go, because there's a trauma there someplace. And sometimes, with the cup, you can't pour into the cup if it's already full. You got to empty some of it out. And then later on, she was like, yo, Bola, I apologize, whatever, it wasn't you. I was like, nah, listen, sometimes you got to get that out. And that's good.
That is
because
good.
You don't want that stress to stay in you. And it's important that we create this. There's only two things I ask people to pay. And the two things I ask them to pay is pay attention and pay it forward. Right? So, and we have to lead by example. So I don't know if you guys remember that Motel 6, when they say we'll leave the light open.
Yep.
We have at the Village, at my channel, we have a 24-hour hotline. Like
wow.
You know what I'm saying? So and someone to get
so good.
So this is the importance of giving back to the community, giving back. Right? And saying that, listen, it's important that someone is there just for you to know, even if you leave a voicemail, we'll get to you. I promise you, we'll get to you. It's important for them to know, because there's a lot of people that come on YouTube, especially after the pandemic, that are looking for a word. They're just looking to hear something. And when you have people arguing and talking all that, man, it's so disappointing to me that we have so much that we have to deal with, that people will take 5 hours to talk about a goddamn statue on 42nd Street. And it's like, really, bro?
They still going wild about that statue too, boy. Live everywhere. They mad about that. They mad about that statue.
Right.
everything that's going on inwardly, mentally, emotionally, spiritually. This is what we're talking about. Let's understand what a trauma is so that we can heal. You know,
That's
when
right.
it makes me, it gets me pissed off and angry that, you know, I see our people in this conundrum, in this labyrinth of hurt and trauma,
Right.
and they're so familiar with hurt that
Mm.
let it go, it's unfamiliar territory, and they just would rather deal with the devil they do know opposed
It's
to the
familiar.
and
Mm.
Christ in what they don't know. And understand the difference I made. They rather deal with the devil in what they do know and not deal with the freedom and revelation and understanding of Christ in what they don't know. And this is
Yes, I agree.
people don't understand that if you continue to stay there, it's like even when you read the book, right? Abraham wasn't the original dude that was supposed to be the father of nations. It was his father, Tahar.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
His father wound up getting killed because he made a temporary stop a permanent stop. And that's
Wow.
what we do so often. We make temporary pit stops, permanent pit stops. And then there is no
Yeah.
growth. You haven't grown. And we're so worried about the destination that we don't figure out that the journey is what's most important, because you're going to get to the destination regardless. But if you don't pay attention to the journey and learn the things that you need to learn on the way to the destination, then when you get there, how do I know that, fear, if fear no mortals is the wife for me? If I didn't do the work as a man, as a husband, to know that this is the woman that I'm supposed to court.
Hmm.
It's
I got a
too,
question because you said that, right?
yes.
I got two things. Let me just say this to Just Jay right quick. Just Jay, I just wanted to tell you that, to your point, what you said earlier, when you was talking about the way you process things and how you try to give
Hmm.
everybody chance, and you come with full transparency. When you're on panels and everything, you just be yourself. And even though throughout your flaws and everything like that, you're total transparency, just being authentic to yourself and knowing yourself. Um, and with everything that you have been through, when you're on panels and you're speaking, you come with so much information a lot of the times, and it's so good. But I can tell that you're not a person that just lives in the victimhood of whatever you have been through. And I just think that makes you so strong in that aspect, because a lot of the times we see people, they can talk about their experiences and what they've been through, but they're in a woe's me type of thing. I'm the victim, you know,
Right.
everything has happened to me, whatever. But you don't do that, despite of everything that you say and everything that you've been through. You don't never lead in a victim mentality. You take accountability, and that is something that I've always loved about you from the beginning when I first saw you on Freezy's panel. I
Well,
just
thank
want
you.
to
I
say,
truly appreciate that. I really do. And I definitely have my moments, but I think in general, right? Sometimes people seem to have it's like it's a challenge for people to show up in a way that is authentic, where they can own their stuff and at the same time not totally dump on people. You feel me? Like I'm not
right,
saying that none
right.
of us project, because we all project on different levels. You feel me? But I
Mm-hmm.
never wanted to be I never wanted to be a person that just totally dump all my stuff on others. But with that being
Right.
said, I'm aware of what belongs to me. Now I ain't gonna hold you. I know when people dumping their stuff on me, and I be like, hold on now. I'm a little
Right.
triggered, but that don't belong to me. No, that's your garbage bag. I got my bags over here. Okay. That's not mine. And I ain't gonna lie, I'm very intolerant to people just totally dumping. I do
Right.
expect people to project on some level. And
Mm-hmm.
sometimes I have sometimes I have the grace to just, the tolerance to just differentiate. I can always differentiate, okay, that's not about me. But sometimes I don't always respond or emote in that way, right? Like, because I could be triggered. But ultimately, I just think it's important to just show up as you are. And that's always been an inside job for me, right? I got my insecurities, but at the end of the day, when I log off, I got to lay down with myself. And one thing I've never wanted to do from young was lie to myself. Because I always thought it was crazy. Like, you can lie to everybody else, but you can't you can't get away from yourself. What I look like telling myself lies.
Girl,
You
that
know,
is
but some
so
people live in that loop for different reasons. You feel me? People, we experience escapism on different levels. You feel me? That's
true.
typically not my thing. You feel me? I
Right.
have other stuff, but ultimately I never want, and some people can, and that's the thing. You can't please everybody. So some people get annoyed. You know what I'm saying with me?
Mhm.
One thing I realize is truly about aligning with people that's gonna get you. And even when I be trying to figure out, okay, well, why do you people hit the panel just to come at me? What is happening here? What's going on here? At the end of the day, I have to stay true to me. You feel me?
That's right.
But I
Right.
definitely appreciate that. I definitely have my moments. You feel me? I have my moments of self-loathing and stuff, but I'm one of them people, I'm gonna go cry in the car for a couple days.
You gonna bounce
And
back.
I'm gonna feel sorry for myself about a couple days, and then I'll be like, "Okay, Jay, get it together, cause you right here looking crazy. Okay, get it
Right.
together,
Right.
girl." You know
That
what I'm
is
saying?
true, girl. Me too. I
I
can't
was,
just
cause
stay there.
sometimes I put myself in a position where I talk to myself the way I talk to my homegirl. Like if my homegirl called me right now, I'd be like, "Girl, can you believe such and such and such?" The same way I'm a talk to her. I talk to myself like that because I'm my own best friend. So
Yes.
after I finish feeling sorry for myself, I have a whole conversation. I say, okay, Jay, if you was talking to a friend right now, what would you tell them? Okay, well that's the one you need to
That's what
listen
you
to.
need to tell
Not
you.
not the other one that's trying to psych yourself out, okay? To try to get you to subscribe to some mess that you know ain't working, because we'll do that. Back to them feelings and stuff. We will
Mhm.
subscribe to stuff that we know is not working simply because it's familiar you
That's
know
true.
and so you know how when people say, oh, they doing it because they like it, and I use that term sometimes it's not always that people like a thing. Sometimes it's just simply familiar.
That's true. Like what Bolo said. Okay,
Exactly.
can I ask you two questions, Bolo? Are you
Absolutely,
there?
I am.
Okay. So I have two questions. I'm going to ask both of them and then I'm going to let you expound. So the first question is, do you think that people should be praying for, because you said a point earlier about, you know, that man or that woman needs to already be, that wife or that husband, you know what I mean,
Mhm.
ahead of time
Right.
before you get together. Do you think people should be praying specific prayers for that husband or wife, like single people? That's the first question.
Okay.
And the second question is, how do we deal with, and the reason why I also said that to Just Jay, how do we deal with people that are, like she said, dump so much of their baggage on us, like as still trying to be encouraging and still trying to be, good people, so to speak, and be there for other people, and you know what I mean, give a
Right.
word. How is it that we should go about dealing with somebody that they're always resting in the victimhood, like they haven't came out of that mentality, like, or they're not being real with themselves about, different aspects in life. It seems like every time you talk to them, it's this or that, and it's always that they're a victim, not like, not going into a mature mindset of, okay, well, this is what I need to do to change, and so these things can stop going on with me, or that I can free myself from this situation, I can grow up or whatever. How do we deal with that? Because I'm pretty sure everybody has had a family member or a friend that is like, it's always they're always the victim. Maybe it's to a small, minute degree, or
Right.
maybe it's on a larger scale. But how do we deal with that and keep on trying to be that person's, whether it's friends, family, or whatever, without being annoyed and look, I don't even want to talk about this or talk to you about your situations anymore, because
Right.
we know it can be annoying. Like just Jay said, people always come with their own baggage and projections, but some people do it to the extreme of always being the victim about every little thing. It's always somebody else's fault that they're going through it, or somebody is bothering them, or they just can't get out of this state of mind. So those were the two questions, if you can get that.
So I'll answer the latter first.
Okay.
Sorry. The latter is so intricate. We have to listen to what people don't say opposed to what they are saying. So listening to what you just said, kind of the answer was in the question, the maturity.
Okay.
A lot of the times when people go through trauma, their maturity stops there.
Mm-hmm.
So here's the beauty of the mind's eye, right? So if you and I are just kicking it and we're just talking, everything is cool, everything is all right. As soon as I go through something traumatic, I am so immature when it comes to handling that portion of my emotion. Why is it? Because I haven't grown, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where my emotional immaturity has stunted me from growing, we then have to together get Bolo into a safe place to let him know, listen, you're not going to get hurt by what happened back then.
Right.
What we're trying to do is get you to learn from what you needed to learn from back there, because what you did was you shut it down and you didn't close. Making it comfortable for me to know that closing chapters are not always going to be good. There will be some chapters that will be bad.
Mm-hmm.
But the reason why people get caught up is because they do not want to learn, because the emotion is so much. Shut it down. And there's a lesson out of it. There's a lesson, right? There's a story in the scriptures of Joseph, right? Joseph was talking to his father, Israel.
Okay.
He was saying to his father, the other 11 children are going to bow down to me. And Israel was like, don't let your other brothers hear this. It was too late. The brothers heard. So when they were walking, they sold Joseph into slavery. That's how Israel ended up in Egypt, because of Joseph. They sold him into slavery. There, when he was sold into slavery to a nation he didn't understand, very attractive dude, very handsome guy. A woman tried to come on to him, and he was like, nah, I'm good. Long story short, she accused him of having sex. So they incarcerated. Long story short, when he finally sees his brothers after years, and to the point they didn't even recognize that he was still alive because he dressed as an Egyptian. These guys were Jews. Right. He said, what you meant for evil, God meant for good. What the hell does that mean? For me to be the man that I am today, I had to go through those turmoils. I had to go through those ups and downs. And this goes to the point that we were making before, getting to your destination and not being ready. If you don't unpack those lifelong lessons that you need to unpack, then you don't become the man or the woman that you need to be. And that light that the Lord has set up for you then becomes dim. And it's not easy. I promise you it's not, right? I get mentally tired.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? After talking to you, again, it's a similitude to what Christ has done. You have to understand that when I'm speaking to someone, I'm taking a little bit of you and you're taking a little bit of me.
Right.
So I take that pain home. I take it home. So making a safe place, like you said, creating a safe place, making sure that they know it's safe. That's important. A safe place, because I don't want, I'm going to have enough issues fighting my trauma. I don't want to know that this woman is going to hold something against me. She's going to look at me differently. Or this brother, or whoever I'm talking to in the moment.
Right.
Creating a safe environment. Now, don't get it twisted. We hold you accountable, responsible.
Right.
So for those that continue saying, well, what about them? What about them? There have been times, I'll give you an example. I was on a panel and we were talking about husbandry, husbands that are married. And this one dude called me a simp. Called me a simp. And it doesn't bother me. I'm all good with it. Called me a simp. And he called me a simp on a Friday. Now, remember, I got the 24-hour hotline.
Okay.
That Monday, I get a phone call, and it sounds like somebody died. That's how much lament is going on. I'm like, yeah, what's up? What's going on? You all right? Nah, my girl's bugging out, man. We breaking up. So I'm the same dude you called a simp 3 days ago. But I didn't hold that against him. I understand that, that you're going to call me a simp, and the people that you roll around with on YouTube at the time, you couldn't call them and tell them what you were going through. You called a simp. So you have to understand that people lash out, right? That dog that's been tied up in I'm sorry, I give a lot of examples just to make sure we're all on the same page.
Yeah, go ahead.
That dog that's been tied up in the elements for the whole winter. The dog doesn't know that Just Jay is coming to help him.
Right.
All the dog knows is that a human left me here. So you have to come with the mind frame, man. That dog might bite you.
Right.
But that dog doesn't know. So you have to create that environment of trust for that dog to say, okay, Just Jay ain't here to bite me. Just Jay understand. Just Jay has to know that there's going to be backlash. That dog doesn't know who I am. I haven't created a rapport with the dog. And I'm not trying to compare the people that I counsel dog. I'm just giving the example that these men and women don't know who you are, so they're going to lash out. So you have to create an environment that it's cool. You're in a safe place. This is a rubber room. Bounce off the walls, brother. Bounce off the walls. Go ahead, do you. Soon as you bounced off the wall and you're tired, can we talk now? Because this doesn't work if you can't look at yourself in the mirror and say, remember the AAA, acknowledgement. What dysfunction did I bring? It starts with you first. Even with love. Love your brother as you love yourself.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? How do you correct your brother's mole when you have a beam in your eye? So God always wants it to start with you inwardly.
Right.
Always looking at you. Because if you don't, you become a hypocrite.
Right.
The one thing they taught me when I started doing martial arts, they would put me in the arm bar. Why would they do that? Because they want you to understand the pain that you're going to inflict on somebody else. So be very responsible when you do this. Don't just willy-nilly do this thing. So that's the first question.
Okay.
The second question. What was your first? I'm so sorry.
That's okay. I appreciate it. Do you think that people that are single should be praying like specific prayer or specific thing for if they eventually want to find a spouse? Because I know you said that people need to already be that husband or that wife before they even get with that person. That's what it was.
Well, here's the thing. We use prayer as the in case of emergency break glass. Prayer should be our first line of defense. Period. I go to God for everything. God, man, my back hurt. God, man, listen, I don't want to be late. I go to God for everything. So, yes, I understand what you pray for. Be careful, because a lot of people say, Lord, please give me patience. And they think that it's just a download, right? Like your cell phone. Nah, he's going to put you in situations where you need to be patient. Lord, please give me strength. He's going to put you in situations where you need to be strong. Lord, I need me a good woman, Lord. Well, let me show you what a bad one is, so you can appreciate the good one. We don't appreciate life until we understand death.
That's
right?
true.
We don't appreciate lightness and light until we understand darkness. So, you know, if you're one of the lucky ones, well, I don't deal with luck, but if you're one of the blessed ones, that's better.
Right.
Find your wife or your husband. First shot. Beautiful. You need to be that example for those that are in that spectrum. But a lot of us are not in that spectrum. So yes, pray. Lord, pray for strength, pray for character, integrity, pray for understanding, wisdom, knowledge. And when the Lord tells you, get knowledge, get wisdom, but with all thy getting, get understanding. People quote that scripture wrong or give the breakdown to it wrong. Wisdom and knowledge, everyone's going to have that. The understanding of how to apply said wisdom and knowledge is what he's talking about, right? Empathy and sympathy is very important. You know, I was giving out wheelchairs on my channel.
Okay.
I had 2 left over. A friend of mine got into a car accident and became crippled.
Right.
Paraplegic. And the advice I was giving him, it felt like it was offending him. And I'm looking at his body talking to me. And it's looking like I'm offending him, but because he's my brother, he doesn't say anything to me. So the next day, I put myself in that wheelchair for 4 hours. And everything I said to him, I delivered it wrong. This is a man who's 6'4". Now he sees things from 4 feet high. This is a man who didn't have to worry about nobody. Now he has to get help for everything or most things. So it's not that the message I was giving was wrong. My delivery was wrong. And simply put, what's your favorite food?
Are you asking me the question?
What's your favorite food?
I don't know. I'll say tacos.
Okay. If I took tacos and put it in a garbage can, would you eat it?
No.
If I prepared new tacos and put it on the cleanest china I could find, would you eat it?
On the cleanest what?
China.
Oh, yeah.
What's the difference?
One was in the trash.
Presentation.
Right.
Same food. One was presented as garbage, and the other was presented as something that was palatable for you to eat. So that's what I like. And this is why the Lord says, listen so that you may know how to respond, not react. Respond. Right? Reaction is no thought process to it. Respond takes time to hear. Let me hear. And what a lot of us do, if Just Jay comes to me and she has a nail in her head, I'm focused on the nail in her head while she's telling me the problem is her stomach. But because I think the problem is her head, I think that if I pull the nail out of her head, she's cured. No, you weren't listening to me. You looked at me outwardly and tried to critique what it was. That's what we don't do, right? So I would listen to you and hear what you're saying. Listen to what you're not saying opposed to what you are saying. And then we'll deep dive and take our time and know that you have to be patient. It's not something that's going to happen overnight. So yes, pray. You should pray. Absolutely. And work on your relationship with Christ because it's very important. But absolutely, a woman should pray for a husband should pray for a wife. Yes.
That is so good. I really appreciate that.
I'm sorry for being so long-winded.
No, you're fine.
It's pretty cool.
Some things require a longer breakdown, so that you can really get into the depths of everything, Does anybody else have anything?
Yeah, I wanted to chime in right quick when he was talking about the rubber room and just how ultimately what I took from that, right? Ultimately, how we respond to things is about us, and just like how other people respond or show up is about them, right? And it's easy for us to forget that. And I'm the first one on the chopping block. It's easy for me to forget that when I'm triggered, right? At least in the moment. And that's the thing that I think some people don't realize. Like for me, there is knowledge that I have. There's things that I know, but as an adult, when I am triggered, and you could go back to child self or whatever, all that goes out the window. All that rationality goes out the window. You know what I'm saying? And so when people say, oh, okay, well, you this age or whatever, and why you acting like this, why you acting like that? It's easy because people are going back to default settings. You know what I'm saying? But whenever I respond to things, it's always about me, right? But to the point of the whole rubber room, when you see somebody and they're reacting and they're reactive and they're responding a certain way, sometimes I truly have grace and I can meet people. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Sometimes I ain't gonna lie. Sometimes I don't have the grace. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
There are times where I can truly meet people and I'll be like, okay, obviously this isn't about me. But there are days when I'm triggered. I sometimes I can't separate it as fast. You know what I'm saying? Before the reaction happens. But
That's
when I'm
true.
in a more settled state, I can see. And I actually saw it in real time today on somebody else's panel. Somebody, it was a misunderstanding on the panel, but it was obviously bigger than what was going on the panel. And I'm looking and I'm like, okay, obviously this has nothing to do with what just happened. Like this is a lot deeper, and you can tell when things run way deeper. Ultimately, how we respond and things that we see is about those particular people, but you can tell when it definitely runs deep. But to the point of
Right.
connections and stuff, like the stuff we're talking about when it comes to connections, I truly enjoy and appreciate, you know what I'm saying, when I have a connection where a dude just he let me bounce off the wall in the rubber room. You know what I'm saying? And he just let me have it. I can appreciate when you have people in your life that have that type of grace for you. And I'm not saying that everybody is equipped to have that type of grace for you, because I don't believe that everybody's equipped to handle everybody. You know, there are people that you're going to align with that are going to get you. It doesn't make anything permissible, it doesn't condone anything, right? Because some people have the grace to where they don't even carry them offenses, like even if you bounce it off in a rubber room, they don't even hold it against you. You know what I'm saying? Now I still think
Right.
it's important to have a mindfulness and to continue to do your work, right? Because that's not giving people free for all to just cut up, right?
Right.
And what I'm talking about is still respectful, but it made me think, you know what I'm saying? I got people that have that kind of grace for me. They just let me have it, you know what I'm saying? And I get ruffled and they be like, okay, so you finished? And I'll
Right.
be like, well, yeah, yeah, I'm finished. Well, yeah, what is it to you? I'm finished. What about it? You know what I'm saying? And they'll just be like, yeah, so okay, so anyway, what I was gonna tell you was XYZ, and it just made me laugh though, because it's refreshing when people can rock with you like that, though. Seriously, because we all have our limitations, but when you have people in your life that can exhibit that level of stability and they not moved by it, like it is truly refreshing. And really, it don't take a lot of times. It really don't take much for them to say that to you, because by the time they handle it in the way that they do, you be saying to yourself, "Okay, I was wilding out a little bit." Yeah, okay,
Right. Right.
okay, my feathers was a little bit ruffled, but I find stuff like that refreshing. But there are definitely people that you will connect with that have that level of grace for you, and it's not damaging. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
You
Right.
and you can handle them too. You feel me? You could tell. Okay, okay, okay. I see they okay. They on one today. All right, let me go ahead and let them have it. And I ain't talking about nothing crazy, y'all. For the people out there, we ain't talking about nothing that's insanely abusive and stuff. We just talking about not taking stuff personal is what I'm getting from this. So when people have their small moments, I'm not talking about moments where it is full crashing out and the worst thing you could think of. I'm just talking about regular human stuff. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? I should say typical human stuff, not the most toxic thing you can imagine. But it's truly
Right.
refreshing when you have people that can rock with you like that and have that understanding for you.
Right.
That's true. That's
I ain't
good.
gonna lie, y'all. It made me laugh though, because I was thinking about, I was thinking about me. You know what I'm saying? And just, I get in a little tizzy, and they be like, okay, so it's okay, so you done? You finished crashing out? It's like what? What?
I
Yeah,
get
I'm
it.
done.
They said the rubber room.
Bouncing off the walls, honey.
That was
But it's
good.
funny though, when you can reflect, you can see how, okay, that reaction, and let's be clear, right? When we react to certain things, it doesn't matter, man or woman, when we have reactions to things, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not about invalidating that reaction. I don't care if the reaction isn't appropriate for the situation. To me, that is an opportunity for that person to learn about themselves, right? Because say for
Mhm.
instance, if I had a reaction on this panel right now that was totally disproportionate to the level of conversation we're having right now, right? Like the
Right.
conversation is chill, we're
We see it
calm,
all the
there's it,
time.
it Right.
Right.
There's no volatility right now. And if I just started screaming and just cutting up, now my reaction is valid, but it is my job to figure out why my response was so disproportionate, right? Like
Mhm.
it's valid, but it is inappropriate in the sense of what's socially acceptable, right? Right now it's inappropriate because like it doesn't match. And I think sometimes that's a good thing for us to do when we respond to certain things is to gauge, okay, even though my reaction is valid, because it says a lot about whatever it is I'm dealing with, this internal thing, but is it appropriate to what is happening right now? To me,
Yeah.
that's a good way to gauge stuff sometimes in regards to our triggers, like, yeah, because
Right.
stuff could be just like totally off the scale. You'd be like, whoa, okay,
Mhm.
okay. And again, not that it's not valid, but it's very disproportionate. And sometimes that's how I check in with myself, like, okay, is your response, whether it's what's whether it has a person's approval or not, whether it's quote unquote appropriate or not. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Is it proportionate to what's going on?
Mhm. Or are you tripping or
Right.
not?
Right. And
Mhm.
sometimes that's how I gauge where I am. And sometimes, like I say, whenever I'm tapping in with people and they let me bounce off the rubber room, sometimes I can see, okay, well, Jay, your reaction was a little bit intense in comparison to how they was responding to you. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like your response was a little intense. You know what I'm saying? And that kind of keep me in check sometimes. Like, okay, are they responding to you like that? Did they give you that energy? Okay, but what's going on with you?
Right. Or are you
Listen,
taking
y'all, I
it
talk to
personal
myself
for
all the
no
time.
reason?
I talk to myself all the time, y'all. They say it ain't good to talk to yourself, but I talk to myself all the time.
It's
Sometimes I
good.
answer too. It depends on the day, honey. Is
Does
Scam
anybody?
here? Because he ain't saying nothing.
Who?
Scam.
Scam, Liberated, Freezy, did you wake up? Bolo, are you still there?
Liberator ain't gonna say much of nothing. He just
I'm
gonna be
still
like,
here.
no, I don't have no input at the moment. I'm just letting y'all rock out. I'm just appreciating the bill. That's all he gonna say.
I
So
mean, I was gonna pass it over to Slim, but I digress. My mic is muted.
like I said.
Go ahead, Liberated. You got it.
That is
What'd you
funny. He's
say?
not funny.
Scam, did you say something?
I was saying, go ahead.
Scam doing what he do.
Go
Go
ahead,
ahead.
Liberated. You got it. I'm innocent.
Y'all a trip. I definitely enjoy these type of conversations. These are
Me
conversations where
too.
I could
Grown up.
truly just sit at the table and eat. You feel me?
Yes.
Like conversations like this, I enjoy sitting at the table and eating with folks, and that's why I definitely have to know. And don't get me wrong. Sometimes I just like what they call chew the cud. I don't want to get the cussing on your
Mhm.
channel, but um. I definitely have to know when to tap out of certain conversations and that
Right.
be my reminder, right? Because instead of me getting mad with folks like, oh, you did this, you did that, whatever, I could do that, right? But ultimately what I go back to is, okay, Jay, well, why did you allow yourself to push past your boundaries of what works for you and what's best for you? Why?
That's
Okay,
true.
okay, Jay, I understand what they did, but why did you allow yourself to be drained of your energy? Because everything is an exchange.
Mhm.
Regardless, like everything is an exchange. And sometimes I have to check in with myself. Okay, Jay, can you afford this? Because it's a cost. It's gonna cost you something. You just have to hope that what you're giving can be reciprocated on some type of level to where you're not depleting yourself. You know what I'm saying? And
That's
you
You
truly have, to what Bolo said earlier, and it's crazy because it ain't crazy, but it's interesting to me because um I've had people, what I'm saying, talk to me over the past few weeks, about, you know, people siphoning your light.
mhm.
People truly will siphon, right? Because
Mhm.
if somebody is already in a dark space or whatever in their life for whatever reason, right? Regardless of how dark people uh uh um can be, or how much people enjoy levels of darkness, the light is still needed. Let's be clear.
Right.
The light is still needed, right? So you will have people that will seek out light, and they have no interest in pouring back into or having a meaningful exchange. It is simply to siphon, because regardless of how familiar we find ourselves in dysfunction, light is still needed, and we will go to different places, different, we will have different connections where we try to siphon light, we try to siphon some type of energy, because as human beings, that is a part of our fundamental makeup. We like, that is a part of how we are created. We're created to connect.
Right.
Yeah.
Like nothing
That's why,
stands alone.
and that's
You
why,
got it.
and that's why no is okay to say.
Yep, absolutely. And so when
Right.
I get in them situations, I'm like, okay, Jay, you allowed this. Yeah, yeah, it's messed up what they did, but hold the L, baby girl, because you allowed this, okay?
No
That
is
is so
no is
good.
You told me that too. Basically, a few weeks ago, I said, you know what, Judge Jay, you are so right. I
But,
allowed that.
but you know what? And I pray that you didn't think I was coming at you,
No,
but because I totally get it.
get
We
it.
just have to evaluate what is worth it. You know what I'm saying? Because
Absolutely.
even with this online stuff, ain't nobody holding no gun, no pop house to nobody head or
That's
nothing like
true.
that. We have to choose and decide how much we gonna how much we gonna engage, because there is a cost. If I
That is
hop up off
so
this
true.
live right now and I get a snapping on my little one and getting snappy with him and all, I'm in a deficit.
Mm-hmm.
I've paid too much. If I log off right now and get the popping off on folks in here and get the slamming dishes and stuff like that, no, no, no.
Remember
Right.
that portion of
Okay.
you is supposed to be given to people on the same trajectory as you. Right?
Absolutely.
So you
Mm-hmm.
have to understand that's why he says forsaking not the assembly of one another, right? Share each other's burdens. So, you know, even Christ said, mark them, right? He said, cast not your pearls into swine. Dust your feet.
Hmm.
Ooh, that is so good.
So,
That
That part.
so you have to understand that there are, our job is to mark people. That's our job. We mark them, and the Lord does what he does. You know,
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Man, that is so good.
Amen.
Liberated. You wanted to get in?
So, God gives the entrance, gives the increase. So that's our job, right?
Hmm.
And sometimes there are going to be days, I just met up with a dude that called, and he was like, I'm looking for a shaman. It's like, my
Hmm.
dude, are you looking for a what? He's like, yeah, I'm looking for a shaman. So I said, my man, you looking for a witch? Because I'm not a
Mm.
witch, dog. Nah, such. I said, you know what? Let's just pray. Because again, you have to be able to put up that sign saying, nah, we closed. We ain't open. But I'm going to
Right.
give you, I don't want you going down the road empty handed. So I'm going to give you something. So we're going to work on chipping away. I'm not going to just open up my spirit and allow you to put what darkness you have in you on me. Because again,
Just dumping.
you have to understand there are soul ties. There are soul
Yes.
ties, not just sexual.
Ooh, ooh.
So it's very important that you mind who you have around you, because these will be the men and women that pour into you when you can't pour into yourself.
Okay.
Right.
I have a question about that,
That's
Bolo,
a
but
fact.
can I give Liberated a chance to get in real quick before we even go there? Liberated, go ahead and say what you needed to say, sir.
Oh no, because if y'all cooking, y'all go ahead, because I'm gonna
See
derail
what
it.
I'm
So,
saying?
no,
See what I'm
See,
I'm
saying?
but then you
serious.
complaining in the chat, sir. So can you go ahead and say your piece?
No, no, because it's like I would build off of whatever I'm saying, but you just said you had a question for Bolo, so that switched it up right there. So yeah, y'all go ahead, cook. I digress. My mic is mute.
Oh Lord.
No,
Okay.
that's just liberated. No, please. I don't know if you're familiar with him, but that's just liberated. Listen. I got a
Yeah, I
vouch for
got
him,
it.
dog. He's an introvert, so he gonna do more listening than talking. That's just him. Period. He do way. I'm talking about way more listening than talking,
Yeah.
to the point where you be wanting to shake him and be like, "Say something."
Right. Right. So Bolo, here's my question I was gonna ask you.
Yes, ma'am.
So when it comes to soul ties, right? And I don't know exactly how to even direct this question. Um Do you think, first of all, do you think that there are good ones and bad ones? And can you kind of elaborate?
Yes, the answer to your question directly is yes. Um, I mean, it depends on the example of what we're talking about, right? It could be okay when we're talking about men uh, comparing women to a past relationship. That's not a good soul tie because women do the same thing, right? Because again, my experience with you is my experience with you. So if I have that soul tie that's connected still to that person, I'm always going to compare you. And this is and that's prevalent in these relationships that are breaking up because you'll hear in arguments, you ain't like her or you ain't like him. And yes, that's bad. I really don't think that there's a good soul tie. I mean, I think the good soul tie that you learn is the example that you learn from it, the lesson that you learn from it, right? To know that the mistake you made or whatever, and you're able to leave that soul tie alone and leave that soul tie out, if that makes sense. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, that's good. That's interesting perspective because I hear so many people talk about soul ties, and I know a lot of people have said that they have experienced that type of thing, where I guess an aspect of, like you kind of just said, you can't get over somebody, and it's just something about that person is just always there for you, um, in your mind or whatever it is, that it just feels like you're bonded with that person. And it might be something where you're not even around that person, you don't even talk to that person anymore, but something keeps drawing you back to that person in that situation.
Can I say something?
Mm-hmm.
So I do believe I normally shed light on negative soul ties where people are stuck. A lot of times it's, I guess, surrounded by lust. Like sexual soul ties can be so strong where you are blinded by only that and you dismiss like the psychological, emotional, and mental strain that it can put on you. And it could be a huge distraction and cause you to stay stuck and not move forward. I do believe that there can also be um, good soul ties where you may align with somebody that shows you mutual respect and admiration, like things are reciprocal. Um, the person provides like a sense of safety and trust, allowing you to be comfortable. They don't take advantage of who you are. And it's normally like a natural connection, and it's a supportive connection in a good, positive way. So I think that you can experience both good soul ties and negative ones.
Well, can I expound a
Mm-hmm.
little bit? I was,
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Go
I
ahead.
was, because typically we talk about relation, but a soul tie is a spiritual connection or a bond formed between two people, often through intimacy, right? Whether
Mm-hmm.
physical, emotional, or even spiritual. They're like an invisible cords that are connected. And again, like the young lady was saying before me, yes, if you're looking from the perspective of a mentor or a little sister or a sis that looks out for you in that aspect of it, absolutely. When you trust someone, you defer to them, right? So
Mm-hmm.
if I form a relationship with somebody, um, on friendship, then I'll defer to them. You'll tell me, I'm bugging out. It seems that everything I say to my wife is wrong. What? And she'll give me her perspective from a woman's perspective because as men, we don't know everything. And sometimes we're so egotistical, we don't want to humble ourselves and come and say, teach me, I want to understand.
Yeah.
So again,
Right.
yeah, it's the connection that is formed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Through uh And you can connect with different types of souls. Like the young lady said,
That's
it can be a
right.
lustful, it can be an emotional, it could be a spiritual, or it can be a physical. But here's the thing: the Lord wants us not to be emotional animals, but spiritual creatures. That's why it says that you are made a new creature in Christ, right? So, what
Yeah.
does that mean? There's four parts to us: the spiritual, the mental, the emotional, and the physical. And this world has us living in the lower two bodies, the emotional, the physical. And we should be living in the upper two. The spiritual is always connected to the God network. That's what I call a God network. And the mental is getting real information in real time. So when something happens in this uh, third dimensional world of length, height, and width, you take that emotion and you hand it to the mental. The mental then says, okay, what happened? You're looking at this from different perspectives. You're getting different information so that you know how to respond, not react. And this is our problem. We're too quick to want to go do something soon as it happens, opposed to taking time and figuring it out. How many times have we done something right there on impulse and then come back and say, my bad, I was wrong,
Mm-hmm.
right? So take that. So what the mental does is it takes the information, breaks it down, and says, okay, we're upset, but we were upset for the wrong reason. This is what we needed to do, and this is how we're going to move here. And then it takes it, hands it to the emotion, and then the emotion kind of connects everything together, and then we play it forth in the physical. So we have to be very cognizant of the soul ties that we create.
Right.
We
Right.
have to be, because you have those soul ties where people just draw from you. You know, those succubuses. They just take and take and take and take and take and don't give.
Right.
Right? Those that are just a lustful spirit. You have to be, cognizant of that. Right? They exist. All of these things is what we go back to the first thing that we were talking about when I jumped on: knowing yourself, learning yourself. Because you
Right.
allow, you dig what I'm saying? You allow it. So if you learn how to siphon and move and close, it only helps you when you learn from it. So when you close off those traumas, you're only going to continue to live through that like as if it's a groundhog day, right? If you don't
Mm-hmm.
learn from it. When my mom and my son, my dad passed, I was in a perpetual cycle of depression, right? So after going to a therapist and all that, I realized that therapists are like mirrors. They're only going to show you what you show yourself. The Lord spoke to me and he told me,
Absolutely.
listen, um, the reason why they were taken is because first off, I'll compartmentalize it. The reason why my mom and dad was taken is because they hindered my growth.
Mm. Oh. Well,
Think
I'm
about,
sorry for your loss.
no,
Me
thank you.
too.
But think about that. Think about that for a second. The
Mm-hmm.
reason why our parents are taken is not because it's something evil, because what they bestowed on you, you won't use it if they're still there. Because
Mm.
who are you going to always call if you have a problem? My mom or my dad.
Right.
Right.
So now the Lord is telling you, okay, I see where your stumbling block is. They did their job. It's time for them to rest. It's
Gosh.
time for you to grow. It's time for you to take what they gave you and apply it and watch it grow. Now that seed has to become a tree. Now, when it comes to my son now, uh, I, that was a question that I asked. 21 years.
Mm-hmm.
21, why would you do so? I was angry too. And you kind of grow to understand that as you get older, things like that happen as far as parents passing. But when you have
Right.
a child, that's something that kind of throws you off kilter.
You said you lost a child?
Yes,
I
yes,
did too. I'm
yeah.
sorry to hear that.
Thank you, darling, and sorry for your loss. So
Thank you.
I was talking to someone on my channel, and they were giving me a whole lot of pushback. And then I was like,
Mm-hmm.
all right, everyone be quiet. Let me talk to this dude for a second. Long story short, he was upset with God because his father was taken on his way home from work. And I think he was bringing something for his son. And I understood it.
Oh.
And I said, check this out. When I get the answer to why the Lord took my son, I'm going to give you the answer. So
Mm.
I'm getting my car inspected, right? And I'm sorry, I'm long-winded. I'm getting my
Go
car
ahead.
inspected, and I see this guy that I haven't seen in a long time. His name is Frank. And he says, hey, Bolo, what's going on, man? I said, what's going on? Man, I haven't seen you for a minute. What's going on? He's like, I just lost my son, 37 years old. So here I am. The first thing that jumped on me was jealousy. First spirit that jumped on me. Jealousy.
Really?
Absolutely. I didn't have my son for 37 years. You did. So now I had to fight off that spirit and tap back into the Holy Spirit. And I said, check this out, my brother. Right now where you are, you're in your pain. I understand it. Believe me, I understand. But this is what the enemy wants you to do. He wants you to stay in that pain. He doesn't want you to celebrate his life. He wants you to bask in the sorrow of his death.
That's right.
Now God gives me the answer on why my son was taken. Not every lesson you go through is for you. Sometimes the lessons that you go through is to be that light for someone else.
Right, right. And that's kind of the way I looked at it, because my son just died in November. He was 19. And
my condolences.
Thank you so much, and you too. I had to look at it in a different way, like kind of how you just described, because I knew that if I just continued to rest in that depression and grief and loss, that I was going to not only be a detriment to myself, but be a detriment to my other two sons. You know what I mean? I just started praying for peace, you know. The first thing, that's kind of how I started my YouTube journey, doing videos, because I just, after a couple of months, I just made up in my mind that I'm grieving and I'm going to be sad and everything, but at the same time, I have to try to go on that upward turn. You know what I mean? And I can't stay here. And I knew that God wanted to use me and my channel to encourage other people. So I said, you know what? I'm going to do a grief series. And that is how I first started doing my videos on YouTube, because I started off doing a grief series for people that have lost someone. And during the whole process of it, it was therapeutic for me as well, looking up the information and, just different ways to go through grief and cope with grief through faith, where I decided that I was going to turn to the Lord instead of turning to negativity or picking up a bottle or whatever, you know what I mean, to try to cope with my grief.
I've been there. You know, at the core of and this might sound a little controversial, but I'm gonna throw it out there. You know what the core of it was? And I'll speak for myself. It's selfishness.
Yeah.
Because I don't want my mother to go. I don't want my father. I don't want. I'm not ready. I don't want.
Yeah.
You don't take in account what that person is feeling. My mom passed of cancer. You know what I'm saying? So you don't take into account what they're going through. I sit back and I look at myself and say, I said to my mom when she would come up to the house, and I said to her, I'm not ready for you to go. And I want to cuss right now, but I'm not. I was such an a-hole for that statement.
Yeah.
I'm an a-hole for that statement. Here it is, a woman going through cancer, getting chemo and everything. And I'm saying to her, I'm not ready for you to leave. But she understood, right? She understood. She was like, I understand. I get it. I have no choice. Whenever it is, it is. And I had to come to reconcile with myself. Like, damn. So again, life is meant to be lived forward but understood backward. It's not until you go through something that typically you understand it, right? Seldom
Right.
do we get total clarification as we're going through something. So now I understand, and I can say, wow, wow. You know,
Yeah.
how, as a grown man, you still can revert to that childish like ways when you have your parents and things of that nature.
Yeah.
But you take that and you share it with the world in the aspect of saying, because there are people that are unable to cope. They haven't had those coping mechanisms created in them so that when they do get into these situations, they don't have
Mhm.
that muscle memory to figure it out. So in
Right.
people, we have no other way. And here's the thing, I really take this serious, that if I have information and I don't give it to Just Jay, if I say,
Mhm.
if I know that going down that block there are pit bulls and I don't tell her, the Lord's gonna hold her life on my hands.
Right.
Period.
Right.
So my job is to give you all this information that I've given you, that I've learned in my short 52 years on this earth, to give
Mhm.
it to you in the experiences that I have, and to open up my heart and let you guys know what it is. And you do what you
Right.
will. That's it.
Absolutely. That is so good.
Mhm.
And I just, it's so amazing how I think God can turn the situation around, even though we are hurting or we're down or we're depressed or we're going through it, we're suffering, but He still finds a way to use us to do something good and do something positive to help others, help ourselves, or uplift the kingdom.
Is that just Jay talking?
No, that's me, my channel. Fear no more, no
Yeah. You are saying some stuff, because here's what's so crazy. I'm sorry, I can't
That's
see the
okay.
gray bubble. But here's what's so crazy, right? That God took the worst situation that could ever happen on the earth and made it the greatest triumph. Christ's death was the worst murder ever. And in
Right.
that murder, life came through it. Salvation came through it. And
That's
that just
true.
goes to what you're saying, that the Lord you can take a situation that is terrible, but it's not the
Mhm.
beginning of a thing that matters, it's the ending of a thing, right? It's when you go through it, you sit there and you go, damn, now I understand why I
Mhm.
went through it.
Right.
Because I wouldn't be the man or woman that I am today, right? So
Mhm. Mhm. That is so good. Man, that was powerful.
I'm back, y'all.
Crazy! You
Hey,
awake?
Hey,
crazy, what up, baby?
Hilarious.
You've been
man.
gone
Hilarious.
for a while.
Hilarious.
Yes, sir.
Look,
can I say
Bolo
something?
in.
Can I say
Man.
something really quick?
Mhm.
Sure.
I just wanted to say, and I know a few of y'all have shared, really, well, yeah, a few of y'all have shared like the losses that y'all have experienced, and I just thank God that y'all have stayed strong through it, and y'all can. The fact that y'all can encourage people through what y'all have gone through, and I just trust and I pray that God continues to give y'all strength along the journey. And that is like so inspiring when you hear people who have suffered such extreme loss and they still have a positive mindset, you know. So I just really thank God for y'all, and I am being helped by everything that's been said, you know.
I appreciate that, Mom.
I appreciate that, Tom. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Freezy, did you hear anything?
Yeah, I heard Bolo, man. Just he was talking about. I heard Bolo talking about how his mom and how he didn't want to let her go, and
Yeah.
yeah, and I think as people, like, everybody know I lost my mom too. I lost my
Right.
dad right before that,
My
and
condolences, my G.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
same to you, man. Same to you.
Thank you.
I think
our human side, like our flesh, we want that nostalgia to stay the same because it gives us a sense of satisfaction. Like, you know, there's there's something to being used to something. When you're used to something, it just, you know, it gives you a sense of satisfaction. You know, it could be something as small as when you're living in your own apartment, you know where everything at, and if somebody come in, somebody stay for a weekend and they start moving stuff around, it'll piss you off. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you doing? Like, and then, you know, but there's levels to it. It's go from something that small to like your mom being taken away. You used to your mama being here. You used to your son being here. You used to, you know, like you get used to stuff. And I think with me, what I learned is the messaging. I think we talked about this on VIP Wednesday. A lot of things in life gives us satisfaction. But is satisfaction really true peace? Is that real peace? And you know, I'm still figuring it out, but I came to the conclusion that true peace is being able to sleep through the storm. Because there's going to be a storm. Storm is going to come. It's going to come, and we can't control that. Jesus slept in the boat. Jesus slept through the storm, and all the disciples like, what's wrong with this dude? What's wrong with him? You know, he ain't scared. That's the type of peace I want.
That's right.
You know, even when people start being removed from my life and all that, I want to be strong enough to, you know, to think clearly, to still sleep, and to be on God's mission that He has for me. You know, that's the type of peace I want. You know, and I wish that my mom and dad would have trained me like that. It's easier when you have a mother and father that trains you up like a child should be trained up.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because if you're trained like that, when you get older, you won't depart from it. But I think the harsh reality is a lot of mothers and dads drop the ball. I mean, if you just want to be honest, like,
yeah,
they dropped the ball. And I ain't blaming my mom and dad. I'm just saying that's just the way it is. You know, like, so we're left to figure it out on our own. You know, out here. You know, and some learn sooner than others. I learned later. You know, so.
Me too.
Yeah, but I'm still learning. I ain't even learned it all yet because I'm still dealing with certain fears and like when my mom passed, I don't even know if I said this. Like, I took care of my mom for a long time, but when she passed, I developed my therapist told me I already had OCD, but it intensified. I developed a bad case of OCD. And because I didn't want stuff to be out of place no more. I was afraid of, you know what I'm saying, of stuff not being right, because I felt like it was my fault that my mama passed. So I just felt like I just needed to make sure everything right. I just developed this complex, and I think I also developed a case of agoraphobia. You know, I didn't want to go nowhere. I felt guilty if I went somewhere because my mama ain't here. You know what I'm saying? So I just like it's bad, you know, and this is real life conversation. That's why I be checking out of these goofy conversations these dudes be having, because they don't be talking about nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's real issues out here. Like what Bolo was talking about, like, yeah, you know, that really helped me out what Bolo just said when he said that he realized that was selfish of him to want his mom. It's a human reaction to want your people, but that was that it made me reflect on myself. Like, man, my mama was she was struggling, man. She was not in a good place in life, and she was really in a bad place, and she probably enjoyed dying, you know what I'm saying, more than anybody else, you know. So it's just like, but it's just weird when you look at it. You know, we're not taught to look at life like that. Like, there's an aspect of life that that we need to be taught on how to view, but we want everything to be a Disney movie and cartoons, and we want everything to, we want the,
Right.
we want a happy ending all the time. We want to be, satisfied. We just want what we want, but it ain't about us. It ain't about us. When you understand, it's really about God, and this thing gonna go how the Most High wanted to go, whether you like it or not. You know what I'm saying? So
true.
I'm to be honest with you, I'm still adjusting to that.
Yeah,
I'm still
me
adjusting
too.
to that.
Me too.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So, but no, I thank y'all, man. I heard like the last 10 minutes before I started talking, and man, just that last 10 minutes helped me out. For
Right.
real.
It's been so
Yeah.
good, like everything.
Yo.
You guys ever, when you were younger, your parents gave you that medication, you knew the taste of that medication didn't taste good, so you just swallowed it?
Yes.
You didn't? That's how you have to do this. See, you have to just accept it. When you try to fight it, especially with God, when you try to fight it or you try to figure it out, this is where things start to go awry. This is where you start just accept it. This is how the Lord wants what it is. This is what I'm going to do. Period. The same way we want our children to accept what we tell them. Because when they start asking questions like, yo, listen, man, just go do the damn dishes. Don't worry about it. They don't know that we're teaching them discipline. They don't know that we're teaching them responsibility. They don't know that. But we have a plan. We have the plan in our mind. We just want them to follow it. That's how we got to take it.
That is so true.
It's not that easy. Don't get it twisted. It's not that easy, because believe me, it's been a long road and long journey to get to where I'm at now. However, now that you've learned it, my job is to try and make it as easy for people behind me coming up, right? You don't have to go through all of the bumps and flat tires that I caught. And the perfect example I can give is just swallow it. See, what I've learned when I read, I think it's 1 Thessalonians chapter 4, and it reads, and I'll paraphrase it, where it talks about, to those that don't believe, they mourn. We don't. Because we know that we're going to see our loved ones again that's going to be raised in Christ. So don't have that sadness. It's just your turn now. It's your turn to be, because again, to be the progenitor of the family, that's not an easy task, man. Even though my father couldn't really lead me or whatever, just knowing that I had him there made me feel better. But again, it was a security blanket. So I truly couldn't become the man that I needed to be until he was removed. Now you got no security blanket. Now there are no safety nets, my G. Handle it. Be that example, so that when people come and ask you questions, you're able to answer it. And if you can't answer it, you'll get the answer. Right? Because if I don't have the answer, I'll tell you now, I don't know, but I'll get it for you. Come back next week. So that's the importance of acceptance. When Christ prayed to the Father and said, man, take this from me. I can't do this, but only do it because of your will. When he sent those angels to minister to him, what did he do? He accepted it. When you accept it, it makes the situation a lot easier, right? Because again, I don't know how many of you seen Shawshank Redemption.
I did.
I love that movie.
That man didn't murder his wife. He didn't murder his wife. So every day he couldn't sit well with it, right? He had to take out 2 handfuls of dirt to make that hole. Meanwhile, the dude that did kill his wife, he chilling in the jail. Because he accepted, I can accept what I did. But here it is, this man, I didn't do it. So reverse it. You accept it in Christ. It makes things so much easier. It doesn't mean that you're not going to have the ups and downs. Doesn't mean that you ain't going to catch cancer. Doesn't mean that you ain't going to get hit by a car. Doesn't mean that coming into Christ it doesn't forego you of those things. That's what people think. I now become rich and my life is good. No. Christ never promised you happiness. He promised you paradise. That's what he promised. So, yeah.
That's real.
That's good.
Okay,
And
Crazy.
greatly. Go ahead.
What's up, Mo?
So Freezy, have you made peace knowing that? Because I hear you say like you blame yourself for your mom's passing. Have you made peace like knowing that it's not your fault?
Sometimes I think I did, and then I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know. I probably not because I still feel I be still in feeling like I be playing back stuff in my mind if I didn't do this and didn't do that. Uh,
Mm.
but like, and then the worst part about it is like the dreams. Sometimes I be dreaming that I still be taking care of my mom and she's still alive, and then I'll wake up and I realize she's not here. So I don't know. I don't know what's all of that about. But I do still have like this guilty feeling, that she was under my care because I took pride in I took pride in taking care of my mom, and and then like anybody that heard me tell the story on how I lost, it was a gruesome scene. It was very gruesome. So,
Right.
uh, but so that was a good question. Maybe that's why I decided to go to therapy because uh it just started that guilt started intensifying, and I don't know, like I am, what it is. I think is I'm still dealing with control issues. I think that's what's at the core. That's what's at the core of my problem. I still have control, like all of this good stuff Freezy be saying. All of this stuff, all of these good intentions I have, all of these Bible
Right.
scriptures I know. Sometimes I just be ashamed to say I still ain't got it together. I'd be ashamed to say that
But
because
why?
Right.
well,
It's all of us.
I don't know. I'd be ashamed to say that because I'd be wanting to be strong for other people too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But shoot, I need help too. Like, it's like,
Right.
but I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. Like,
Well, I had to come off of
We are
mute
all
while
a work in
Freezy
progress,
hollering.
so
He don't
freezing.
know. Can y'all still hear me? Because I had stepped away for a minute. Can y'all hear me?
I hear you.
yeah.
We can hear you.
Well, Freezy, as you know, because you done been to therapy and stuff, like when we blame ourselves for things that happen, you know what I'm saying? That's a trauma response. And like you said, like what you went through was very traumatic. And keep in mind, Freezy, it's only been a couple years. Like
It's
Right.
true.
this is still very fresh. Like uh yeah, it's only been a couple years, Freezy. It's a lot to unpack, it's a lot to process. And some days you're gonna wax and wane. You know what I'm saying? Like you had that conversation last Wednesday, you know? Some days you can be in a place of full acceptance, okay? Like you could rationalize there was nothing I could have done, it was out of my control, etc. Like we had a capacity to do that, and then sometimes that we don't necessarily that room for capacity is limited based on what is going on in our life. You know what I'm saying? We deal with stressors in life, we deal with like maintaining interpersonal relationships, maintaining households, children, whatever, and sometimes that lowers our threshold, and that limits our capacity. And so it's gonna come and go. Like yeah, that's just my main thing, Freezy. This is something that is still very, very fresh. Your adult self knows that there is nothing you could have done different. You already know
Right.
how rumination work, how we get caught up in our thoughts, and that's what creates them rabbit holes. Because me and you like you understand. Like there are some times where we could just accept something for where it is, but that is because we're not ruminating and our mind is not in this loop. When you start questioning where you at with it, it's because it's looped. And I will never tell you how to feel about a thing. Just keep in mind that this is something that is still very, very fresh. And it doesn't matter if it was 15 years ago or if it was only 2 or 3 years ago. This is something that is very heavy, and how people, you know what I'm saying, work through that is going to vary. You constantly doing the work. And to me, that is what it's about. You're constantly doing the work. So
Can I
yeah,
ask
that
one?
idea that things have to be perfect and always, you know what I'm saying? Like
Mhm.
we already talked about that, Freezy. There is no, oh, we just consistent and it's just riding out in this perpetual consistency for life. You know what I'm saying? And it's
And
all good wherever you at with it. It is what it is.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
and
Right.
that's
Yeah, we get
trouble.
stuck and then we get hard on ourselves because we feel like we shouldn't be where we at with it. You know what I'm saying? And that further exacerbates it because we just can't accept, okay, this is where I'm at today. Then it becomes, nah, I shouldn't even be right here because I should be over this. That's man, why you being so stupid? Why you blaming yourself? And then we just get stuck in this whole nother loop. You know what I'm saying? Wherever
Not
you
that
at
easy.
with it, just be with it wherever you at with it. Because it's always gonna be enough grace.
And Freezy,
Trust that.
learn to be uncomfortable with being uncomfortable.
Right.
Listen,
That's a
Freezy, what did we say Wednesday? I'm sorry, Bolo. Listen, Bolo, we said this Wednesday.
yeah. You have to learn to be uncomfortable with uncomfortable. And why is that? Because that's Christ letting you know that the only one that can bring you solace and relief is me.
That's so true.
What we're choosing to do is we're breaking the deal that Christ made with us. Right? Christ tells you, I'll deal with the burdens, y'all deal with the tribulation. The tribulation is the lesson. The burden is something that's too heavy for us to bear. This is why we spiral
Mm.
into depression. That's why he says, put it at my feet. Cast thy burden upon the Lord, and he shall sustain thee. Right? So we have to learn to let it go. Right? You're not doing your mother a disservice if you let go of that pain.
Right.
You have to understand that. You're not doing her a disservice. If you have to let go of that pain, and it's easier said than done. Believe me, I know, right? Because we become so comfortable in not having our mother or father or loved one here that the
That's
only
right.
comfortability that we have left is that pain, because we think that
Right.
that pain is who they are, when that pain is what's keeping us stagnant and making us heavy so that we're unable to move. And now we're tethered to that moment.
Right.
So you have to understand that Christ is bigger than that. Now, here's the thing: you brought out a very uh, pivotal scripture, right? Here it is: Christ is downstairs in the boat sleeping, and his 12 is tripping out. Right?
Mhm.
What was the significance in that? Why did Christ check them after he rebuked the wind? Why did Christ check them? He checked them because he's like, dude, do you know who you with? You with me. What are you worried about?
Mm.
We create this worry. We do, brother. Believe me, I was there, dog. And there are times when I still wake up and cry. I got a hole in my door. And again, I'm saying this to you. At the same time, I'm saying it to myself. I have a hole in my door that I punched the wall through when my mother passed, that I haven't replaced.
Wow.
And my
I
wife tells
just
me to replace it all the time, but I'm so stuck. I have a jacuzzi in my bathroom. When my mom was suffering with the cancer, her skin. So we would set it up where, we put the Epsom salt. Ask me if I've been in that jacuzzi for 10 years. No,
Oh wow.
no. So we are all we're all being forged in fire, and it's not easy. I promise you it's not. It's bringing tears to my eyes right now. I promise you it's not. But here's the thing. The enemy will make us think that we're forgetting them if we let go of that pain. And that's his doorway of continuously coming into our lives and causing dysfunction and destruction. Because again,
Yeah.
let me get the scripture for you, Freezy, man. Let me get the scripture for you, bro. Because it's easy for Bolo to say it, but when you hear the Father say it, it's a different spirit, man. It's a different spirit.
Yes.
This verse is
Most
long.
definitely.
This is First Thessalonians chapter 4, Freezy, and it says, start at verse 13. It says, but I do not want you to be ignorant. So what he's saying to you is, I don't want you to not notice, brethren, concerning those who have fallen asleep. They're not dead. They're asleep. Lest you sorrow. So what he's saying is, I don't want you to be ignorant of this thing, man, because I don't want y'all to sorrow. I don't want you to be upset, pissed off, angry. I understand that we became used to having these people around us, but now it's time for you to become what they were to you to somebody else. You couldn't be that woman that you needed to be if they were still there. So don't sorrow as others who have no hope. He's talking about the non-believers. They don't have no hope. We have hope. For if we believe that Jesus died and rose again, even so God will bring with him those who sleep in Jesus. You're going to see your mother again, my G. You're going to see your moms again. I promise you, you will. And again, like I said to you, I wrestle with this too, bro. I wrestle with it too. You know? But let me say this to you too, man. If you're dreaming of your moms and she tells you to come with her, don't go with her.
Right.
You know that's not your mom's. If any spirit comes to you that doesn't bring you comfort, but asks you to go with them, do not go. You won't come back. Because the enemy can do that too. Remember that.
Amen.
No one who's gone will ever come back until Christ resurrects them. When the day that judgment happens. Understand that. So I know people say, my son is watching over me, my father's watching over me. Your father and your son is asleep. They're resting in him. Now, if your father or your son comes to you in a dream, that's the Lord bringing you comfort. That's what he's doing. He does that. But we have to apply this word and accept it. The same way we swallowed that damn medicine that we didn't like, swallow this. Because when you taste it and you go through the trying to figure it out, this is the wrestling that we have. This is the wrestling. So,
Can I say something right quick, friend of mortal? So, and I know Freezy listening. Listen, Freezy know he my brother, like truly kindred spirits. Okay, like yeah, I got love for Freezy all day. He is well loved over at this home where I reside, right? So when you was talking about like, you dream about your mom and stuff, and I remember him mentioning this before. It was a time where, like, when my dad died, I would have dreams about him and stuff like that. And I'm talking about, baby, listen, waking up, you talking about painful, because I was chilling with my daddy. Soon as I wake up, boom, it would hit me like a ton of bricks. Like, damn, like, hold on, wait, he gone. But it would be bittersweet, right? Like in when I first started having dreams, it was a few of them that was a little tumultuous, you know what I'm saying? But as I think as I continue to heal and just, you know what I'm saying, move through those waves of grief, you know what I'm saying? I haven't dreamt about my dad in a while, but the last dreams that I had of him, like the bulk of them were pleasant. I'm talking about it was like we was chilling in the house where I grew up. We was sitting there kicking it and laughing. I'm talking about like it was almost like in real time, my adult self, you know what I'm saying? Not as a kid, but my adult self and him chilling in the house where I grew up and stuff like that, and just having a good time, laughing, cracking jokes, he eating chips, What I took from those were they were just gentle reminders, like Bolo said. It was comforting because even though that attachment, right? Like I remember how I was talking earlier, Fennel Mortals, about love and attachment. Like the love remains. You know what I'm saying? It's really for me in regards to even this, it be the attachment. Because the love ain't changed. It's just the grief moving through the grief concerning the attachment. But what I realized for me, it just give me comfort because they was pleasant and they bittersweet. It's times I don't woke up and I done had a couple tears in my eyes, but I be smiling at the same time. You know what I'm saying? Because we was chopping it up. And so it can be something very bittersweet, but I would never take away from the fact that what you went through, Freezy, was traumatic. There was it was a level of physical trauma as well that you witnessed. You know what I'm saying? And I would never want to take that lightly. The main thing I just want to remind you of is you're doing the work, and it's simply okay. It truly is. It simply is okay wherever you at with it. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna take some time. And that's the thing, right? With grief, sometimes depending on the person, sometimes it you know how some people be like, oh, it's gonna get better. It's gonna do good. Sometimes for some people that pain may not be alleviated. You know what I'm saying? But it doesn't take away from I don't know. I don't. Okay, well, I don't know how to word it, but all I'm saying is, wherever you at with it, it's all good, Freezy. It truly is. That doesn't mean that it's gonna feel okay. You know, like please, like you be so hard on yourself. You be so hard on yourself. You always showing up for everybody. And you know, every now and then I drop down and shoot you a message. You know what I'm saying? And I be trying to mind my business, but when I'm in my meditations and stuff. I'm gonna tap in with you. You show up for everybody, and you do it with grace, and you do it in a way that shows that your ethics and your values match up with what you say. You know what I'm saying?
That's
It
right.
ain't about being perfect, but you definitely back up what you say. You definitely back up what you say, and you exhibit um care and concern for other people. Like
Absolutely.
I don't want to go too far, but listen, dude, at the end of the day, your cup matter just like everybody else cup matter.
Right.
Mhm.
I don't want to go too far, but yeah, I'm gonna just leave it there. Your cup matter just like everybody else cup. You listen. You have proven to be a support system, a friend, a supportive member in your family on whatever capacity you operate in, and you pour into everybody else's cup. Your cup matters.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
I appreciate everybody what y'all saying. Um, yeah, I love y'all, man. I really
Love you
Love
do.
you
back.
too,
Yeah.
Freezy.
And like I think the hardest thing with me is I know my childhood was kind of it wasn't the best childhood, and you know I was a smart kid. I was a smart kid growing up. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then I tried to do things at a young age to try to impress my mom and dad
Mm-hmm.
because I did want that validation. I wanted because my mom and dad wasn't the type of parents that as soon as you walk in the house they embrace you, tell you they love you. It was my mom and dad was they was more so like you sh- you better be happy you got food on the table and all. They was them type of parents. So I was looking for any type of thing to where they could actually, you know what I'm saying, give me attention. But my mom and dad they was very tumultuous household. And so to make a long story short, y'all know a lot of my story. You know, even when I went to college, I dropped out. I done had issues a long time in my life, and when you know, when I started, I think I hold dear to taking care of my mom because when I took care of my mom, that was like the first time in my life I felt like I'm supposed to be doing this. Like I felt like somebody. That was the first time I really, even when I was in the street,
Mhm.
I didn't really feel like I didn't feel whole. I was making money and stuff, but I didn't really feel whole. But when I started taking care of my mom, like I felt like I was doing something monumental, and it was my mama. I just felt
Right.
like I felt like I felt like
Mhm.
I was somebody for the first time in my life.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And so
It matters.
yeah, and so when I lost her the way I did, I ain't gonna lie, I was like, why you do this, God? Why I'm saying why every time
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Get it out, my G.
You got it,
Get it out,
Freezy. Take
brother.
your time.
Get it out. Take your time. Get it out.
Yes. It's okay, Freezy. I know how you feel, man. It's hard.
I was like, why you do this to me?
It's hard. So hard.
And then I understand what people say they go through. And they say they go through mental issues and stuff.
Mm.
I don't even say all the mental issues I've been through and still go through this to this day.
Right.
I don't even disclose everything because I know people will like, they'll try to stain your life. They'll try to stain you with a lot of stuff. You know, they'll try to.
Right.
But I think that's why I'm so passionate about people, because I don't want people to feel what I felt. I don't want people to go through what I felt.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So I got a lot of love in me.
That's so true.
You know, and like when I say I love y'all, I don't just be talking. I be for real.
And I
And
know it.
and
We
yeah,
felt,
you know,
uh-huh.
yeah. So you know, so like Mo Love just asked me that question, like, like she really made me think. Have I got it? Probably not. You know what I'm saying? Because you know I'm gonna keep it real. I probably
Right.
not. I don't. I probably ain't got over it yet. To be honest with you, like it's a
Right.
process. But
So fresh.
I am going to therapy though, and my wife, she cried. She begged me to go because she know how bad it was. I wasn't getting no
Mm.
sleep. I wasn't the same person. I
Right.
was I was snapping. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying?
Mm-hmm.
I was ready for whatever. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
Right. Right.
yeah. So
Exactly.
but
I'm so
nah.
grateful for Miss Freezy. I
Mm-hmm.
really am.
Right.
Because
Amen.
listen, Freezy. You listen, you know that I know. God knows where you would be without her support. Like
That's
just
right.
and that's what it's about even now. You don't have to have all the words. You have the support in this moment. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes we get in that bad where we be like, oh, okay, ain't nobody looking out for me but me, et cetera, et cetera. It's protective, but in this moment you have support. And your wife, when she show up for you because she know you, she know your ins and outs on a whole nother level that we will never experience. You know
That's
what I'm
right.
saying? And so I'm grateful that she is there to support you because I'm pretty sure, and I don't want to speak for her, but I can imagine she probably already knew when you was on the edge. She like, like no,
Yeah.
oh no, 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 no,
Mm-hmm.
absolutely not. You know,
And
like,
can I
like,
just
like, yeah.
let me just say this, Bolo, can you do me a favor? And I feel like the spirit is moving. Can you just pray for everybody who has lost someone right now? Are you there, Bolo?
Yeah, I am. I'm here. Yes.
You
Can
all
you do
right,
me that
Bolo?
favor,
Yeah,
please?
yeah, yeah.
You all right,
Yeah,
bro?
yeah.
Because
I'm
I
good.
feel I'm
I'm
about to
okay.
start crying myself.
Man, my bad, man.
No,
My
no,
bad.
No,
I'm
you're
sorry.
Don't you
good.
ever
I think we
apologize,
all need
sir.
this.
Listen, you
It's
gotta understand
therapeutic.
something now. Things happen for a reason. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Um, and when it happens, it just happens.
Yes.
So we can't pick and choose when it happens, brother. It happens.
That's
You know.
right.
So all right. So here we go, guys.
Right.
Heavenly Father, in the stillness of this moment, we lift up all those whose hearts are heavy with the weight of loss. You see every tear that falls in silence, every breath that catches the pain. Wrap them now in your unfailing comfort like a warm blanket on a cold and bitter night. Lord, when the memories come rushing in like a tide, some sweet, some sharp, give them strength to face the day when their arms ache for one more embrace. Let them feel your presence holding them close. Whisper peace into the chaos of grief and remind them that love, true love, never dies. It lives on in spirit and legacy in the sacred spaces of the heart. We ask you, O God of mercy, to grant rest to the souls who have gone before us. May they be cradled in your eternal light, where pain and sorrow can never reach. And for those left behind, give them hope that defines despair, faith that one day, in your perfect time, reunion will come. Until that day, Lord, walk with us, guide their steps through the valley of mourning, and raise their eyes to the hills from whence cometh their hope. In the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus the Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Hallelujah.
Amen.
Yeah.
I'm grateful. I'm grateful. I am grateful. And
Breezy, I
yeah,
put my number in the
Philip,
background for anybody if you guys want to call and talk. My number's in the background.
Thank you.
Thank you
thank
so
you
much.
for extending yourself, because I know it's been a few times, Bolo, on Freezy's panel. You put your number out there, and I made it my business to copy and paste it and stuff in the chats. Ultimately, regardless of all and so when it gets down to stuff like this, right? This is what human connectedness is about, right? Because we're not immune from trials, we're not immune from tribulations, we're not immune from hurts, disappointments, you know what I'm saying, crushed expectations, etc. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a part of life. To me, what matters and what is most impactful and what really makes the difference is support. It's having a healthy, and not just a support system, but a healthy support system. You know what I'm saying? A support system that can pour into you when you need it. And when you show up, it ain't really no, you have to feel ashamed or awkward for wanting people to say, hey, I got you. Like, to me, that's what it's about. So I'm grateful for the opportunity, and I'm grateful that you all were in a place where you can truly be vulnerable, because a lot of times we run on empty. You know what I'm saying? Like, our gas tank be on E, and we don't put ourselves in a position to be replenished. So I'm grateful that y'all was able to extend yourselves, and some go beyond what is comfortable for y'all, so y'all needs could be met. So yeah, I'm grateful. I'm grateful.
Thank you, sis. Feel no more, you all right?
Take your time, boo.
Yes.
Take your time.
Mhm.
That's why this is happening the way it needs to right now. So you could take your time.
Mhm.
It ain't no one, as y'all know, right? And for the people that have gone through grief counseling or whatever, or just experience grief, like we all experience grief on different levels, right? We
Mhm.
all can relate to love and loss. I don't care what the talking points are, what your gender is, what your background, whatever. Every human being can relate to love and loss. You know what I'm saying? And so when we go through those different stages of grief, they wax and they wane. Sometimes you can go from step 1 to 3 and then go back to 1 and then skip to 5. But wherever y'all at with it, and whoever dealing with grief, just know it's so wherever you at is just fine. You don't have to pressure yourself to be in a certain place, or even become frustrated with yourself because you are experiencing hurt and it's showing up in the way that it do. But sometimes we're just way too hard on ourselves.
And know
I
that you
just
don't
want
have
to
to do
keep
it by yourself.
emphasizing that y'all okay with wherever y'all at with it. It's okay.
And know that you don't have to do it by yourself.
Facts.
You don't have to be alone. Because I know sometimes, people don't want to go into that grieving spirit because they get so far into it, it's hard to come out of it when they're
Yeah.
alone. So this is why it's good to have people you can trust and create that environment where there's nothing but love, you know,
Hmm.
and cats just cover you with love, man, pray for you and know that you're not alone. You're not alone, you know? So
Let me
it's
ask,
very
let me ask you this, Bolo.
yes.
Do you find it easier to be on the giving end as far as like uh talking to people, giving them wisdom and being a helping hand than on the receiving end as far as because on you have to kind of trust people to be on the receiving end a
Correct.
lot.
Yeah.
Do you feel it easier to be on the giving end? Because I think with me, I had developed trust issues over the years too. And then when my mom passed, um, yeah, I kind of had shut myself off from the world, and I think the the bad thing about my family, my mom and dad didn't cultivate a loving environment. Me and my brothers, we didn't get we still aren't on good page. I got an identical twin brother, and we ain't really like it was like a desert after my mom passed. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
and so, but it does give me fulfillment to help people. But I do find myself like it's be difficult for me to go out in the world and make friends with people. Like I don't know, like I can make friends with people, but I'm real standoffish when it comes to people,
Right.
you
Well,
know.
I'll respond to you in this way. Um, I try to surround myself with people that I trust and love. So,
Yeah.
there are times when I am standoffish, but here's the thing that makes God so awesome that when I have a mirror on my desk that I broadcast from. So I do my best to actively listen to myself. So as I'm giving the advice to you, I'm giving it to me.
Mm-hmm.
You dig what I'm saying? So there are times the fathers are going to get that message to you. It just, we just got to be in tune with it. So yeah, we get so uh, caught up, and again, easier said than done to uncatch yourself from this. But yeah, um, there's a scripture that says that there's a man that is profitable to everyone else, but to himself he's not.
Hmm.
You know, because again, to apply it to your life, it's hard because you have to swallow what you've been dishing out. It's not easy, right? I used to tell people, you depressed? Come on, man. Just get up out of it. You know what the Lord did? Let me put you under pressure so you see. So now I fully understand it isn't just a get up and figure it out. It takes time, like the sister was saying. It takes time and steady steps, right? And you created a mechanism for you to function. You created an environment where there's always giving, but there's no reciprocity to you. And that's where we can burn out, right? Because there's no one pouring into you. There's no one, as far as, I know that there's your wife. So outside of her or whatever, there's no one there that you can lean on outside of her, right? And that you can just say, yo, listen, man, let me take off all my armor and just talk to you plainly. And it's hard to find that. And when you find that, you hold on to it with both hands. But the one thing I wanted to say to you, you have to learn to forgive. And understand, forgiveness isn't about forgiving what the other person has done. It's about forgiving yourself so that you're able to let go.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it's about. See, you haven't learned to forgive yourself and say, dogs, this was the situation. The man that I was back then is not the man that I am now. I had to figure things out as I went on. You just explained I didn't have these types of parents. So I had to figure this thing out. I had to mine it out myself. You know, I was in the streets. I'm lucky I'm alive. But I thank the Father. And you have to be able to let those things go so that you can let go and let God, right? We always hear that stuff about let go, let God. What does that mean? Stop fighting to fight yourself. You're going to lose. You're going to lose. Let God take your burden, dog. It's too heavy for us. It's too heavy. Now, you can make a conscious choice to say, now I'm going to hold on to it, right? Because this is all I have. But I guarantee you, if you sit down in your mind's eye and meditate in a closed place, you'll find other memories that are beautiful. They might be far in between, but you'll find them. So a lot of the times the pain that we hold on to is what we make synonymous with the memories, right? And it's hard to move on. But I will say, and I hate using the word but because it negates everything prior, you got to forgive yourself, brother. You got to learn to let it go. You got to learn to let it go. And that doesn't mean that you forget your loved ones. That doesn't mean that you're letting the memory of them go. You're giving yourself permission to move on and not hold on to that pain, because that pain will eat you alive and it will permeate into your household, your children, your family, your marriage. So I'm glad you have a praying wife, brother. Glad you have one. So now that you have a praying wife, have a praying family around you. So I extend my number to you. Use it, brother. I'm available. Doesn't matter what time it is. Let's wrap.
Yeah, I appreciate that, bro. Yeah.
Please do, Freezy.
I love you,
Please do.
I love you too, Bolo. I love all y'all. And I'm gonna call you. I'm gonna call you, Bolo. I'm gonna call you for real.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's good.
Bolo, when you get his number, please lock it in. Because what he gonna do
absolutely.
sometimes is get missing, and then you're gonna be waiting for him to call and tap in, and you're gonna be trying to figure out where he at, but he gonna be going in his little hole. And yeah, you know how that is when people like to go in
I
their
go look.
cave, you know what I'm saying? So
I go look
definitely
in the hole.
lock in that number.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
I go
yeah.
look in the hole. I go look in the hole.
Yes, yes, yes. And I do my friends like that sometimes, because we all have moments where like sometimes I go in my little cave or whatever, and like I told my
Absolutely.
homegirl, I'll
Right.
call and she ain't answering. Okay, cool. All right, I'm gonna leave you alone. Me and her, we have a rapport where I just text her, hey sis, you good? Yeah, I'm good, sis. Okay, boom. I already know to leave her be. But if it go on too long, oh yeah, I'm finna run you down. And like I told her before, I said I know it get irksome sometimes. I just don't want you going too far in the cave to where you can't see no light. Because sometimes we'll keep going down in the cave, and for you know it, dude, okay, but where the light at? You know what I'm saying?
And
So
here's the
yeah,
thing,
definitely lock it in.
Freezy. Here's the thing, man. We have to be obedient to the law
Mm.
for our own good, right? So Matthew's 11:28-30 says, "Come to me, all who labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. Take my yoke upon you and learn from me, for I am gentle and lowly in heart, and you will find rest for your souls. For my yoke is easy and my burden is light." So he's telling you, give it to me. You're choosing to hold on to it. 2 Corinthians, blessed be the God and Father of our Lord Jesus, the Father of mercies, God of all comfort, who comforts us in all our affliction, so that we may be able to comfort those who are in any affliction with the comfort with which we ourselves are comforted by God.
Amen.
We have to make a conscious choice, and it's not easy. I'm not saying it is. It takes time because we do what we're used to doing. We have to break out of that and make a conscious choice to say, okay, Lord, here's the thing, and I said this on your channel. Moses, Mary, Ruth, Rebecca, Sarah, all of these people were great people in the scriptures. They all died. All of them died.
Mm.
The one thing that stayed constant from Genesis to Revelation is God's mercy. And that's
Amen.
the point that he wants us to get. That, yeah, these are good people. Yeah, they're dynamic to connect with, but y'all missed the whole point. The love story is about me loving you. The love story is about me showing you favor.
Mm.
Come to me.
Mm.
That's the
That's
mantra through the whole book. No matter how many times man turned away, he never did. And that's we get lost in that. So the Father's waiting on you, baby. So what the Lord will place you in a place with all of the ingredients that you need to make that pasta sauce. You just got to take the time to make the pasta sauce. So he
Yeah.
placed you in a place of love, people that love you. Now what you got to do is use those people. Don't be egotistical and hold on to your pride and say, I'm not going to call these sisters or these brothers to get me to where I need to be. Humility is the pathway to divinity. If you have no humility in you, you can't deal with the Lord. You can't. And I know sometimes we create this garrison because we don't want to be hurt again, because these people out here are demonic, dog. They are. They're demonic as hell. You listen to
absolutely.
their conversations, it means nothing. It's stupidity. Stupidity. But that same door that blocks you from the hurt is the same door that blocks you from the love. So have a peephole.
That's good.
Have a peephole. That's good.
Freezy, what's going on?
What's up, Scam?
Um, January 2020, got my favorite uncle. He's married 31 years. His wife, actually, I was like 7 or 8 years old. That was his girlfriend. Eventually got married. Married, faithful. They built a good life together. She ended up passing away of cancer.
Mm.
Took care of her until she ended. They raised 2 daughters. One just graduated medical school a couple weeks. The other one's a dentist. Good life. And after the funeral, I had to drive. I was in Atlanta. I drove up to Michigan. Went to the funeral and everything. It's like, thank you for being here and everything. Only thing I could tell him is after the funeral and everything, we're at the house. It's like, your uncle, I just got a text message from Jesus. And he said, job well done.
Oh, no. Damn.
I just got a text from Jesus right now. Actually, it was blocked, so it might have been Allah. It was actually God. I don't know. They blocked the number. But I just got a message, and they want me to send it to you. And the message is job well done. At the end of the day, what you come from and what you become, and the fact that you're willing to spread love to other people, and some of it that you didn't even have, shows your character. And if they didn't tell you, your parents or your family, like you say, it was just about we got food on the table, the message right now is job well done.
Facts.
Mm.
I appreciate that,
Good,
Scam.
Scam.
Honest,
Yes.
that job well done is just a start.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm gonna land it right there for tonight. That's just the beginning, because I know what you're about to do, and they get to watch it happen from a front row seat. That's all I got.
Dang,
That was good, Scam.
I love that.
that was good. That was real good, man. Yeah.
You okay, Freezy?
Are you okay?
I'm all
Right.
right.
I wasn't
No, are
crying.
you okay? No, are you okay? See, that's what I'm saying. We tapping in. Everybody making sure everybody good. That's what it's about. When
Mhm.
things become a bit fear-based, what people tend to do, they look out for themselves. You know what I'm saying? When you have the liberty and the space, you know what I'm saying, to extend yourself to others and not move in fear, you can show up for other people. Because y'all cup being filled. So I'm gonna just keep going back to that. You know what I'm saying? That's what human connectedness is about, you know? Ain't about nobody covering their plate. You know how the on the movies how the people cover their plate with one hand and be shoveling the food in their mouth with the other hand. You know what I'm saying? But they don't want nobody to
Hmm.
touch their plate. You know what I'm saying? We sitting at a table and we all eating together and we making sure everybody is fed.
That's good, Just Jay. That's a good point.
Yes, it is.
No, but it could be very heavy. But I'm just really glad and I'm grateful that y'all had a space to alleviate some of that pressure. You know what I'm saying? Because like to me that's what it's akin to. It's like a pressure valve, you know? And sometimes when we think we've processed the bulk of grief, it could just hit us like a ton of bricks. You know what I'm saying? Like just really sometimes blindside us. So I had shared with y'all recently that my son lost a friend of his, you know what I'm saying, last month. And
Mm.
I went
Sorry to hear
to,
that.
and I actually was reminded today because I had took his program and I put it in a folder of mine or whatever. And sometimes I'll put things up on the shelf until I have the space to deal with it. You know, like I'm not in a place of denial where I just totally don't acknowledge. I will put it in the cabinet in the front, like I didn't explain that analogy before. I put it in the front of the cabinet and I make sure I can still see it. And I remind myself, okay, Jay, you need to get to that at some point. But what I realized with this recently, right? Because I had went to his funeral, because I actually was at work. I left work, went to his funeral, went back to work, right?
Mm-hmm.
And where he had his service at, I pass by there sometimes, not like the street. And I ain't even gonna hold y'all. Sometimes I pass that street, you know, over the past month, and it's like something just punched me in the chest. Boom, you know. And I be at the red light having to gather myself because it's really that pressure valve. So to the whole point of, you know, just that grief, it come and go in waves at times, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And
Right.
you know, like there when we experience stuff like this, and not even me, because I think about the young man's family and his mom and stuff. I didn't have a lot to contribute. Like Scan was saying, like, well, he didn't necessarily say this, but when there's not really a whole lot sometimes that you can say, right? Because there's nothing that's gonna change it. There's nothing that's gonna fix it. You can encourage people, but you know, sometimes people will come up with stuff to say that doesn't like it's not gonna change nothing. You know what I'm saying? So when I did go to the funeral, my purpose of going to the funeral was showing up um and representing my family, you know what I'm saying? And also just showing my face to his mother. It like I can't change this grief. I just want to show you I'm here. That's it. And I think sometimes it's important for us to just show, hey, I'm present. I ain't got nothing to fix it. I ain't got nothing to ail your pain. I ain't got nothing that's gonna make it better. I just want to show my face.
You know, it's so
Yeah.
crazy, Freezy. You know, it's so crazy, Freezy.
What up, bro?
Remember on your channel, I told you when you create an environment of love, you see what you get out of it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And this is what we try. This is what I try to tell these dudes at the other channels. Nothing gets done, but when you create an environment of love, everyone knows their position. That's just how Christ moved. He's not an author of confusion. So those that need that support is gonna get it. That's just how it works, and it's a beautiful thing to see it work on Fear No Mortals channel. So we should have more channels like this. It's a beautiful thing.
Amen. And I
Purpose
really
is
appreciate
awesome.
everybody that came on today as well. Like, this has been good from the beginning to the end. And, of course, I wasn't expecting to have a moment or, or it to be to this point. But I am so glad that it happened just the way that it happened, because I think it helps give people a sense of peace, and then also in sharing experiences, everybody knows that, well, you're not the only one who has went through this or
Hmm.
went through that, It's more than just you that are dealing with this kind of feeling and this kind of emotion, you know. And for me, I know a lot of the times I don't really share like that. Only in it
Right.
has to be specific moments or whatever, you know. But I just felt the spirit was moving in me, and I just felt like, man, I can't control my emotions right now for some reason, and I'm just so glad that, you know. And after you prayed, Bolo, I just feel a sense of relief in some way, you know, for this moment. So I appreciate everybody.
You're appreciated. Thank you for allowing the space
Yeah.
for it to be and
Yeah.
just yeah, like I said, thank you for being vulnerable enough to allow it to happen. I'm gonna say this and drop down right quick, y'all. Um, I ain't trying to tell y'all what to do, but you know, the mother hen and me can't help herself. Listen, when you process a lot of emotions like this, you know what I'm saying? It's important to rest. So I know y'all grown folks with stuff to take care of, but when you get these type of, you know, when you process those type of emotions and them tears and all that stuff come up out of you like that, sometimes you need to make sure that the only thing you need to be doing is hydrating and resting. If space will allow y'all to do that, you know what I'm saying? Just try your best to just relax and process, you
How about
know.
this, sis? You make the
Yeah,
space.
do your thing, Bolo. You got it.
Make the space. Let the sisters
Okay, amen, amen. Okay,
make
well,
the
y'all have a counselor up here, so he backing what I'm saying. You understand? No, but seriously, when you process a lot of emotion like that, it be heavy. It's been times where I've done sessions with my therapist, and by the time I finish, listen, all I could do is just go home and fall in the bed, you know, because to what Bolo was saying earlier, physiologically speaking, you know, you have this response, you know, your body responds to stress and to the processing of grief and all these emotions. So we have to make sure we paying attention and we get the rest we need. So I know some of y'all probably want to get to ripping and running, but I just want to encourage y'all to make sure y'all take care of yourself and hydrate and just process everything you feeling and experiencing right now. I love y'all dearly. Thank you for having me, Fear No
Love
Mortals.
you too, Just Jay, and I
I
appreciate all
enjoyed the
your input.
conversation.
Love you too, sis.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And
Thank
I'm
you.
gonna tap in with y'all another time. Peace and be well.
You too,
All right,
Just Jay.
JJ.
Thank you.
Yeah. Um. It's real conversation, man, and you know, it just proves that this life that we live, people they try to paint this picture like they got it all together, but I'll be the first one to say I know I ain't got it all together.
Mm,
Um, God is real. You know what I'm saying? Like, if it weren't for Him, I know it sounds cliche, but real talk. If it wasn't for God, I don't know where I'll be or what if I
me
even
neither.
still be here. To be honest with you,
Me neither, freezing.
you know. So I hold desperately to God's words. Um, and it really does help me out and it gives me strength. All the scriptures that Bolo just gave, um, I had made note of all the scriptures. To be honest with you, as he was saying them, I was like, okay, I got to go back over this later on tonight. You know,
Right.
yeah. So, um, but the transparency was beautiful tonight because it did make me feel like I wasn't by myself. You know,
Right.
I know Bolo's story. You know what I'm saying? And I know it's the same thing for him. He's always people's strength.
Right.
But the reason why I'm gonna call Bolo is because you know what I'm saying. Like he might need to talk to me too.
word
You
up.
know,
Mm-hmm.
you feel what I'm saying? Like that's my brother. I love Bolo,
Mm-hmm.
man. Me and Bolo been rocking out for a long time in these spaces and stuff. And Fear No Mortals. I know your story. Scam just share some stuff with us. Me and Mo Love done talk. And even Blaze, you know what I'm saying, doing Bible study.
got
Right.
transparent and asked me some, advice on, because I know Blaze he's going through the caregiver stage now. And
Right.
I don't think all of this is, and Just Jay as well, we don't share some things. I don't think this is by coincidence, man. I believe what Bolo said. I believe that the Most High created this space. And I don't know what's going to come of it, but I just know that I want to, whatever it needs to happen to keep cultivating it, because it just seems like pieces are being glued together.
That's so
right?
true, Breezy.
Yeah. And, it seems like pieces are being glued together, and it's a beautiful thing.
It definitely is.
Yeah.
It definitely
And I want
is.
to, and I want to say this too, because I know Bolo prayed, but I want to say this to you too, Bolo, man.
Yes, sir.
Man, you're a phenomenal dude, man. And I'm just recently finding out about your son,
Right.
and it really does tell me a lot about your character and how you stand in the gap for people. And when you I was asleep. I was asleep earlier in the stream, but I was like waking up a little bit and then I was drifting out. But I heard you say that you go out by yourself and you do this and that, and you love yourself. Man, I ain't gonna even lie. Man, I admire that. I really do admire that, bro. And I just look at you like, you're a strong dude. And I know you have, you have your moments and stuff, your weakness, but man, I just want you to know, Bolo, man, I really do admire you, bro. I really do, dog. I really do. And you very selfless, man.
Right.
And,
thank you, brother. I appreciate
I watch you from afar, and I want you to know, when you think people ain't watching you, Bolo, they is. Because I've been watching you for some time, and how you be moving and stuff. When you think people ain't paying attention, they really is paying attention, because I'm speaking for myself.
Mm-hmm.
And bro, I appreciate you. A blessing, bro. You a really
Most
big blessing,
definitely.
bro. For real.
Most definitely. And I just want to piggyback off of Freezy, because I've never been to your channel or anything. I have seen you before. It was probably earlier this year, or maybe even last year, when I seen you on another channel, and it might have been a debate. Matter of fact, it was last year. It might have been a debate about the Lord. You know what I mean? And I was just like, I don't know who this dude is, but he's cooking, And I was just like, he sounds like he definitely has a lot of wisdom, and he is really in tune with the Lord. So then I saw you again, and somebody, I think Mo Love, sent me your link and said I should go to your channel and check it out. And then the next day you came in Bible study at Freezy's, and I was like, it must be meant, for me to check him out and listen. And the way you was talking in the Bible study, and then when you got on Freezy's panel, and I was just like, this brother really says some stuff that I need to hear. So I just appreciate that. I don't really know you, but just even today when you talked about your son, and then, I know what happened with my son, and I was just like, you know what, somebody can relate to what I'm going through, and I really do. You have my deepest condolences as well, and I just appreciate everything that you do. And then when you told us you had the 24-hour line for people, and then you let people get up there and just tell their stories without having to, reveal whatever, and they can get up and talk. I think that is so selfless, and that is great.
Well, Scam knows this about me. I'm not too good with compliments. I'm not too good with it. So I thank you both. And the only reason why is because I know how easy it is for these things to get to someone's head. So I'm starting to embrace it a little bit more. But I thank you both, man. I
I'm the
thank you.
same way. Yep.
Yeah, it's easy. It's yeah. I'm hoping that the kindness that I put out, it resonates and people can learn from it and leave this place a better place than how we found it, man. Because again, that's what it's always been about. I look at how many times that the Lord could have just took me out, and He chose to give me grace and mercy. And so quick, it hurts me. Like when I see people want to get vengeance on somebody, and they'll tell you eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, and that's not why that scripture was even written. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth was written so that you don't add nothing on top of it. So if he took $50 from you, then you should only get $50 back. That's what it was written for. But yeah, I thank you guys. Because again, this is what gives me strength. This is what rejuvenates me. Just being in environments such as this, because again, you don't have to have your guard up.
That's right.
I don't have to fight with nobody. Everyone is putting their brick in. Everyone, the Lord uses us. We're a living tabernacle, and everyone has a brick to put in. Everyone has a brick, and everyone is allowing the Father to use them, and it makes things so much smoother and works so much better. That you have 8 people, giving love to this one brother, opposed to one woman or one man. It's 8 people, so the burden is a little bit light. So if I'm starving and 8 people give me one thing from the refrigerator, we don't hit that one person hard. One person ain't taking everything out the refrigerator to give it to Freezy. Each person is giving him one thing that replenishes his refrigerator, and all of us are not depleted. We're not depleted. So it's a beautiful thing, man. I came to YouTube to make connections, to make networks, to create networks. That's what I came to YouTube for. I didn't come to YouTube to, pontificate. But I thank you guys. I thank you all. And I'm humbled.
We appreciate you. And Freezy, I definitely appreciate you. You already know that, and all the times that you have encouraged everybody as well, and I'm just so glad that, Bolo was able to even give you the person that's also always encouraging others, that is always showing up for others, always there for other people, whether you're tired or not, and all the selfless acts that you do yourself, that someone was able to give you something as well, and that we were all here to be able to just listen and, and just be there for you as well, because I know that you do a lot too. You do a lot for a lot of people. So I sincerely love you, and I love this connection that we all had, and I just think it was great for us to be able to mine this all out and really have this time up here. And it's just been a great conversation all the way around. There wasn't any foolishness, you know what I mean? It was just great, and I just really appreciate all of you.
I love you too, sis. All this is more love for. She asked me that damn question.
Because why it bothers me when it's unsettling for me to hear you say that you feel like it's your fault. I hate that so much, because I know that you have a true servant's heart, and that's hard to come by. And that's why I put in the comments, you did everything that you could. God knows that. And that's the enemy's job, to play on your mind and make you feel like you didn't do enough. That doesn't come from the Lord. And I just pray that God settles your spirit and allows you to see that you did a great job. You did more than most people would ever do. So, and I think you said that your wife told you to seek out therapy, and she was a great support system.
She begged me to.
Yes. That's a blessing. I'm just so grateful, like when I'm around men who have wisdom and
Me
everything is
too.
not rooted in like just money and sex talk all the time. I tell you that. And Scam, I know he's a troll sometimes, but he sheds a lot of wisdom. Liberated, world class, Bolo, Blaze. I appreciate this. And Just Jay says so many things to just help me. She always says things that make me really self-reflect, and I thank God for that. And Fear No Mortals, oh my gosh, girl, I love you and I thank God for you so much. Like, nobody would ever know what you've gone through if you didn't express it, because you are so strong. And I am just inspired by who you are. And I pray that God continues to keep you. And I appreciate like meaningful conversations and connections like this, Bolo. I thank God for you.
Thank you,
Um,
Mom.
of course. And I go live on Sunday nights. I'm gonna get back to aligning my lives more so with God and scripture like I used to. Because sometimes it's a lot of trolls in my chat. I'm noticing, but I welcome everybody. Bolo, if you could also tune in sometimes. I know, but it's late on Sunday night, so I don't know.
Absolutely. I'll tune in this Sunday.
Okay, thank you. But I
Yeah.
love each of you in F&M, girl. This live was needed, and I know that God is pleased. So again, I love you so much.
I love you too, and I thank you. I thank you so much.
Mhm.
This was really good. It's
You did
really.
not you did not plan to go over 9 hours, did you?
I did not. I just was like, okay, I'm gonna do my
No,
little
you
one,
didn't.
two, maybe 3 hours the max, and I was just like, that's that. But then, people, because this is the first time I've ever opened a panel. The first time I didn't open a panel, and the time I went live before, because I'm just new to this whole live thing. And so I was
Yeah.
like, once I opened the panel, and people came up, and we were just keeping the conversation flowing. Everybody had input. Everybody was chiming in. So I was like, well, okay, as long as there's people up here talking, I'll keep it going then.
Mhm.
So yeah,
Oh,
this
and Smitty too. I forgot to mention Smitty. Shout out to him.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah, shout out
Smitty,
to
yeah.
Smitty.
Yeah, Smitty be dropping some good stuff. Scam be
Mhm.
dropping some good stuff. Mo Love, we have talks on the back end and everything. I appreciate everything that everybody is dropping. And Blaze, I will talk you to death on some days. Blaze, I'm telling you, I talk to Blaze about everything under the sun. That's my boy. But I really appreciate it. It was so good to kind of get to know your story and everything, Bolo. And I just Jay,
Mhm.
she always be dropping some knowledge around, and she has a lot of good stuff to say. So everybody that came up was just good. I hope I didn't forget anybody. Oh, Liberated, even though he didn't say much, but I've heard him before, and he says a lot of good stuff too. So yeah, everybody that was in the chat and everybody that came up, and I really appreciate it.
Mo
Or
love, can you put your channel in the back chat so I can sub?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
I've been in and out. What was the question? And I do apologize for that. What was the question that Mo Love asked that started everything?
Mo Love asked me, um do I still feel guilty about my mom's death? I think I'm paraphrasing. I don't think that's exactly what she said.
Oh,
I think she also asked if you made peace with it.
If I made peace with it, thank you, Scam. Yeah, yeah.
oh, man. Well,
That's what she asked me actually. Did I ever
Mm-hmm.
make peace with my mother's death?
well, you
Yeah.
know what? I guess I would say to you what you said to me not too long ago is that that was a part of the plan. Maybe at the time you didn't realize it, Freezy, but
Yeah.
that was designed for you to take on. And it actually reminds me of something that my grandfather used to tell me growing up, is that on your tombstone you have your date of birth and then you have your date of death. And in between the two dates, you have that bar in the middle. And
Mm-hmm.
you always tell me to make sure that bar has meaning. No matter what you do in this life, make sure it has meaning. So, Freezy, I would say that a part of, anyone's journey, a key element of any journey is that you have a mission that you're aiming to fulfill. And on that mission, you're going to be met with adversity, mountains, curveballs, roadblocks, anything, any and everything that's trying to trip you up from completing your mission. But what you do on a regular, day in and day out, man, that's your mission. And I forget, and forgive me, I am paraphrasing, so forgive me, but I know I'm not sure what scripture is a part of, but I do remember the words. It's do not imitate what is evil, but what is good. So,
Mm-hmm.
Freezy, from me to you, man to man, you move in a manner that honors God. Point blank, period.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
always keep that in mind, man. And it's, for you, F&M, Mo Love, Bolo, Scam, Just J, like I said, I know we all
I think I
have our
move in
own.
like the ghetto guy version. What you think?
Hey, hey,
I think I move like
listen, man.
Better than a cussing pastor.
Oh, be out of
Well,
control.
yeah. But either way, man, just stay the course. Hey, you're
Yes.
just getting started. There's more to come. There's more to
Appreciate you, Blaze.
come. So you just keep pushing forward. And like always, man, if there's anything I can do, I'm here.
Same here, Blaze. Same
Me
here, bro.
too. You already
Yeah.
know it, Blaze.
Yeah.
Already. Does anybody have anything they want to add? Is everybody tired?
Sounds like you want to go
Oh,
another 10
Hey.
hours.
wait a minute.
But
Hold
no,
on.
I'm
It's
still
been
good. But
it's been 9
if
hours.
everybody's tired, we can end it. If people still want to talk, we can keep it going. It's up to y'all. That's what I'm saying.
Ooh, let's do that.
Okay, so you trying to do that little free, you trying to go for freezy's
No,
record, huh?
Freezy's the goat. He got that child.
I'm gonna tell you right now. Don't
Yes.
do it. Don't do it. I'm telling you right now.
I'm definitely not. I'd be wore
Yeah.
out on yours. I'm like, oh no, Freezy's the goat.
We can, I'm gonna just make I'm gonna make a call right here. We can end it and then, we can do another prayer. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
We can end it, man. I think we should end it right here, to be honest with you.
It was so good. Yep.
Yeah, I think we should.
All right.
What you want to do, Fernando Motors? You wanna pray,
I can.
or you want me to pray? What you want to do?
Well, we both can. Because
Okay, go
Bogo
ahead.
already prayed. I pray and then you can end it.
Okay.
All right. Dear Heavenly Father, I just thank you, Lord, for the stream, for the fellowship, for the good information, for everybody coming together and being able to talk and being able to learn and grow and communicate in a wise manner. I thank you for the people that were touched tonight. I thank you for the encouragement. I just thank you for the ability that you have given us to even be able to be on these platforms and to be able to spread a good word and good news to others. Lord, I just thank you for everything you're doing in every one of our lives. I just ask that we continue to grow in our purposes, that you continue to give us wisdom, discernment, understanding, and clarity, Father, that we look to you for guidance. Lord, I just thank you that the Holy Spirit can speak in our lives and lead us in the right direction. Lord, I ask that you cast out any distractions, anything from the enemy that means us no good. I ask that you send your destiny helpers in our lives, people that'll lift us up closer to your will, word, and way, that we can continue on our journeys with integrity, with sound mind, that we will not fall victim to the tricks and traps of the enemy, to the snare of the fowler, and that we are just lifted. Put a shield of protection around us and our families, and bless our focus. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Yeah.
Amen.
Thank you.
Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our sins, Lord, as we forgive those who are indebted unto us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever. Father, thank you for reminding us that we're going to be all right. Continue to strengthen us, strengthen our faith and patience to your utmost. Give us your wisdom so that we can spread it. Use us, Father. Keep your comforter inside us. Thank you for your comforter and your Holy Spirit. Father, we ask sincerely right now that you enlarge our steps, enlarge our territory, Father, and keep us with the spirit of liberty inside of us, Father. Whatever we're dealing with, continue to give us the answers. Sort everything out, Father. Thank you for your son always. And thank you for your son dying for all of our sins and giving us your grace and mercy.
Yes.
For we do not take that lightly.
Yes.
Thank you for bringing us all together and making us all to know one another, for we know you don't make no mistakes. Thank you for this live stream, Father, and what came out of it. And we ask that you strengthen us, and we ask that you show us your way continuously. Keep us in your son's way, his truth, and his life.
Yes.
Instruct us, Father. Show us what level of discipline we need. Continue to guide us. And we say all of these blessings in your son, Jesus' name we pray. Amen and hallelujah.
Amen.
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 Well, thank you guys for having me up here, man. It's been a blessing, and I appreciate you. More love. I'll
No
see
problem.
you.
Don't be a stranger, Bolo. And I'm going to come to your channel as well.
I just subscribed. And for those of you guys, we read the Bible every day, every morning. We read a chapter, 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time.
Okay.
And on Tuesdays, we have a prayer night at 9:30. So don't be...
Did you have some on Friday nights too, Bolo?
We have Testimony Friday on Friday nights, and we read the scriptures every morning and give a little insight to the word. You know,
Okay.
You know, a lot of times people get lazy, so we just do it together.
Yeah.
Well, that's good.
So with that being said,
I will be over there to check you out.
Please. I love you
yeah,
all.
I'm coming through for that.
Right.
Scam, tonight
All right,
was your
Bolo.
fault. Scam, tonight was your fault.
It was Scam. It was your fault, Scam.
Yeah, Scam's fault.
Innocent.
Yeah.
Well class.
All right, God, you love you, Freezy, man. Call me, all right, brother?
Love you too. Oh,
All right.
bet that up. Yeah.
All right, later.
All right. I'm gonna get some last words and then we're out of here. Blaze,
All
you want
right.
to go?
Oh,
Well, go ahead, my love. You go ahead first.
I was gonna say, you already know I love you. I appreciate you so much. Love you, Freezy. I appreciate you so much. Blaze, I love you. I appreciate you so much. Scam, I love you. I appreciate you so much. Just Jay, I love you. I appreciate you so much. Bolo, I love you. I appreciate you so much. Liberated. World class, everybody. I just love this. I love when people can come together and have a serious and transparent moment. Like, I just thank God for it. I do not take it for granted because we don't see it a lot. I hope that you start to go live more often. Please, FNM.
Girl, I'm telling you, bro. I try to tell her. She tell you, I tell her that all the time.
Right. But I
feel like
love you, and keep letting God use you. Continue to stand bold. Freezy, I thank y'all for how y'all support my lives all the time. I appreciate y'all. And I pray that y'all have a good night. I'm gonna drop down.
my
All right,
love
sis.
inbox
Love you
me.
too.
Oh, girl, you have a long inbox, lady. I was crying and I was writing and
Okay.
all of
I'll probably
that.
call you in 10 minutes. We're just talking. I'll call you in 10 minutes.
Okay, cool.
All right.
All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, Scam say this all the time, man. Like, just having real conversations, and I just wish that other people that come on that cultivate these panels and stuff, they understand that these type of conversations are needed.
Right.
It really this is at the core of what everybody need. All of these strategic talking points and everybody want to be right. It doesn't help anybody. These type of conversations help, but at the same time, it's got to be like it's got to feel like a safe environment.
Oh,
You know what I'm
absolutely.
saying? Yeah, and I think that's the problem with a lot of these platforms. They just don't feel safe, to be honest with you. Just don't feel
Yeah,
safe.
that's the truth, though, Freezy.
Yeah,
That's
so
the truth.
so most of the time the attitude is when in Rome, do as the Romans do. But the whole problem is I don't want to be a Roman, I don't want to do as the Romans do. I want to really get better. I
Right.
want to get better, man, because we know what happened to Rome. You know what
Yeah,
I'm
we
saying?
do.
Oh yeah.
So I just think we need more space, and it's happening. It's happening. We can see it. It's spreading. We can see it. God is real, and so like I echo Scam, man. Scam been saying this for a long time. Just need more conversations like this, like just real conversations. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And he know. I've been about that for a long time. But I think you know what it is. I think we're kind of breaking out, and everybody actually, you get tired of the BS, and then you just say, "Man, I'm finna just do my own thing," or, I'm finna have conversations how I want to have it." You know what I'm saying? And
Mm-hmm.
I think we're on the brink of that right now. We're seeing
Mm-hmm.
more and more through this portal that we in, and so. Yeah, Scam was right though. This is just the beginning. It ain't just about me. You know what I'm saying? It's all of
Right.
us. For real. That's my last words. Yeah.
Well, that was good. Thank you so much, Freezy, for coming up. Like, if you wouldn't have done it with me, then I probably wouldn't have done it today. So I really appreciate you and everything that you do.
Sis, I love you, and you know that.
I love you too. This was great. This was awesome. Thank you for your time.
You too. All right, Blaze, man. All right, Scam. Love y'all. I'll see y'all later.
All
All
right,
right,
Freezy, man.
Freezy.
Take it
Appreciate
easy.
you, Freezy.
Yo.
All right, Scam.
Yeah, I don't really got much to say.
I
Just
appreciate
appreciative,
you.
just appreciative that the people are here because this could have been the other conversation.
Yeah, you're right.
Because there's times when there's a time to have the real and y'all know me, I'm a troll. I can be on 300 feet deep in the ocean dust panel. Going 1 on 8. And I don't feel nothing. It's entertainment. It's just whatever. But when it's time to talk, it's time to talk. And when it's time to listen, it's time to listen.
Right.
First, I want to say we got to be there for our people. We got to be here for ourselves first.
Yeah, you're right.
So we can be there for our people.
You're right, Scam.
But our people may need us, and we got to be there for them.
Yeah.
I'll leave it at that.
Thank you so much for coming up, Scam. I really appreciate you and your input, and I just appreciate you being here and just showing up. Even when you were quiet, I appreciate you so much for coming to my channel and coming on the screen with us.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
All right, Scam. Blaze, last words.
Oh man, hey man. As far as live streams go, as far as the ones that I've seen or been a part of, this is easily makes top 5 for sure.
Oh, thank you,
Blaze. This was fire. This was fire. Even though I was in and out and I was preoccupied for a majority of it. All in all, man, I think it was medicine for a lot of people because grief, grief can be a whole different animal. We all navigate it very differently. And, I just appreciate that everybody felt that they came to a space that was safe enough to go there. Folks could have held back, but they chose not to. And to me, that speaks volumes about you and your character and the kind of platform that you're trying to create. So with that being said, man, hey, I am very proud of you. Very proud of you. I love you. I'm always here to support any way that I can, and definitely and shout out to everybody that came through, everybody that hit the panel, everybody that was in the chat. I appreciate everybody for showing up for F&M. This is her second live stream, her first time dropping the link, and she knocked it out the park. And it was solid all the way through. Again, man, this it could like Scam said earlier, this could have been something that we see all the time on a regular basis on YouTube. And I'm glad it wasn't, and I'm very thankful that it wasn't that. And it just felt very refreshing to just have a nice change of pace and folks actually carry themselves like adult. No one is, no one is getting heated. No one is getting triggered. No one is fighting, is going all the back and forth. It's a real conversation among adults. It wasn't a dust panel. Exactly. And that's what it's about. Like, it's trust me, it's cool to have levity, it's cool to joke, we troll and stuff, it's all cool, but at the end of the day, the goal is to come together and become better. And we can't do that if it's all, fun and games, foolishness, and this, that, and the third. So again, it's just the path that you're on, just stay the course. The right ones will always show up no matter what.
Yep, that's definitely true, Blaze. That is so true. And I love you and I appreciate all your encouragement. And even though you didn't get to talk much because you was doing a lot, and well, at first I think it was issues with your phone as usual.
Oh yeah, StreamYard is probably the biggest hater. Like I hate StreamYard.
Well, now we know that it will let you come up if I just email it to you instead of you just hitting the link in the chat.
Yeah.
So now we got that figured out. So I am definitely glad about that. I am grateful. This was awesome. I was so glad to have a chance to have, you know, grown conversations with people that are really willing to have the conversations, put their input in. There was no childish or tacky shenanigans and everything. You know, I ain't gonna allow that on my panel, anyways. Um, so it was good. You know, it was the conversations that were much needed, even though everything ended up shifting. But every which way it went, it was awesome, and I thank God that we ended up having these conversations and ended up where we were. I think it was so great, and it wasn't nothing but the grace of God, and I am grateful for that. And everything went well, so I just appreciate it. And you know, I am going to reach out to you tomorrow.
Hey, hey, I already know. I'm looking forward to it.
All right, Blaze, I love you, and I hope you have a great night and get you some
Love you
rest.
too. I will. All right, until the next one.
Okay. Thank you all for tuning in. This is my conclusion. I appreciate everybody that came through. If you haven't already subscribed to my channel, make sure you hit the subscribe and the notification bell. I'm going to start going live more often if I can, if my schedule makes it possible. This was great. Everybody that came on the panel, everybody that was in the chat, everybody that cloud watched, and the two people that, you know, streamed it from their channel as well. I am grateful to everybody. This has truly been a blessing. Make sure you hit the like button. And if you'd like to leave me comments, you can do that as well. I'm going to leave you with this. Also, if you'd like to support my channel, it's Parlay24 on Cash App. Parlay24 on Cash App. I'm going to leave you all with this. God gives his hardest battles to his toughest soldiers. Fear nothing or no one but God. Be blessed.